Conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, new movie release. Yes, the sun was shining brightly. Link got up early and ran nearly 20 kilometers along the Santa Monica Bay Highway in Los Angeles, sweating profusely. When he returned home, Evika had just gotten up. She was wearing a sports vest and stretch pants, sitting cross-legged on a yoga mat to practice simple yoga moves. Link did not disturb her. He made a simple breakfast in the kitchen and shouted to Evika to eat. Evika came in with rosy cheeks, slightly sweaty forehead, and a more rounded figure. "Are you busy today, dear?" At the dining table, Evika was eating vegetable dumplings. "Nothing, except." Link thought for a moment. Now that the game is over and the new album is out, Avengers will not start filming until next month. During this period, apart from shooting the MVs for several champion singles from the fourth album, there is nothing else planned. The Help is released today. "Do you want to watch a movie together?" "That's a good idea," Link agreed. He practiced in the training room for 4 hours in the morning and took a nap with Evika at noon. Evika was more sleepy than before. An hour after she became pregnant, she would sleep for more than half an hour at noon every day. When she was sleeping, her eyes were very lazy and charming. Link often felt that he didn't want to let go. "I woke up from my nap at around 2 o'clock and drove to a shopping mall cinema in Santa Monica to watch The Help, which was released today. The film is exclusively produced by Manhattan Pictures, with a production cost of $25 million. The distribution company is Lionsgate Pictures, and the pre-promotion cost is $8 million. The film stars Emma Stone, Viola Davis, Jessica Chastain and others. It is about Mississippi, the United States in the 1960s. A female college student, just Emma Stone, cannot stand the unfair treatment of black maids in American society. She is ready to help these maids out of their predicament by writing a book. She encountered a lot of resistance in the process of writing the book. Later, with the help of black maids, she finished writing the book. After the book was published, it caused a great response. The plot is in line with the main theme of American society and is a very positive feature film. After watching it, Link and Evika felt it was pretty good. "Dear, the media said you are very good at guessing. Guess how many collections of this movie there are?" After the movie ended, Evika took his arm and asked, "I only guessed it once, and the one for Bridesmaids was not a guess." "How can you say that? I will guess it," Link said helplessly. "Guess." "I guess the global sales volume is over 100 million. "How much do you guess?" "About 100 million. "Then I guess 101 million. "You and I guess roughly." "You are cheating," Evika said lightly. Link thought she seemed to be acting like a spoiled child and found it very interesting. He smiled and said, "This is called a husband and wife of one mind." Evika smiled slightly and held his arm with both hands. The Help was released on Friday, October 21st. The movies released on the same day included Paramount Pictures' Paranormal Activity 3, Summit Entertainment's The Three Musketeers, Universal Pictures' Johnny English Strategy 2, and Kevin Spacey's Ultimatum, and Elizabeth Olsen's art film Martha Aliens. In addition, the science fiction blockbuster Real Steel and the musical Footloose, which were released last week, and Weinstein Pictures' My Week with Marilyn were also very competitive in sales. The Help earned $27.05 million in 2,834 theaters in North America over the 3 days of the weekend, ranking second in the weekly sales rankings. The champion was Paranormal Activity 3, which earned $47.5 million in 3,341 theaters. Last week's champion Real Steel ranked third with $20.24 million. The Three Musketeers ranked fourth with $8.63 million, and My Week with Marilyn ranked 10th with $627,000. The box office results of the movies are relatively average. The Help was released for only 3 days, and the box office results exceeded the production cost. After the data came out, it caused a great sensation in the circle. Many media predicted that the North American box office of this movie would be more than 100 million. Although an investment of $100 million is nothing to be the first in the annual sales rankings, 21 movies have already exceeded $100 million in North American investment this year. This movie is the third movie produced by Beach Pictures, with a departmental return ratio of more than 20 times. The second movie sold $360 million worldwide, and the third movie paid back its investment in 3 days after its release. It is a dark horse of the year, which makes many peers gnashing their teeth with envy. Since the big hit of The Story of England last year, many peers have been looking forward to the next movie of Manhattan Beach Pictures to flop. But when the second movie was released, they found that the sales performance was better. Everyone waited for the third movie, and found that the sales performance was even better. Everyone was eagerly waiting. In any case, the disappointment can be imagined. In addition to having it, The Help also has a good reputation, with a media comprehensive review of 81 points. 22 newspapers such as Chicago Tribune, Washington Post and New York Times scored more than 85 points, and other 18 newspapers and magazines such as Los Angeles Times, Variety Movies and Baltimore Sun rated it above 75 points. Rotten Tomatoes has a freshness of 78%. 32 people support and 12 people oppose, and Yahoo audience rating is B+. The overall evaluation is very good. The New York Times commented that Palm Beach Pictures has made another high-level movie. It is not just a classic that exposes the ugliness of the times, but should be called a sad, warm and revealing song of hope. It is listed as one of the must-see movies of the year. The Washington Post commented that the female characters in the film were portrayed very well. In a sense, these characters made the film a success. The performances of actors such as Emma Stone were also very wonderful, adding a lot of color and highlights to the film. Several leading actors are also strong contenders for this year's Oscars. The object of the review of the magazine Complete Movie is Palm Beach Pictures. The Help is the third film of Palm Beach Pictures after The Gossip Project and Bridesmaids. Although the themes of these three films are different, they have one thing in common. That is, they are all themes focusing on female characters. The first part is about the discrimination and prejudice encountered by women in the group. The second part talks about the difficulties encountered by women in daily life. And the third part is the discussion of gender issues in the film, which is more profound than the previous two. Complete Movie believes that Palm Beach Pictures has been at the forefront of its peers in the excavation of female themes, which is worth exploring and learning. In the second week of the release of The Help, the number of theaters showing it increased to 3,141, and sales did not fall but rose. It won a myth of $42.17 million in North America, surpassing Paranormal Activity 3, and became the weekly sales champion. The film cost $25 million to produce, and $12 million to promote. In 10 days after its release, the film sold 69.22 million copies in North America. The media predicted that the film's North American sales would rise to more than 150 million. There is no doubt that the hit movie The Help has once again made Beach Pictures a big hit. More film companies are waving their money in the hope of cooperating with Beach Pictures. Some film companies even propose that Beach Pictures be responsible for the preparation and production of the film, and they would invest in it, and give Beach Pictures no less than 20 million yuan afterwards. Catherine said that she now receives hundreds of phone calls every day, including from film companies, excellent female-themed directors and screenwriters, and many actresses who also want to cooperate with Manhattan Pictures. K-Pyramid also received many calls. Some colleagues, such as Leon Kavanaugh of Relativity Pictures, invited him to a party to discuss film cooperation. In addition, everyone, whether they know him or not, is trying to show their favor to him in various ways. If Link is a casual person, he can wake up next to a different woman every day. In comparison, the person who benefited the most from the film's success is Emma Stone. Since last year's The Scandal Project, Emma's subsequent starring movies have all grossed over 100 million yuan. Bridesmaids grossed 360 million yuan worldwide. Crazy, Stupid, Love was released in July, grossed 140 million yuan worldwide, and this The Help is expected to gross 150 million yuan in North America. 4 consecutive hit movies have made Emma Stone the most prominent figure among young beauties. Although her fame is not as good as Kristen Stewart for the time being, her acting skills in the movie have been recognized by many people. She is considered a powerful woman and one of the new generation of women who has the hope of winning the Oscar first. For this reason, Emma Stone even called to ask if there is a chance to impact the Oscar. Link said yes, the company will do public relations, but she is still young, so don't expect too much. Emma Stone happily said that she knew, and she would be satisfied, as long as she could get the nomination. Link smiled lightly, and asked her to remember this sentence. In October, director Zhang Damal called, and said that the post-production of The Flowers of War was completed, and he wanted to discuss the North American distribution with Lionsgate. Link arranged for Jamie Jones, the head of the International Business Department, to lead a team, to travel across China, to see how the film was, how much commercial value it had, and to get the North American distribution rights of the film at the lowest price. After Jamie Jones led the team to China, he said that the work team's evaluation of the film was B. The advantages are that the film has a comparable artistic level, and Link's participation in the film gives the film a certain copyright guarantee. The disadvantages are that Chinese anti-Japanese films have little prospect in the North American market, and the focus of the war film is on a group of prostitutes. Due to cultural differences, North American audiences can't understand much. The overall evaluation is that it can be tried, but the share will not be too high. When acquiring the North American distribution rights of the film, Jamie Jones proposed two options to the producers. One is $3 million copyright fees, and the other is 25% North American copyright fees. After careful consideration for the second time, the producers of The Flowers of War chose one, and they also wanted to give it a try. But he was worried that American cultural relics might be faked in his collection. Director Zhang called Lin Ke several times to reminisce about the past, asking him when he would come to China and inviting him to drink. He also mentioned that the movie was expected to be released in China in mid-November and wanted him to go there to promote it. Lin Ke did not refuse, but just asked director Zhang to rest assured that he did not have to worry about theft when cooperating with Lionsgate, and that he would be paid as much as he sold. Chapter 477 Playing Cards to Win Money. All 500 elephants are bet. Link, do you dare to follow? In a cafe in Beverly Hills, Leonardo put down 500 elephants, held the bottom cards with one hand, and looked at Link with a smile. Haha, there are two of them. They all folded their cards. Now there are only two of us. You don't dare to follow. Leonardo laughed. We agreed to just bet for fun. What's the matter with you going all in? Link said helplessly. Don't you just happen to have 500 there? It's not that you don't have enough to follow. Leonardo lit a cigarette and smiled. Leon, this is Link's first time playing. You should bet slowly, and don't bet too much at once. Tobey Maguire laughed. Leon's goal today is probably to win all the change on Link. Woody Harrelson laughed. Leonardo looked at Link with a smile. Link, if you choose a bad bottom card, you can also fold. Link glanced at it, picked up 500 and followed up, then threw out his 3 whole cards. The J of spades, the 10 of spades, and the 8 of spades, plus the Q of spades and the 9 of spades on the public cards, forming a straight flush of 9, 10, J, Q, K and 10, J, Q, K, A. Straight flush. So big. Leonardo's eyes widened suddenly, and others looked at his cards in surprise. Leon, look at your cards. You win. Leonardo threw the cards into the pile with an expressionless face. Before he could shuffle the cards, Paul Walker snatched them away, turned them over, and saw Q, J, 2. The biggest card was double Q and double J. Only 2 pairs? Your cards are not as big as mine, and you still dare to cheat? Are you bullying Link for playing honestly for the first time? People at the table started to tease Leonardo. Leonardo looked at Link with a sour face. You have such a big hand. Why are you hesitating when betting? You are the real cheater. I saw that you were very imposing and thought you had a royal flush in your hand, so you had to be careful. So now all the money on the table belongs to me, right? Haha, I'm not polite then. Link grabbed the bets in the pool. There were more than 2,000, although it was not much, but Leonardo's face was dark, feeling very good. After finishing one round, he went on to the next one. Link, your Palm Beach Pictures has done a good job this year. When looking at the cards, Leonardo looked at the bottom cards with one eye and looked at Link with the other eye. Not bad. Link saw that the bottom cards were Black 3 and Diamond 7, so he didn't continue to follow and folded his cards directly. 3 consecutive movies have been selling well. This is not just okay, it's great. Can you teach me a little bit? How do you, Palm Beach Pictures, invest in movies? Leonardo continued to bet and followed suit. It's very simple. A few reliable producers, place them in the company, and then just wait to count the money. Link opened the mineral water and took a few sips. He had just finished training and would be finished after talking for a while. He would be thirsty. Don't be ridiculous. Whose film company doesn't have a few reliable producers? There are more reliable producers in the 6 major film companies, and no company is as powerful as Beach Pictures. The profit ratio of each movie is more than 10 times, Leonardo said, biting his back teeth. Leonardo then said that he also had a film company under him, Appian Way Productions, which was founded in 2004. It participated in the production of The Assassination of Nixon, Public Enemies, Shutter Island, Flying Home and other films. Most of these films were losses, and only a few films were profitable, but the profits were not much. This also made Leonardo, like others, very envious of Link's Beach Pictures. 3 consecutive movies sold well, about 200 to 300 million, which was too enviable. Because I have a better eye for people. Link shrugged and smiled. Leonardo snorted unconvincedly. Link, you are now a big star and a rich man, and you have never thought about engaging in charity work. Fund isn't my Link global charity. By the way, you are all rich people. You can donate to my charity foundation when you do charity in the future. Since last year, the Link Charity Foundation has helped more than 200 athletes who are troubled by injuries in the early stage. Link said. Everyone nodded and agreed. Link, I'm not talking about your charity foundation. I'm talking about the environment. Don't you think our global living environment is getting worse? Climate deterioration, acid rain pollution, fear of consumption and loss, sharp reduction in biodiversity, marine pollution, forest reduction, etc. If it goes on like this, the earth will be finished sooner or later. Even if our generation doesn't meet it, our descendants will appear. Before that, don't you want to prepare for future generations? Leonardo Pakistan said excitedly. Link nodded and suddenly glanced at him. Descendants? Leon, do you have children? I don't. I'm talking about you. Can you create exquisite comedic works? Don't you hope that they can live on a pollution-free earth in the future? Leonardo said. The central picked up the card and looked at it. Leon, have you forgotten that I'm an investor and global spokesperson for Tesla, and Tesla is the world's first listed clean energy car company? In some ways, I have invested more money in environmental issues than anyone else. Leon, if you have money, I suggest you buy some Tesla stock. Leonardo blinked, thinking that Link invested in Tesla to make money, but what Link said was also right. If the Tesla car he invested in is successful, it will be of great benefit to changing the Earth's living environment, and will contribute more than those environmental protection projects he invested in. Okay, I'll consider your opinion, Leonardo said boringly. In the end, he wanted to stand on the side of environmentalists and encourage Link to invest in environmental protection. It would be best if Link, a wealthy man, could invest some money. But after a long time, Link said that he had invested in clean energy vehicles. This sentence left him speechless. Leon, I think it's useless for you to do environmental protection in this way. No matter how loud you shout, others can't see or understand. If I were you, I would go to the Middle East to buy an oil field, set it on fire to pollute the air, and then buy some nuclear wastewater to discharge into the sea to pollute the ocean. You are talking nonsense. I'm an environmentalist, not a crocodile protester, Leonardo said with a sneer. In advertising persuasion techniques, there are emotional transmission, rational appeals, and fear appeals. I think the former two are more effective in the near future. Just like now, no matter how bad you say the Earth's environment is, even if 2012 is really the end of the world, it will cause more shock to people than the appearance of a world-destroying comet in the sky now. Link said. Link said this is right. Tobey Maguire nodded in approval. Others also thought that what Link said made sense, and some people, either seriously or jokingly, asked Leonardo to burn a few oil fields to try. Leonardo thought about it and felt that it seemed to have more effects, but then he shook his head quickly, feeling that he could not talk about environmentalism in front of Link in the future, or he would be led into a ditch by him in the end. Let's not talk about it, let's continue betting. Link, do you want to follow this time? Leonardo looked at the bottom cards and looked at Link with a smile. Link looked at his sports watch. I have to pick up Eva from get off work. This is the last hand, so I'm going all in. If I win, I'll treat everyone to coffee. Link put all the remaining 1,200 into the intelligence pool. I won't follow. Tobey Maguire folded his cards. I won't follow either. Link plays cards very steadily. Every time he gets a big card, he will stick to the motivation to the end. Woody Harrelson also threw down his cards. Under the desktop limit, Link and Leonardo are each other. Leonardo glanced at Link, then at the cards in his hand, hesitated for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and chose to fold. All folded? Then I won't be polite. Link laughed and collected all the bets placed by everyone in the pool, including his bet. There were more than 2,000 bets. Link, what cards do you have? Leonardo asked. You didn't bet on the cards, so you don't know what cards to use. Everyone, I'm leaving first. I'll make an appointment later. Link smiled lightly, asked the waiter to pay for everyone, and then left the cafe. Leonardo flipped through the deck and found the 3 cards Link threw in: a spade 10, a diamond 7, and a diamond 3. The 5 public cards on the table were the Ace of Hearts, the King of Diamonds, the Jack of Hearts, the 8 of Hearts, and the 2 of Clubs. So the biggest card Link had was the leading scattered card, which was the largest card in Texas Hold'em. Fuck. Leonardo slammed the table in anger. He just had 3 A's and a pair of J's, but was frightened by Link's scattered cards and folded early. Link drove to the Lionsgate film building and waited for 2 minutes before Evika came out of the building. She was wearing a popular dress, but she was still sexy and charming. Link got out of the car, opened the door, and asked her, "Why are there flowers? Are they for me?" Evika smiled when she saw the bouquet on the seat. "Of course, who else but you?" Link kissed her and then told her about the training just now. Leonardo asked him to play Texas Hold'em and accidentally made more than 2,000. Evika laughed softly and asked him if he won the money. Link said that this was still a good idea. By the way, call Catherine, pick up little Annie and Selena, and go to the pier to have a seafood dinner together. Chapter 478 Avengers filming begins. The Help earned $27.47 million in North America in its 3rd week of release, and the cumulative box office reached $96.7 million, and it is expected to break $100 million soon. The last regret is that due to the subject matter, the film's overseas box office revenue is average. It was released in 21 countries including Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, and the cumulative sales in 3 weeks were only $21.42 million. However, this low-budget movie has a global sales volume of nearly $120 million in 3 weeks, which is undoubtedly a very successful movie. Harvey, Link's movie is successful again. The media predicts that Manhattan Beach Pictures will make at least $100 million this time, and Lionsgate will also make tens of millions, which is more than the co-produced Bridesmaids. In the company, in the coffee room, Bob was flipping through the newspaper. "Shut up. Don't talk while reading the newspaper." Harvey had a dark face and glared at Bob opposite him. Bob shrugged his fat shoulders. "I mean, we should strengthen our cooperation with Link and make a lot of money together. Even if you hate him, you don't hate American dollars, right? Humph. Just shooting 3 movies in a row and having them sell well is nothing. Manhattan Beach Pictures movies won't always sell well. I bet his next movie will lose money." Harvey ranked unhappily. "The next one is Happiness Playbook, which also has our investment," Bob reminded. "Shut up. I don't want to hear you say this." Harvey glared at him heavily, then stood up and left unhappily. Bob looked at his back, shook his head helplessly, thought for a moment, then took out his phone to congratulate Link. When little Cunis saw the ownership data of The Help, especially when he saw the media predicting that Beach Pictures would make no less than $100 million on this film, He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. A while ago, the newspaper said that Evika was pregnant with Link's child, and now the media reported that Link would make 100 million US dollars. Link's good news came one after another, which made him feel very unfair. All the good things in the world were taken by Link alone. Little Cunis looked at Link's photo in the newspaper, picked up the phone and called Harvey, hoping to discuss with him about the girl Link. Link likes female stars, and Harvey knows a lot of female stars, and should be able to provide a lot of help in this regard. Unfortunately, for some reason, Harvey hung up the call as soon as it was connected. He felt that he should find time to go to Los Angeles to meet with Harvey. In November, Link joined the crew of the Avengers. The film tells the story of how Nick Fury, the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., brings together 6 superheroes, including Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow and Hawkeye, to form the Avengers, to defeat the evil forces, and ensure the safety of the Earth, when the Earth is threatened by powerful evil forces. Link continued to play Captain America in the film. His salary was $25 million, while Robert Downey Jr.'s salary was $30 million, ranking second among the actors in the crew. This was mainly because the Iron Man series of films starring Robert Downey Jr. was the most successful, which also increased sales appeal. In addition, Iron Man is the first male lead in the Avengers, and Captain America is second, with fewer scenes. Hey, Link, nice to meet you. I'm a fan of your boxing, and my wife is a diehard fan of your music. Robert Downey Jr. greeted him enthusiastically when they met for the first time on the crew. Robert, I'm also a fan of yours. The Iron Man you played is my favorite Marvel movie character. Link stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. Hey, this is the first handshake between Iron Man and Captain America. Doesn't anyone want to take a picture? Black Widow Carrie Johansson took the front of her phone and took a picture. On the screen were Mark Ruffalo who played the Hulk, Chris Hemsworth who played Thor, Jeremy Renner who played Hawkeye, Tom Hiddleston who played the villain Loki, and Samuel L. Jackson, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., all looking over. Link smiled lightly, then shook hands with Scarlett and the others. The first film was about 6 superheroes gathering to discuss the matter of Loki in Manhattan and the alien monsters. In addition, the crew also hoped that the actors could talk more about the script and roles together, and strive to have more tacit understanding during the filming. Hey, Link, is this our second meeting? Link sat down, and Scarlett Johansson sat directly opposite him, looking at him with a smile and asked. Scarlett was wearing Black Widow's tight leather armor, had red curly hair, a curvy figure, and a somewhat charming expression on her face. Link was thinking about the abdomen, and it was indeed the second formal meeting. The first meeting was in 2009, in a cafe in New York. He was discussing the new movie Midnight in Paris with director Woody Allen, and Scarlett Johansson and her husband Ryan Reynolds came over to say hello. However, Scarlett and Ryan Reynolds divorced last year. At the beginning of the year, Scarlett also started a father-daughter love with her 24-year-old Oscar winner Sean Penn. The relationship lasted about 3 months. It is said that the reason for the breakup was that Scarlett did not have children. If it's the third time, I remember you were also at the premiere of Inception last year. Link said. Yes, I remember. Link, you have a good memory. Scarlett said with a smile. Then, when the other party was discussing the script and the role, Scarlett also supported her face and stared at his face without blinking. Her eyes could draw lines. Under the table, Link's calf was touched by her several times. Hey, look over there. At the other end of the long table, Tom Hiddleston, who played Loki, bumped into Chris Hemsworth, the god of thunder, and lowered his voice to point to the position of Link and Scarlett. What are you looking at? Hemsworth put down the table and glanced at Link and Scarlett. Do they have any problems? He smiled with a crooked corner of his mouth and whispered, I bet that the two of them will go to bed before this scene is finished. Do you still need to bet on this kind of thing? Look at the way Scarlett looks at Link. She can almost stick to him. I dare say that in less than 10 days, no, a week, the relationship between them will become very close friends. Hawkeye Jeremy Renner chuckled. What are you talking about? Iron Man Robert Downey Jr. came over and asked. Oh, nothing, just chatting. Loki, Thor and Hawkeye followed and separated, picked up their notebooks, and pretended to discuss. Robert Downey Jr. also looked at Link and Scarlett and suddenly lowered his voice and said to Loki, "I bet that the two of them will go to bed within 10 days. If you lose, I will buy you a drink. Is there anyone who wants to place a bet?" Loki, Thor and Hawkeye looked at each other, laughed, and asked for bets. Some said a month, some said the weekend, and Loki predicted 3 days. Obviously they all guessed wrong. After the first day of filming, when Link was changing clothes in the dressing room, Scarlett slipped in. Although he was not gentle enough, but Scarlett Johansson still took 5 days of sick leave afterwards. She returned to the crew a week after the crew started filming, but Scarlett didn't dare to pester him like she did on the first day. The expression when she looked at him was full of fear and horror, and some clear and vague obsession and admiration. Sometimes she would secretly watch him, but didn't dare to get close. This was also the effect Link wanted, so that the Black Widow would not keep harassing him during filming, delaying his work, and spreading some bad rumors, so that his good reputation would not be worse. This state is the best now. It's just that several other actors in the crew were suspicious of his state. They didn't know what happened in the dressing room on the first day. I thought that the pair of a sexy male god and a sexy goddess would create sparks during the filming, but except for the first day, when they walked a long distance from each other, they were very distant from each other at other times and respected strangers. Robert Downey Jr. discussed the reasons privately with Loki, Thor, and Hawkeye. Some thought it was a disguise. On the surface, they had no relationship with each other, but they might have slept together privately. Some thought that Link was probably not interested in Scarlett. Others thought that they might have conflicts in private, and they should find ways to help each other ease the relationship. Hey, you guys are here together. It's almost time to shoot. In the studio, Link, wearing a Captain America suit and carrying Captain America's shield, strode over. He was tall and straight, and his handsome face was taken away from him, which made several people secretly envious. Here, he's coming. Several people also picked up their own weapons, walked into the set and started filming. Since this movie has completed many major scenes and many special effects, most of the scenes were shot in studios in Los Angeles and New York. Link's Captain America role is not much. It is mainly that after Captain America wakes up, he is recruited by SHIELD to join the Avengers and goes to protect the Earth. He fights Loki in the Chitauri under the Stark building and finally helps Iron Man to successfully repel the alien invaders and close the time and space gate. The Earth survived safely again. In addition, in order to prevent him from getting injured during the action scenes, the crew arranged 3 stand-ins for him, and the search team staff also monitored him at every scene to prevent him from making any risky moves. Compared with these literary and artistic films, filming Captain America and Avengers blockbusters would be boring. In this case, the actors are mostly tools, and they don't need to gain weight or lose weight. They don't need excellent acting skills, and they don't have to worry about being tossed by the director. The space for free play is small. TSK. This one is past. Continue to the next one. Joss Whedon shouted behind the monitor. Link, Iron Man and Black Widow stood back to back on the street, looking up at the monsters coming from all directions, ready to start the next battle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Continuous Sales. After more than a month of filming for the Avengers, Link's scenes were basically finished, and the remaining dubbing work would not begin until next year. During the filming of Avengers, in mid-November, Link was invited to perform at the Victoria's Secret fashion show, sang 3 songs, and received a $2 million appearance fee. At the end of the month, he flew to China to attend the premiere of The Flowers of War in Beijing. The Flowers of War sold 28.75 million yuan on the first day, and 180 million yuan in the first week. The number of screenings nationwide exceeded 58,000, and the number of viewers reached more than 3.6 million, which was much better than The Flying Daggers of Dragon Gate released at the same time. However, the reputation was somewhat inferior, mainly because there were too many flaws in the plot, which triggered many media complaints. The film cost about 100 million yuan to produce, which is more than 600 million yuan in RMB. It is the most expensive film in China at present. According to the domestic equity division ratio, the global equity needs to pay back more than 1 billion yuan. Judging from the current data, the situation is not optimistic. This also led to the producers attaching great importance to the sales in North America, hoping to get more sales back by relying on Link's strong appeal in North America. But Link didn't have high expectations for this. The film's specific sales in the United States only received 310,000. There was a case of Snowflower and The Secret Fan failing in the 10 Chinese language blockbusters that were purchased abroad. He was not sure whether he could drive this blockbuster. After Lionsgate acquired the rights, it has begun to arrange the release of The Flowers of War. It is expected to be screened in the United States in January. How much box office it can get depends on the situation of the preview. After filming Avengers, Link had an exciting long vacation. After asking for leave from Eva Cap, he flew to Nashville to play with Alexander and Cynthia for a few days. He successfully made the 2 elementary school students call him dad, and also helped Taylor solve some physical and psychological problems. In mid-December, Link and Eva Cap flew to Hawaii Island for vacation. For this purpose, he bought a Seaview villa on the main island of Hawaii in advance. While on vacation, Lionsgate did not stop working. By early December, more than a month after The Help was released, the cumulative sales in North America reached 140 million, and the overseas sales reached more than 45 million. It is expected to sell more than 200 million, becoming one of the best-selling movies of the year. On December 2nd, Moneyball, which Lionsgate participated in the investment, was released in North America. It was screened in 2,993 theaters in North America over the 3 days of the weekend, and won 19.6 million rights, ranking second in weekly rights. Recently, with a cost of 50 million, the performance is relatively average. It is not expected to lose money, but it will not sell well. This has a good reputation, and has the opportunity to win the Golden Globe and Oscar awards. It is expected that the transaction will be more than tens of thousands of yuan. Participating in the investment of such movies is also a better publicity for Lionsgate. By December 9th, Lionsgate's year-end flagship movie Silver Linings Playbook was screened in 6 theaters in North America, with a premiere box office of 443 million yuan, and an average single theater box office revenue of 18 million yuan, becoming the best among similar art films. The film also has a very good reputation, with a media review of 8.3 points and a 79% freshness rating on some tomato rotten scores, which is better than The Help. In the second week, the film was screened in 2,449 theaters, with sales of 38.63 million in the first week and cumulative sales of 39.07 million, which is a very impressive sales performance. The media estimates that sales have reached more than 100 million, with a total production cost of 22 million. The film is undoubtedly a big hit, and this movie is the 4th movie produced by Manhattan Beach Pictures. Since last year, Beach Pictures has sold 4 consecutive movies, which has always triggered heated discussions in the film industry, and made Beach Pictures a well-deserved star company in the annual film industry. The big sales of the movie also made Leon Kavanaugh of Relativity Pictures mention on more occasions that Link learned the big data investment theory from him. Harvey Weinstein, the president of Weinstein Pictures, told reporters in a very angry tone that the film was originally produced exclusively by Weinstein Pictures, and that Link used a fraudulent method to get half of the investment contribution from him. He didn't want to cooperate with Link at all. Someone asked Harvey why the distributor of this film was Lionsgate instead of Weinstein Pictures. Harvey's face turned red, and he answered in an even more angry tone that this was also a scam, and that Link was a very cunning scammer, and not worth cooperating with. After this incident was reported, a reporter interviewed Catherine and asked her what she thought of Harvey's answer. Harvey said that Link obtained the donations for the film investment by fraudulent means. Is this accusation true? Catherine immediately denied that David Russell, the director and screenwriter of Silver Linings Playbook, had worked with Lin on The Fighter in 2009. They were ready to work together again, but Link didn't have time, so he chose to invest in this film project, and recommended that Beach Films hire actress Jennifer Lawrence to play the leading role. In terms of time, Beach Films participated in this film earlier than Weinstein Films. Catherine also said that Palestine Beach Films reserves the right to sue its enemies for Harvey Weinstein's defamation, slander and asked Harvey to pay attention to his speeches in public. After this interview was publicized by The Hollywood Reporter, it caused a lot of discussion in the circle. This is the conflict between Link and Harvey Weinstein that broke out again. It is considered a war between the new king and the old king in the field of independent films. Judging from the box office results of this year's movies, Lionsgate and Manhattan Beach Films and Link are better, but in terms of power and connections, Harvey has too many advantages over Link. Who will win in the end depends on the sales in the next few years. The second is about Harvey's public accusation that Link used improper means to obtain the investment donation and distribution rights of Silver Linings Playbook. Most people believe that Catherine. First of all, Link and director David Russell have indeed worked together before, and there is a basis for cooperation again. In addition, if there was no investment from Link, Jennifer Lawrence would not have played the leading role in the movie, produced by Weinstein Films. Russell also clearly expressed Catherine's statement in an interview. In addition, when Harvey accused Link of fraud, he only accused him verbally, but could not provide any evidence. His emotions were very narrow, which made his accusation narrow and less credible. At the end of the discussion, everyone concluded that Harvey was jealous of the continuous success of the movies invested by Link, so he used words to attack him for fraud. Nonsense. Silver Linings was originally mine. It was Link who used the materials to blackmail me and snatched half of my investment share from me. It wasn't me now. These damn guys don't know anything and just guess. They are a bunch of damn guys, just like Link. Harvey was so angry about the discussion in the newspaper that his neck and belly bulged up like an angry frog. Harvey, this matter has passed. Let's not talk about it anymore. Silver Linings is now a hot movie. It's not good for the promotion of the movie to spread these negative news at this time. Bob advised. Just make up for the past? Harvey looked at Bob angrily, puffing up his short and thick neck and shouting, "Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know what Link did to us? If it weren't for Link's lies to blackmail us, this movie would be produced by us alone, and all the property rights would be ours, and the more than 100 million property rights would also be all ours. But now because Link used despicable means to rob half of our transaction volume, which is equivalent to tens of millions, and including the global transaction volume, it may be more than 200 million. Link used despicable means to rob half of our transaction volume, which is a 100 million elephant. You say it's a reappearance of the past? The North American box office of this movie is expected to exceed 100 million, and the overseas box office is only released in the UK, France, Australia and other countries. Although the box office is not much at present, the attendance rate is very good and the reputation is also very good. The media predicts that the overseas transaction may also exceed 100 million. According to this calculation, Weinstein Films, as the producer and distributor, will have the opportunity to enjoy a share of the profits alone. Because of Link's strong intervention, more than half of the profits were swallowed up by Link's men, which was equivalent to the company. The profit just now was as high as 70 or 80 million. When Harvey thought about his 70 to 80 million being taken away by his rival Link, his eyes turned red, and his hatred for Link reached the extreme. If there was a gun and Link happened to be in front of him, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. But if we don't let it go, what else can we do? Do you have any good way to deal with Manhattan Link? Bob asked with his hands spread out. Harvey couldn't help but calm down when he heard this question. He started from the beginning and kept calming down. Manhattan Link was feasible, belittling his movies, hyping up his negative news, and seducing him with female stars, but there was no result at all. Link was still the #1 idol in the entertainment industry, a world-class superstar, worth 3 or 4 billion. What method should one person use? Harvey didn't think there was any way to bring Link down, which made him even more crazy. Harvey, don't have conflicts with Link anymore. Link is doing well in movies. We can cooperate with him and make a lot of money together. Isn't it good? Bob persuaded. Harvey suddenly looked at Bob with angry eyes and cursed. That bastard extorted hundreds of millions from us on the project of Silver Linings Playbook, and you say let it go? Tell me, you haven't been bribed by Link, so why are you always speaking for him? Harvey, I'm considering Weinstein Company, not speaking for Link. Also, on the project of Silver Linings Playbook, our plan is to trick him in the public relations for the Oscars. I heard that the public relations department of Lionsgate is actively working for this movie. If you want to target Link, you can suppress him on this matter and make his efforts in vain. Bob said. Harvey's eyes lit up when he heard Bob say Oscar. He was so angry these days that he almost forgot his previous plan. As long as he did something when Lionsgate was doing Oscar public relations, Link and Lionsgate would have to waste money, and he could vent some of his anger. Seeing Harvey's expression, Bob guessed his idea and said quickly, Harvey, Silver Linings Playbook also has our investment. If the movie gets an Oscar nomination or award, we will have rights and interests, and we will be able to make more money in the future. What I mean is that you can target other movies launched by Palm Beach and Lionsgate, such as The Lincoln Lawyer, The Help, Bridesmaids, Moneyball, Mr. Tree, and Midnight in Paris starring Link. Lynn's Silver Linings Playbook will have the least impact on us. Haha, don't worry, he won't get an Oscar with me here. Harvey laughed. Bob nodded. With the help of Harvey's connections and influence, it should not be difficult to do this. Chapter 480 Oscar Public Relations. Blue sky, sea, golden beach, Hawaiian forest swaying in the sea breeze, lush trees, a white yacht quietly floating on the sea. The sea water is very clear. Standing on the deck you can see the fish and reefs at the bottom of the water. Link came under the awning with 2 glasses of sparkling wine and handed one to Evika, who was reading a magazine. Evika was wearing a white bikini, leaning on the bench. Her skin was white and smooth, and she didn't want to cross her long legs. She was more than 4 months pregnant, and her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. When she was sitting, her lower abdomen was honey. Is there any interesting news? Link looked at her. Yes, several of the movies we used for Oscar public relations have been attacked. The Lincoln Lawyer, Bridesmaids, Mr. Tree, etc., and Midnight in Paris. Someone broke the news that our Lionsgate films used a lot of money and connections for Oscar public relations, and said that we are bound to win important awards such as Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actress next year. Obviously, someone is mocking us. Evika shrugged and said, well, let them say whatever they want. This year's Oscars selection began on December 1st, with the submission of the official list of cast and crew, and on the 26th. Also, on the 27th, the voting Oscar jury began to vote for all the actors in the selection, with 5 male and female actors and 5 supporting actors, and on January 13th. During this period, the Oscars public relations are active. Public relations companies will promote their own clients on the one hand, and attack those more competitive opponents through the media on the other hand. The more likely the actor to win, the more attention he will get during this period. For example, Jane Dujardin, the best actor in The Artist, George Clooney, the actor in Descendants, Brad Pitt, the actor in Moneyball, Meryl Streep, the actress in The Iron Lady, Rooney Mara in The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Michelle Williams, the actress in A Week with Marilyn, and Glenn Close, the actress in Androgyny, as well as actresses in several movies such as Bridesmaids, The Help and Silver Linings Playbook, Emma Stone, Jennifer Lawrence, Melissa McCarthy, Viola Davis, Jessica Chastain, etc. They are all popular choices for the next Academy Awards Acting Awards, and are considered to have the opportunity to be nominated for the Oscars for Best Actress and Supporting Actor. Along with these people, Link is also very popular at this stage. Many media are discussing the probability of him winning the Best Actor award for his performance in Midnight in Paris. At the end of the analysis, the media believes that, even if the Academy of Oscars gives the little golden mantle Leonardo, it will not be given to him, saying that he is the least likely to win an Oscar among all actors at this stage. First of all, he is too young, too handsome, too rich, and he is also the boss of Lionsgate. The Academy of Oscars will not give the award to such a person. There are also too many of him, boxers, singers, entrepreneurs. The Academy of Oscars is a film award that focuses on professionalism. In this regard, Link is obviously lacking. In this regard, he can learn from singers such as Madonna and Jennifer Lopez. Link didn't care about these comments and asked the PR company to continue the promotion. He didn't ask for the Oscar for Best Actor, but just wanted to join in the fun. When a good PR company was promoting Link, it openly claimed that Link was the ceiling of the boxing world, the ceiling of the music world, and the youngest and best entrepreneur. He himself had an immeasurable impact on the film, television, and music industries. He could be called the best entrepreneur and the best young man born in the 1980s and 1990s. So why don't the best companies set up stereotypes and give him the Oscar for Best Actor to make him better? To become the representative of the new generation of young people and the idol of all young people. Let all young people learn from him. He has the strength to win the Oscar for Best Actor in Midnight in Paris. This image is far-fetched, but it has also won the support of some critics, who believe that it is very meaningful to let Link become an Oscar winner. These publicity and hype have also made Link a popular public figure in the entertainment industry recently. Compared with the Best Actor award, the competition for the Best Actress award is more intense. Meryl Streep, Rooney Mara, Jennifer Lawrence, and Emma Stone are all Americans with relatively high voices. In order to help Meryl Streep win the Best Actress award, Harvey quoted the famous critic Selma Adams in his public relations report, saying that Meryl Streep is 29 years old since she last won the Oscar, and her performance in The Iron Lady deserves her to win again. When promoting, Lionsgate believes that the future development of the film industry depends mainly on the younger generation. The Oscars are the most valuable awards in the film industry. When selecting, we should focus on discovering newcomers and invest more opportunities in the younger generation of actors. Meryl Streep has won 1 Best Actress, 1 Best Supporting Actress, 14 Best Supporting Actress nominations, and 3 Best Supporting Actress nominations. Her performance in The Iron Lady deserves more Oscar Lifetime Achievement Award. There are also media reports that Meryl Streep's The Bridges of Madison County, released in 1996, caused many families to break up, and the children born in the 1980s and 1990s lost their parents. She should not follow the actors born in the 1980s and 1990s to compete for the Oscars and make them lose their honor. After these reports were released, they caused a heated discussion on the internet. More people began to pay attention to the Oscar selection and discussed who had a better chance of winning the second Best Actress award. This discussion also increased the exposure of the actors. Dear, who do you think has a better chance of winning the Best Actress award? Evoca asked. It's uncertain about the male lead. As for the female lead, Meryl obviously has a better chance. And Harvey is really good at award public relations. Link said while swiping the tablet. Is it possible that you will not be the Oscar winner next year? Evoca smiled. Link smiled softly, holding her shoulders, and said, it's difficult. I'm too young, too rich, and too easy to make people jealous. Besides, I'm Captain America, famous, and well paid. It's strange that those old guys are willing to vote for me. Dear, don't be angry. In my heart, you will always be the best actor. Evoca said. Link laughed, held her face, and lowered his head to kiss her rosy lips. Ding ling ling. Before he could make the next move, the phone on the desk rang. Link picked up the phone, and the crisp voice of the little round face came from the microphone. Link, we are here. Where are you two? Didn't you say you would come the day after tomorrow? Link asked. Can't I come over to play earlier? Okay. Eva and I are on the sea, and we'll be back soon. Link smiled softly, hung up the phone, started the villa vacation, and returned to the island. Chapter 481, The End in the Beginning. On Christmas Eve, Link and Evoca held an engagement ceremony on a private island in Hawaii. Invited relatives and friends to attend, including the old Thompson family, Catherine's family, Ms. Mandy's family, and Link's engagement is not as good as marriage, but he and Evoca are both people of status, and the scale of many ceremonies is more luxurious and lively than large-scale party weddings. The cost of wine, weddings, etc. exceeded 3 million voices. After the engagement party, Link and Evoca stayed in Hawaii for another week, and returned to Los Angeles at the new year. This time they moved directly into their new home in Santa Monica Mountains, a luxury mansion that combines luxury, classicism, and modernity. About 1.6 buildings have been completed, and the entire mountain is a villa from the top of the mountain to the road at the foot of the mountain. There are 5,600 square meters of lawns and English-style viewing gardens, 1,200 square meters of sports fields, 3 outdoor swimming pools, and 3 villas in front. The main villa is 4 stories high, with 18 bedrooms, 26 separate bathrooms, a 50-seat private theater, a center, a library, a wine cellar, a piano room, 2 servant buildings, etc. The villa also has the most advanced intelligent management system. The villa was purchased for only 48 million, but the renovation and decoration cost 25 million, making this property a real top luxury house. After the new year, Link and Evoca began to get busy. Link's main works include participating in the Golden Globe Awards, Grammy Awards, Berlin Film Festival, Academy Awards and other award ceremonies. Scheduled for March 3rd in Tokyo, he needs to strengthen training before the game. In May and June, he will also participate in 2 boxing championship challenges and communicate with WBO boxing champion Nathan Cleverly in the game. Evoca's work is mainly to Link Music and Lionsgate. At the end of last year, Wiz Khalifa released her second album, and at the beginning of the year, Lana Del Rey and Mars are preparing to release their third albums, and Ariana Grande and Charlie Puth are preparing to release their first official albums. These are all comparisons. Lionsgate Films, The Hunger Games, Invasion, The Cabin in the Woods, Safe for Now, Pregnancy Guide, Witness Protection Program, and other films have been completed and entered the screening period. In addition, by last month, the sales of several films released by Lionsgate Films in the second half of last year were also released one after another. The best performing The Help had sales of 169 million in North America, 46.93 million overseas, and a total sales of 216 million. According to the annual holding ranking in North America, The Help ranked 11th in the year. The annual sales champion in North America in 2011 was Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, with 380 million and 1.34 billion in global sales, which was also the first in the global sales list. The second place was Transformers 3: Dark of the Moon, with 350 million in North America and 1.12 billion worldwide. The third place was Twilight 4, with 281 million in North America and 705 million worldwide. The fourth place was The Hangover 2, with 254 million in North America and 580 million worldwide. The fifth place is Captain America, with 252 million in North America and 510 million worldwide. The Help has 169 million in North America and 216 million worldwide, ranking 18th worldwide. Bridesmaids has 142 million in North America and 360 million worldwide, ranking 12th worldwide. Silver Linings Playbook has 138 million in North America and 240 million worldwide, ranking 16th. In 2011, North American cinemas had a total revenue of $10.2 billion, a decrease of 3.5% compared with $10.6 billion in 2010. The main reason is the lack of phenomenal movies such as Avatar and Alice in Wonderland. In terms of film distribution companies, Paramount Pictures ranked first in the industry with $1.94 billion, contributing 19.2% of the total market. Warner Bros. Ranked second with $1.68 billion, and Sony Columbia Pictures ranked third. The film industry released a total of 12 movies in 2011, with a total sales of 580 million in the 7th place, and a total of 960 million for 20th Century Fox. The 8th place is Summit Entertainment, with 409 million, mainly from movies such as Twilight 4, Source Code, and My Cancer Fighter. The 9th place is Weinstein Films, which released 15 movies in 2011, with a total of 290 million. The 10th place is Relativity, which released 7 movies, with a total of 220 million. After the acquisition data came out, Lionsgate's market value rose, and its market value soared from 680 million in April to 1.4 billion, including the value of Lionsgate itself, and 11.37% of Netflix's shares. It has become the recognized 7th largest film company in Hollywood. Manhattan Pictures is also valued at about $120 million by Wall Street because of its Dark Horse movies, good production capabilities, and some film copyrights in hand. The bank loan amount is also due to the good development of the company. In early 2012, Link's net worth successfully exceeded $4 billion abnormally. The top 300 of the Forbes American Rich list, the specific ranking, will have to wait until the new Forbes ranking list is released in March and April before it can be shared. Ivanka's net worth has also exceeded $300 million due to the growth of Link Music and Spotify's market value, as well as Lionsgate's dividends. In addition, Ms. Catherine and Ms. Mandy also rely on Palm Beach Pictures, and Palm Beach Pictures shares in Link's fourth album to reconstruct about $180 million, and Manhattan Beach Pictures and Manhattan Bay have a total annual dividend of $120 million. After encrypting all loans, Link Music's annual dividend is about 40 million square meters. Dynasty Promotions' annual dividend is about 30 million square meters. And Golden Shell Investment has launched stock dividends including Nvidia, Tesla, Spotify, Amazon, Netflix, Wanda Cinema Line, etc., with a stock dividend of about 160 million. There are also downstream advertising, film remuneration and boxing follow-up income of about 160 million, among which Nike, CK, Dyer's endorsement fees have increased. Relying solely on the year-end dividends and subsequent income, he has about 700 million yuan in funds, Rocket's 200 million personal loans, and Silicon Valley's remaining 350 million. While Nvidia's valuation was still around 9 billion, he transferred the investment money to the account of Jinbeek Asset Management Company and bought about 3.4% of Nvidia shares, including the 5.3% of the first purchase and the 0.9% of the subsequent purchase. Jinbeek Investment subsequently held a total of 9.6% of Nvidia shares. In terms of company finances, Link Music's several albums released last year sold well, with an annual profit of 220 million. Including the 50 million dividends from SB Project Entertainment, Link Music brand headphones, t-shirts and other peripheral income, the annual total income is close to 300 million. After the 150 million debt of cryptocurrency, Link and Ivanka, Scooter, Greem, and emerging singers all received dividends of more than 10 million. After Lionsgate bought Netflix shares, its equity reached 330 million. Last year, it made a profit of about 150 million in film and television distribution, and 68 million in film and television copyrights. After the 100 million foreign debt of Elephant, 120 million was left as funds for the first quarter project. At present, the debt of Lionsgate has also dropped to 230 million, which is normal compared to the market value of nearly 1.4 billion. By January, The Flowers of War was screened in 8 theaters in North America, earning $317,000 box office in the first week, with an average daily box office of $5,800 per theater and an attendance rate of 62%, just above the average level. It is a movie that can expand the scale of projection or end projection. After Link and Ivanka discussed, The Flowers of War was screened in 244 theaters in the week and accumulated $1.54 million in the second week, which was slightly higher than the second $1.2 million. The reputation of the film in the North American market is not better than Snowflower and The Secret Fan. The main selling point is still Link, the male lead. Many fans went to the cinema to support Link's poster, but afterwards, fans left messages online asking Link not to take on such foreign movies that he couldn't understand in the future, which seemed so brain-wrenching. The media also ridiculed Link for not being able to establish rationality. I also believe that the movies invested by Palm Beach Pictures are so popular, it is the credit of Catherine and the newly listed producers, and it has nothing to do with Link. If he had provoked the building, Palm Beach Pictures would have gone bankrupt long ago. Link also ignores this kind of news. His purpose of investing in movies is to make money, and he doesn't want to be a movie investment master. On January 16th, the 69th American Film and Television Awards was held at the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills. The Golden Globe Awards were proposed. Lionsgate and Cambodia Beach Pictures launched a total of 5 movies nominated. The Help has 5 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Original Song in the Drama category, of which Best Supporting Actress received 2 nominations. Moneyball was nominated for 4 nominations, and the drama Silver Linings Playbook was nominated for 4 nominations: Best Comedy Picture, Best Actress in a Comedy category, Best Actor, and Best Screenplay. Bridesmaids was nominated for Best Comedy Film and Best Supporting Actress in a Comedy category. The Flowers of War was nominated for Best Foreign Language Film. Midnight in Paris, which is related to Link, received 4 nominations, including Best Director, Best Actor in a Drama Series, Best Screenplay, and Best Music. Link was also nominated for the Golden Globe Award for Best Film for the first time with this film. On the night of the Golden Globe Awards, Link took Eva Cab with him. In the end, The Help won the Best Supporting Actress award, and the winner was Octavia Spencer, a black supporting actress, who also starred in Manhattan Bay. Jennifer Lawrence won the Best Actress in a Comedy award for her wonderful performance in Silver Linings Playbook. The winner of the Best Actress in a Drama Series was Meryl Streep. Midnight in Paris won the Best Screenplay award, and the Best Actor in a Drama Series award was won by George Clooney, the male lead of The Descendants. Moneyball and Bridesmaids were runners-up, and the Best Foreign Language Film was won by the Iranian film A Separation. The biggest winner of the Golden Globe Awards that night was undoubtedly the black and white silent film The Artist, released by Weinstein Pictures, which received 6 nominations, including Best Musical/Comedy Film, Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy, and Best Original Score. Harvey was also thanked twice that night, which made Harvey very happy. When they met in the evening, Harvey snorted at Link, with a big belly and a smug posture. By the way, he ignored him. This year, the films released by Lionsgate received 16 nominations, including 2 awards, which was slightly worse than Weinstein Pictures, but more than the nominations received by the 6 major studios. This is obviously an improvement, and there is no need to panic about failure. Compared with the Oscars, the Golden Globe Awards for film and television are less valuable and have less influence on the box office of movies. The Public Relations Department does very little work on this award. The Oscars at the end of February have become a key project. Winning one more award means hundreds of thousands or even millions of leading actors in the movie, and 6 movies means tens of millions of real money. With this in mind, Link felt it necessary to talk to the Weinstein brothers about the Oscar-winning plan for Silver Linings Playbook, which was something the 2 sides had agreed on before the film was released, and for which he paid an extra 3 million words. Chapter 482, Olympic Games. Hey, Bob. Link saw Bob Weinstein in the crowd, and took the initiative to greet him. Bob was wearing a grey suit and a red tie, and was talking with Jane Dujardin, the leading actor of The Artist, with a bulging belly. Jane Dujardin is a French actor and the best actor in musical/comedy tonight. Haha, Link, you guys at Beach Films did really well this year. 5 movies got more than 10 nominations. That's amazing. Bob laughed when he saw him. Thank you, you guys are also very good, Jane. Congratulations on winning the Best Actor award. Link smiled lightly, congratulated Bob and Dujardin, and told Bob about the plan for Silver Linings playing to win an Oscar. Now Lionsgate is trying to get more nominations in public relations related awards. Weinstein Films is the producer of Silver Linings Playing, and initially promised to help with the Oscar impact. Now it needs to take some practical actions. When he heard him raise his eyebrows, Bob's face changed. This year, Weinstein Pictures launched 2 movies to compete for the Best Actress Oscar. Meryl Streep in The Iron Lady and Michelle Williams, the heroine of My Week with Marilyn. With limited resources, they would not use them to help Jennifer Lawrence compete for the Best Actress Oscar. If they really did so, it would be like hitting their cervical spine with their left hand, and it would hurt themselves. In comparison, Weinstein Pictures would rather let Meryl or Michelle win the award, and there would be more. When Bob told Link, he naturally would not refuse directly. He told Link that Weinstein Pictures was also the producer of Silver Linings Playbook, and helping the movie win the Oscar was also helping the company make money, but this was a good thing for everyone. So during this period, they participated in the Oscars for Silver Linings Playbook, and ensured that the film received multiple nominations. Illustration: even if Link didn't say it, he and Jennifer Lawrence were nominated for Best Actress. Yes, just nominated. One is to promote Silver Linings Playbook through the Oscar platform and get more transactions. Second, Harvey hopes to defeat Link at the Oscars ceremony and see Link's defeated expression with his own eyes, which will make it more satisfying to win. Bob didn't agree with Harvey's plan, but when Harvey came to Link, Link had been angry for a year last year, and the effect of several times made him vent his anger at the beginning of the year, which was also more conducive to the work to be carried out this year. That's not bad. Link glanced at Bob fiercely, and he could also see the evolutionary look on his face, but it was not intentional. He came to the other party to raise his eyebrows and do things according to the original agreement. Then he said that Lionsgate was not very good at public relations for the Oscars, and Weinstein Films was a master in this area. He hoped that Bob could arrange some staff to join the Lionsgate public relations team. The two sides worked together and would definitely get more Oscar statuettes. Bob argued and agreed. Link no longer disturbed Bob, holding the scene of the champagne glass, and turned to leave. Bob glanced at his back and immediately found Harvey to talk about it. Harvey smiled coldly and said that he was overestimating his own abilities. He asked Bob to find 2 people for Link, and it would be best if Link could spend more money. Shortly after the Golden Globe Awards for Film and Television, the 84th Academy Awards released by Lionsgate received 18 nominations. The Help received 6 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, Best Original Song, and Best Costume Design. Moneyball received 5 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Sound Effects, and Best Editing. Silver Linings Playbook received 4 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actress, and Best Original Screenplay. Mr. Tree won the Best Foreign Language Film. Bridesmaids received 2 nominations, including Best Supporting Actress and Best Original Screenplay. Midnight in Paris, in which Link participated, received 4 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Supporting Actress. The film with the most nominations this time was Hugo, directed by Martin Scorsese, with 12 nominations, including Best Picture and Best Actor. The Artist, released by Weinstein Pictures, received 9 nominations in the second row. Link still failed to get an acting nomination, but 6 of the films produced by Beach and Lionsgate were nominated for the Oscars, which also shows that the quality of the films produced by this company is good and has been recognized by the Oscar judges. The Hollywood Reporter said that, although Link failed to be nominated for any award, he participated in the Oscars in another way. The report claimed that Link might be another person who would be thanked many times at the Oscars after director Spielberg, Harvey Weinstein, and God. After the announcement of the shortlist, the Oscars entered the second round of voting. The Academy of Oscars selected more than 6,000 jurors from various trade unions to start voting. Who will get the little golden man in the end? The operation during this period is very critical. For this reason, the second Hollywood company began to carry out various public relations activities. The main way is to promote the film, use various methods to increase the exposure of the film, let more judges see the film, such as participating in film festivals, advertising in major theaters, and advertising in newspapers and magazines. In addition, there are unspoken rules, including sending private emails, holding grand screenings, giving away holiday cards, giving away some movie soundtracks, holding celebrity parties, etc. According to statistics, independent production companies spend about $300,000 on public relations for each movie, and the 6 major studios spend more than $1 or $2 million. This investment is a gamble. If you bet right, the movie wins, you get profits, and earn back all the investment. If you fail, all the investment will go down the drain. Lionsgate has launched 6 movies that are shortlisted, and it needs to invest more publicity funds. This is also a happy trouble for Link. The public relations department suggested that he make a total choice, give up the movie projects with a low probability of winning the award, and concentrate funds on public relations projects with advantages. For example, Mr. Tree has been nominated for the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film. We defeated a separation and won the award. The award is very large. There are also Moneyball and Bridesmaids, which do not have much advantage compared with other movies. It is recommended to reduce public relations costs. Link thought about it and agreed. Link, Weinstein Films is playing the emotional card, saying that Meryl hasn't won an Oscar for 29 years, and it's time for her to win it again. I feel that many jury members voted for Meryl, and Jennifer has a lot of weight in winning the Best Actress award. In the office, Ms. Mandy said as she flipped through the newspaper. I saw it too. Link nodded. Jennifer Lawrence is not very lucky this year. Compared with the Iron Lady, the film Silver Linings Playbook she starred in does not have much advantage in film quality. Secondly, her opponent Meryl Streep is an old actor, and she performed well in this film. The public relations team has to be separate. There have been many scandals between him and Jennifer in the media recently. Some media brought up the old story again, saying that in order to support Jennifer, he spent $800 million to buy Lionsgate last year, and this year he is going to spend tens of millions to help Jennifer win the Oscar for Best Actress. Lionsgate's help in promoting the Oscar for Jennifer is described as a game of picking up girls. This move is very vicious, and it will affect the judges' perception of Jennifer and make them vote for someone else. For this reason, Link had to increase publicity efforts and focus on promoting positive news about himself and Jennifer, such as charity and environmental protection. This is also Leonardo's usual move when he is competing for awards. The news involving arranging people to expose Harvey's Subaru order is all old news in the past. And publish photos of Harvey and Meryl talking intimately in the newspaper. Whether everyone believes it or not, let's muddy the water first. Chapter 483 Confrontation. Damn it, he's a playboy, and he has the nerve to say that I mess around with women? Seeing the reports in Harvey's newspapers, he was so angry that his face turned black, and his neck and stomach both bulged. These reports were old news. The content was his past harassment or violation of labor, as well as cases of reconciliation between the two parties. There were 5 cases since the 1990s. Although these news can't be said to be good, they are very delicious, especially at this critical moment. It is easy for the jury to have a negative impact on him, which will cause a lot of his public relations work to be ineffective. Bob said, crossing his legs and looking at the newspaper. Harvey snorted coldly, his expression uncertain. Harvey, take another look at this. Bob pointed to another report and sighed helplessly. What is this? Harvey took it and looked at it. It was the headline of the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times. The title was The Crown of the Oscars, and the content was about the influence of British films on the Oscars. Since the 1980s, more than 50 British films have won heavyweight awards such as Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actress at the Oscars. This proportion is mainly due to films from other countries, and even not much more than American films. There are many high-quality American films in the United States. As long as they encounter British-themed films, they will be defeated. For example, Shakespeare in Love in 1996 defeated the classic film Saving Private Ryan to win the Best Picture, and also produced a controversial Oscar-winning actress. The English Patient in 1997 defeated the popular American film Fargo, and won the Best Picture. And last year's The King's Speech, with its old-fashioned story, successfully defeated the popular new film The Social Network, and won the Best Picture. Looking back at the past, it is not difficult to find a pattern. Seattle's new countless revolutionary American films. The Oscar jury appreciates traditional and conservative British films more, but the British background, the film about British celebrities, is easily favored by the Oscar judges. From this point of view, The Iron Lady, which is based on the former British Prime Minister Thatcher, is definitely the biggest winner, because it is British, tells the story of British celebrities and events, and is also the story of an old lady. It is a movie tailor-made for Oscar judges. Link wants to kill, but he thinks that writing such a report can change the judges' minds and make them vote for the help in Silver Linings Playbook. Haha, it's too naive. Harvey read it and threw the newspaper to Bob with concern. It can't be too big. In recent years, many media have criticized the Oscar film critics for being generally older and liking traditional and conservative movies. In this case, the Los Angeles Times reported this report, which is obviously a hint that Oscar judges like to flatter the British and deliberately suppress American local films. This hint can also arouse the emotions of ordinary movie fans and make the judges feel some pressure when voting, so it's better to pay attention. Bob said, spreading his hands. Harvey thought for a while and understood. Link saw that ordinary movie fans had opinions about the Oscars ratings, so he used this report to stir up the emotions of ordinary movie fans and put pressure on the Oscar judges. He chose the wrong target. The Oscar judges are a group of elderly people over 60 years old. They are very persistent and not afraid of discussion. When judging, respecting the judges has little impact on them. Therefore, all the things Link did were in vain. Harvey touched his big belly and smiled coldly. Bob nodded. He believed in Harvey's judgment on matters such as the public relations of the Oscars. That's it. Don't we need to care about it anymore? Bob frowned and asked. No, Link, this bastard has caused so many things. How could he let him go easily and contact the media to continue to hype his scandals with Jennifer Lawrence and other beauties? We want to let the judges know that Link is a lustful and shameless bastard, and all the movies related to him should not win Oscars. Lionsgate's several Oscar-nominated films continue to find people to criticize the shortcomings and problems of these films, including the negative news about the actors. I want to make Link's investment in the film nothing. I want to make Link's investment go down the drain. I must let the owner know that only I, Harvey Weinstein, am the most powerful person in Hollywood, and only the films I launch can win the favor of the Oscars. In this regard, no one can compare with me. Harvey waved his fat hands. His voice became louder and louder, exciting porcupine. Is this good? Lionsgate's public relations ability is also very gorgeous. If we follow them to compete, we will both lose in the end, affecting the film's revenue. This is not worthwhile, Bob said with a lingering look. Link took the opportunity to hype my black material and use that despicable means to Manhattan me. How could I tolerate it? I must see his joke at the Oscar ceremony. Let him know whose territory is here, who is the king of Hollywood movies. Harvey clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Bob couldn't persuade him, so he got up and left the office. After Bob left, Harvey called Kunis and others and asked them to arrange some dirt on Link. Lionsgate and Palm Beach are closely tied, and continuing to expose Link's dirt at this time will inevitably affect the cooperation relationship of several films under Link. It would be best if Lionsgate could get nothing out of the 18 nominations for the 6 films shortlisted. After Harvey and Kunis and others stepped up their criticism of Link, related news became more active, and many news were also controversial. For example, a tabloid claimed that after Link got engaged to Eva Cap, he often went to Nashville to date Taylor, and sometimes met with women such as Jennifer Lawrence and Daddario in private, saying that Link was playing with women's feelings and was an incurable scumbag. Harvey's dirt was also turned up again, including sexual harassment, workplace bullying, and bullying. These news sent out bursts of stench, and the eyes were worse than Link's scandals. The two sides attacked each other through the media, causing a sensation. In addition, other film companies also worked hard on public relations, promoted themselves, and severely belittled their opponents, and various tricks were frequently carried out. For example, Steven Zaillian, the producer of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, sent messages to several familiar judges, asking them not to vote for Hugo. Later, it was exposed that the Oscars announced that Zaillian would be banned from participating in this year's Oscars ceremony. There is also a rumor that Martin Scorsese, the director of Hugo, played cards in a club and lost more than $30,000. It is said that there were several Oscar judges among the people playing cards. Afterwards, it was exposed by the media. Director Scorsese denied that it was just luck. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie recently held a closed-door party and invited many actors who were eligible to vote to participate. The media also believed that they wanted to take the opportunity to pull the British judges and impact the Oscar Best Actor award. The Hollywood Reporter commented that this year's Oscar voting was more competitive than the presidential election, and the tactics used by PR companies were similar to those used in the election, sabotaging each other and causing endless trouble, which was more exciting than the plot of the movie. At the end of January, the 62nd Berlin International Film Festival opened, and the movie Buried starring Link was successfully shortlisted for the main competition unit of the Berlin Film Festival, and was nominated for Best Picture, Best Actor, and Best Nomination. For this reason, Link took time out of his busy schedule to go to Berlin, Germany, to see if he had a chance to win the Best Actor award. Chapter 484 Berlin Film Festival. The Berlin International Film Festival is one of the 3 major international film festivals in the world. Formerly known as the West Berlin International Film Festival, it was founded in 1951. The highest award is a Golden Bear Award. It is similar to the Computing Film Festival, and is also divided into several units, including the main competition, which is held once a year in February and once a week, aiming to strengthen the exchange of film workers from all over the world, and improve the level of film art. During the Berlin Film Festival this year, more than 400 films appeared in Berlin's centralized large theaters. After the jury's selection, 18 films including Buried Alive, Caesar Must Die, Royal Romance History, Sister, Wizards of the Battlefield, and White Deer Plain entered the main competition unit. In addition to White Deer Plain, Huaxia also has Golden Tombs and Dragon Gate Flying Daggers, but they did not participate in the award selection. At the film festival, Link also met director Zhang, as well as the heroine Nini, the director of White Deer Plain Wang Anquin, the heroine Zhang Yuki, the hero Duan Yeheng, and others, as well as the director of Dragon Gate Flying Daggers Zuke and others. Director Zhang was not in a good mood, frowning, and there were more wrinkles on his face. This is mainly because of the box office problem of The Flowers of War. The film cost nearly 600 million yuan, and it was released in China for nearly 2 months, but only earned 720 million yuan. North America is relatively good. The Flowers of War was released on a small scale on January 2nd, and other regions have currently reached 5.47 million. The current status is more than 30 million yuan, but Lionsgate's publicity cost for this film is as high as about 2 million. Lionsgate barely broke even, but it is difficult for the film producer to get back to the original, and the loss is expected to be about 300 million yuan. In order to reduce losses, director Zhang recently took the crew to participate in the film festival screening to expand the influence of the film, but the effect was relatively average. Haha, Link, you are here too. In the theater of the Berlin Film Palace, director Zhang saw him coming, and took his hand and shook it with a very enthusiastic attitude. The two sides worked in the crew for more than a month, drank a few times, and were familiar with each other. On the other hand, when The Flowers of War was screened in North America, the performance was relatively poor, and it might lose money if it continued to be released. But Link insisted on extending the release time, and offered more than 2 million in Spanish for publicity, helping The Flowers of War to be shortlisted for the Golden Globe Award for Best Foreign Language Film. In this respect, Link did a great job. In addition, after the film was released, the domestic media criticized the plot of the film in many places, such as sexual fantasy, facial stereotypes, and forced love, and believed that the film was a fiasco. However, there was a lot of praise for Link, the male lead, and thought that Link played well in the film. Southern Metropolis Daily commented that, although Link is a foreign actor, he can integrate well among Chinese actors during his performance. His behavior, actions, temperament, and even the emotions in his eyes are very down to earth. He, a foreigner, standing among a group of Chinese actors, is not abrupt at all. This is something that many foreign actors find difficult to do in Chinese films. Phoenix.com commented that Link is the most suitable foreign actor to act in Chinese films. Movie fans are also very satisfied with Link's performance in the film and think that he is the best actor in the whole film. For this reason, the media believes that if the male lead of this film is changed, the box office performance will definitely be worse. I feel that I made the right choice by choosing Link, and I was very happy to see him. Director Zhang, how is the film being released in Europe? Link asked, shaking his hand. Normally. Director Zhang pulled the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth, and his smile was really forced. Director Zhang came to Europe, and found that only 5 countries' film producers were willing to take the distribution rights, but the bids were very low. If a movie is to sell, it needs to be released in more countries and regions. But when film producers buy a movie, they first need to see if the movie has room for profit. No one wants to make a loss. No one will insist on releasing such a work like Link, taking the risk, and investing 2 million to promote it. Director Zhang, Lionsgate often has several cooperative distribution companies in Europe. If you need, I can arrange for someone to contact them and see if they are interested in the Flowers of War. Link thought for a while and said. Director Zhang agreed to it after hearing what he said. Lionsgate is a large studio, and it has many pipeline film and television resources to Europe every year. If the distribution company is expected to make money, it needs to have a good relationship with the upstream production company and obtain relatively high quality film sources. In this respect, Lionsgate has a certain influence on these distribution companies in Europe. If Link is willing to help speak, it will be extremely beneficial for the Flowers of War to open up the market. Director Zhang was happy to hear this and asked him when he had time to invite him for a drink. Link smiled lightly and did not refuse. Germany is the home of beer, with more than 5,000 kinds of beer. It is not bad to have some beer with dessert. Hi, Link, see you again. After he finished talking with Director Zhang, the heroine Nini came over and greeted with a smile on her face. Nina's spoken English is good. According to her, her original career ideal was to work in a foreign company after graduating from university and be a white-collar worker. She took the initiative to practice foreign languages during college, and her English level is also one of the reasons why she can become the heroine of the Flowers of War. Nina, you look good today. Do you have any happy things to share? Link looked at the girl and greeted her. Nina's English name is Nini, also called Nina. Nini is wearing a Nordic-style fur dress, a Chinese-style white shawl, her medium-length hair is loose, and she has a more delicate makeup. She is fresh and beautiful, and with a bright smile on her face, she looks even more beautiful. Link and she have been considering it for more than a month in the crew, and they have filmed several kissing scenes and a bed scene. Both parties are familiar with each other, and speak more casually. Nini covered her red lips and smiled. Haha, I'm very happy to see you too. Link smiled and gave the girl a hug. Before they could talk for a few more words, the directors and actors of White Deer Plane and Dragon Gate Flying Daggers came over to say hello, and Director Zhang helped to introduce them. Link also chatted with a few people. White Deer Plane was not released in North America because the subject matter was too biased. Dragon Gate Flying Daggers 3D was released in North America by Weinstein Films, almost the same as the Flowers of War, but Weinstein Films was worried about losing money, so it didn't do much publicity, and the scale of distribution was relatively small. It ended with a sales volume of 870,000 shortly after its release, which was a long way behind the Flowers of War. Their director was also very enthusiastic to see him, and wished him the Best Actor award in Berlin in broken English. Link thanked each other Elizabeth, and when he saw Jamie Jones and Rodrigo Cortez, the director of Buried Alive, coming over, he said hello to Director Zhang and Nini, and left the lobby of the Film Palace. TSK. Link is a multi-billionaire and the boss of Lionsgate, but he doesn't look arrogant at all, and he is very kind when he speaks. After Link left, Zhang Yuki, the heroine of White Deer Plane, looked at his tall and straight back and exclaimed, "No big deal. He is much more thoughtful than the rich men I have seen." Doo Young nodded. Link has always been very kind. When he came to the crew to film last year, he only brought one companion and nothing else. He also eats the same food as us, and he has no airs at all. Nini also looked at Link's figure and said, "This is gentlemanly demeanor, Link, what a good man." Zhang Yuki praised. Don't forget that Link is a playboy. Her husband, director Wang Anquan, reminded. It's so funny that you said that. How many of you men are clean? Do you dare to say that you have never messed around in the crew before? Link is a little fickle, but he is clearly fickle and never hides it. He pretends to be a good man. He is not like some people who look serious on the outside, but are dirty on the inside. Zhang Yuki glanced at him. She was frank and merciless. Ahem. Her words made the men next to her cough a few times. Wang Anquan even pulled her and gestured to indicate that Director Zhang was still there. Haha, Link is indeed a good young man. He is still young, and it is normal for him to be a little fickle. He will take relationships seriously when he gets older. Director Zhang laughed. Director Zhang is right. Everyone quickly agreed. Nini was amused and secretly gave Zhang Yuki a thumbs up. Zhang Yuki did not intentionally swing her ponytail, but suddenly her eyes turned and she pulled Nini to whisper beside her. It was unknown what she was talking about, which made Nini blush and talk repeatedly. Strawberry director Zhang and the others also had hot coffee and talked about movies. It was also related to Link. It was the news that Mr. Tree, released by Lionsgate, was shortlisted for the Best Foreign Language Film Oscar. After this news was spread back to China, it caused a great shock in the circle. Currently, there are 7 Chinese language films shortlisted for the Best Foreign Language Film Oscar, including Judao in 1991, Raise the Red Lantern in 1992, Farewell My Concubine and The Wedding Banquet in 1994, Eat Drink Man Woman in 1995, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in 2001, and Hero in 2003. Mr. Tree is the 8th. The directors of the first 7 films are director Zhang, director Chen Gange, and director Liang, all of whom are great directors. The director of Mr. Tree, Han Ji, is a young director with little fame. The level of this film is not bad, but it only reaches the level of the Oscar. But such a rustic film was made by Lionsgate and entered the Oscars, which is surprising. Mr. Tree was also nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film at the Oscars. Many domestic directors were tempted and prepared to make some artistic films similar to Mr. Tree to try their luck at the Oscars. Lionsgate, the Oscar-winning filmmaker of Mr. Tree, is undoubtedly a good partner. In addition, the boss of Lionsgate is undoubtedly a person worth making friends with. Speaking of Mr. Tree being nominated for the Oscars, Baoki Yang called me 2 days ago and said that he was very worried now and didn't know whether he should go to the United States to attend the Oscars. He asked me for advice. I said that of course I would go if I received the invitation. This good opportunity is not available to others. If I miss it this time, I'm destined to have no chance. Baoki Yang also said that all the guests who attended the Oscars wore suits. He said that he didn't look good in suits and looked very rustic. He didn't know what he was wearing. Now he is very annoyed. Duan Yahan ranked by imitating Wang Baoki Yang's voice. Everyone laughed out loud when they heard it. Thinking of Wang Baoki Yang's going to attend the Oscar party, that expression must be very interesting. Zhang Yuqi and Nini next to them were whispering. Zhang Yuqi asked Nini how her relationship with Link was and if she could help introduce them. Nini said they were just friends. Zhang Yu didn't believe it and asked ambiguously if they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Link is a playboy and Nini is also very beautiful. She also filmed intimate scenes with him, but nothing happened. Nini hurriedly nodded and denied it, saying that she was just very beautiful. Zhang Yuqi saw her expression and felt that she was not lying. What a pity, you know Liu Xiangson. She almost died in the past 2 years. Since last year, relying on Link's relationship, she has eaten up a lot of film and television resources and left several other actresses in her boyfriend's place. And do you know boss Yang Damin? Link is also the investor behind Dolphin Bay Entertainment. How popular is boss Yang now? Nini, I miss you and will never let go of Link's big thick leg. Zhang Yuqi said frankly. Nini blinked and said with a red face, Link and I didn't do that. How can hugging his thick legs have anything to do with it? If it doesn't matter, just let it happen. Do you need me to teach you about this? Zhang Yuqi suddenly looked at her and suddenly don't tell me you are still a simple college student. Nini said repeatedly, I heard that foreigners have different aesthetics. In Link's eyes, I won't be ugly and unattractive. He didn't tease me on the crew. No, compared with Liu Xiangson, Yang Daming, and Shu Chang, you are taller and sexier than them, and you are also very beautiful. Why don't you try it? How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Zhang Yuqi encouraged. Nini glanced at Link who was talking not far away and shook her head with a blush. When filming in the crew, she could feel that Link was interested in her, and Link also responded when filming the intimate scenes. She knew why, but Link did not take the initiative to ask her out after the filming. She was not sure whether Link had any feelings for her. After hearing what Zhang Yuqi said, Nini thought more. After filming The Flowers of War, she became a popular movie star and was ready to continue to develop in the film and television industry. Link was a billionaire, the boss of Lionsgate, and a major shareholder of Wanda Pictures. If she made friends with him, it would be of great benefit to her development in the circle in the future. In addition, Link was a world superstar and very handsome. He was the male god in the minds of countless girls, and she was the same. When she heard that she could film with Link, she was often so excited that she couldn't sleep. If she could be with him, it would definitely be a wonderful thing. But will Link like me? Nini looked at Link again, struggling for a while, but still couldn't make up her mind. Chapter 485 Best Actor. Hi, Link. At the Berlin Film Palace, Link was talking to Jamie Jones about the film festival. At this time, Jake Gyllenhaal came over, wearing a fluffy suit and big leather boots, which matched Link's outfit. Jake Gyllenhaal is a famous American actor, with representative works such as Brokeback Mountain, Donnie Darko, The Day After Tomorrow, Love and Other Drugs, etc. Last year, he starred in Source Code, which had good box office and word of mouth. He is a first-line actor in the entertainment circle. His uncle is Anderson Gyllenhaal of The Herald, who is also an old acquaintance of Link. In addition, Jake Gyllenhaal is one of the 8 members of the pre-Berlin Film Festival jury. How is it? Link shook hands with the other party. It went well, Link, your performance in Buried was great, and all of us judges were conquered by your performance. Jake Gyllenhaal smiled. Really? Link glanced at him and smiled. Hearing you say that, I hope I can prepare my acceptance speech in advance. Haha, yes, I suggest you do this. Jack Gyllenhaal squinted and smiled, talking about the latter, and turned to the coffee shop next to him. Is he kidding? Boss, it shouldn't be. The 3 major film festivals have a tradition that the jury will notify the winners before the awards ceremony, and they are required to prepare in advance so that they can attend the awards ceremony. Jake Gyllenhaal is the only American on the jury, so it is correct for him to notify you. Link raised his eyebrows. You mean I'm the best actor this year? Yes, boss. Congratulations on becoming the best actor at the Berlin Film Festival. Jamie Jones smiled. Link, your performance in Buried is very good. I think you are very suitable for this award. Director Rodrigo Cortés also smiled and congratulated him. Link waved his hands, thinking that he shouldn't be too happy too soon. Maybe Jake Gyllenhaal was joking. However, in order to avoid accidents, he still prepared a speech in advance. On the afternoon of the 26th, the 62nd Berlin International Film Festival award ceremony was held in the Berlin Film Palace next to Potsdamer Platz. All the films and crews shortlisted for the main competition unit were invited to participate. Link also changed into thick and warm clothes and came to the awards ceremony. The scene was very lively, with more than 5,000 seats, and they were full. He and director Rodrigo Cortés were in the front row, and next to them sat the crew of Royal Affair and the crew of Caesar Must Die, and right in front sat the crew of White Deer Plane. After he arrived, the filmmakers around him came over to say hello. Link responded to 1 or 2 questions before sitting down to wait for the awards. The Berlin Film Festival Best Award ceremony awarded a total of 15 awards, including the Golden Bear for Film, the Silver Bear for Jury, the Silver Bear for Best Director, the Silver Bear for Best Screenplay, the Silver Bear for Best Actor and Actress, etc. The first award was the Lifetime Achievement Award, which was presented to the famous American actress Meryl Streep in recognition of her contribution to the film industry. In addition, her The Iron Lady also appeared at the film festival. After the award, the Alfred Award, the Golden Bear for Short Film, the Silver Bear for Best Short Film, the Special Honor Award for Best Short Film, and the Special Honor Award for Children's Jury were presented. Several major awards were then presented. Among them, the Silver Bear for Best Screenplay was won by the screenwriter of the Danish/Czech/German film Royal Affair. The Best Actress award was won by Rachel Mavison, the heroine of the Canadian film Wizards of War, and Zhang Yuqi, the heroine of White Deer Plane, was also nominated for the award, but failed to win. The third best award was given to the Photography Award, which was won by Lutz, the photographer of White Deer Plane. The fourth award was for Best Actor, with 5 nominees in total, including Link for Buried, Salvatore Striano for Caesar Must Die, Mads Mikkelsen for A Royal Affair, Attila Regid for Just the Wind, and Ronald Zellfeld for Barbara, who won the Best Actor award at the 62nd Berlin Film Festival. German actress Diane Kruger gestured and handed over to her companion Lea Sedaux, whose Farewell, My Queen, starring in the film, was the opening film of this year's Berlin Film Festival. Lea Sedaux's Children of the Mountain was also shortlisted for the main competition unit. Buried, Mr. Link back. Lea Sedaux looked at Link in the audience and smiled. Wow. Before Link could make any surprised expression, there were bursts of exclamations all around, and several actors from the surrounding crew congratulated him. Wow. There was a warm applause from the audience, and the main clips of Buried Alive began to be projected on the big screen on the scene. Link was lying in a dim wooden box, wearing a tattered sports shirt, holding a lighter in his hand, trying to make a phone call. His expression changed from excitement to loss to despair. Link fully displayed his inner emotions with simple facial expressions, which was very contagious. Link is really amazing. No matter what he does it well. A man like him is a real good man. Zhang Yu clapped his hands, looked at Link and praised. Yes, he did a good job in picking up the girl key too. Wang Angquan said sourly. In the aisle, Link shook hands with a group of people who congratulated him, strode onto the podium, hugged and interacted with Diane Kruger and Lea Sedaux, and got along well. Lea Sedaux had worked with him in Midnight in Paris, and asked him to buy her a drink when they hugged. Link smiled and agreed, took a silver bear trophy from Diane Kruger, walked to the microphone to give his acceptance speech, took a sip and smiled. Thank you. I'm very happy. Thank you Berlin Film Festival and the jury members for letting me win this heavy trophy. In the past few years, I have won many awards in sports, music, and acting, but none of them surprised me as much as the Silver Bear Award. It is one of the most meaningful awards I have ever won. I want to share this award with director Rodrigo Cortés, whose guidance gave me more power to perform in the box. I also want to thank my wife Eva and my children, as well as the lovely fans. Thank you for your continued support. I love you. Link shouted, holding up the Silver Bear Award. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause from the audience. The applause gradually subsided from the time Link finished his acceptance speech to the time he walked off the stage. More than 2 minutes later. Mr. Baker, congratulations on winning the award. After he stepped down, the actors around him congratulated him again, including Zhang Yuqi, Isabelle Huppert, Angelina Jolie, Uma Thurman, Robert Pattinson, Keanu Reeves, Michael Fassbender, Antonio Banderas and others. Link responded Elizabeth. After the Best Actor, the remaining awards continued. In the end, the film Caesar Must Die won the Italian Golden Bear Award for Best Film, the Hungarian/French film When Bleak won the Jury Silver Bear Award, and the German film Barbara won the Silver Bear Award for Best Director. After the award ceremony, the organizers screened Caesar Must Die again as the closing film. Link's schedule was tight, and he had no time to watch a movie here. He only watched it for half an hour and left early. When Link left the film palace, Nini caught up with him from the southwest, blushing and congratulating him, and finally asked him hesitantly if he wanted coffee. It was snowing outside, and it would be warmer to drink some coffee. When Link girl saw the huge, rosy, shy face, lightning flashed in her eyes, and she nodded in agreement. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Grammy Awards. Nini was 1 year older than him. She was tall, had fair and smooth skin, and a youthful and beautiful face. She was also a beautiful young girl. Unfortunately, he had limited time, and had no time to talk about love with her. At night, the two walked a few steps on the snowy streets of Berlin. When they returned to the door of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, where he was staying, Link asked her if she didn't want to go up and sit. Nini blushed and nodded, her chin in her scarf. Because of the girl's company, he slept well that night. The next day he was going to the United States. He didn't have time to deepen his feelings with Nini. He just gave her a Dyer store shopping card, and then, with Nini's reluctant eyes, he took a flight back to Los Angeles to prepare for the upcoming Grammy Awards. While he was leaving Berlin, the news that he won the Best Actor award before the Berlin Film Festival had been forwarded and reported by major media around the world, becoming the most lively news in the entertainment industry at the beginning of the year. He was surprised to suddenly win the Best Actor award at the Berlin Film Festival. One reason was that the movie that won the award was not The Heavy Midnight in Paris, but a new movie that had not yet been released in North America. There was no news in the media when Link would shoot his new movie. The Berlin Film Festival is one of the 3 major film festivals in the world, and it is also the film festival that pays the most attention to artistry, politics, and society among the 3 major film festivals. It has a relatively neat style and requires relatively high performance from actors. This also leads to the high gold content of the Berlin Film Festival, which is not much inferior to the Oscar for Best Actor. Link, an actor who became famous for shooting commercial films, was able to win the recognition of the Berlin Film Festival with his outstanding acting skills, which made the American media and his peers in the entertainment industry amazed. Therefore, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times and other media used explosive upset to represent Link's winning this time. However, after the news came out, some media and film critics questioned Link's winning. Some people think that it is the result of Link's public relations with Lionsgate, and it is a Silver Bear award purchased by consumption. Some people also say that Link is a billionaire and the boss of Lionsgate. Previously, the members of the film jury awarded him the Best Actor award for his identity and influence, not because his acting skills were not good enough. This time, the chairman of the jury of this famous film festival, British director Mike Leigh, said in an interview with the media that the Best Actor award to Link was the result of the jury's vote. In the first round of voting, Link and the male lead of A Royal Affair, Mikkel Falsgaard, both received 8 votes. In the second round of voting, Link received 5 votes and Mikkel received 3 votes, so Link won. Director Leigh also said that Buried starring Link is a rare and groundbreaking experimental film. The whole film is only starring Mike Link, who is in a wooden box less than 3 square feet, and with the instructions in his hands and a few simple props, he staged a thrilling story. Link's performance in the film is very wonderful. He only relies on simple props and simple movements to firmly grasp the audience, which is very powerful. Director Mike Leigh said that after watching Buried, the 8 judges of the jury were deeply moved by Link and voted for him. In the interview, the other judges affirmed what director Mike Leigh said, believing that Link deserved the award. If he was a world superstar, the boss of Lionsgate, and a billionaire, he would not vote for him, which would be truly unfair. Hearing the jury members unanimously praising Link, the media and the public began to be curious about the movie Buried. Everyone wanted to see how exciting the movie was. How could Link perform alone in a wooden box? Lionsgate also announced after the Berlin Film Festival that Buried would be released in 4 major theaters in North America on Friday, February 17th. Harvey threw the newspaper on the table, wrinkled his greasy face, and looked at Mickey Rocks, the head of the company's production department. Harvey didn't have time to go to the Berlin Film Festival this time, so he arranged for Mickey to lead the team to see if there were any films worth paying attention to, and to promote the Iron Lady by the way. But he didn't wait for Mickey to bring back good news from Berlin. Instead, he saw a very bad news in the newspaper. Link, the Playboy, actually won the Best Actor award at the Berlin Film Festival, one of the 3 major film festivals in the world, and became the Berlin Film Emperor. From then on, there was another glorious sunset. Seeing this news, Harvey wanted to curse. Only someone like Link could have such good acting skills. His best performance in Midnight in Paris was only at the level of a quasi first-tier actor. Could he be the Berlin Film Emperor? Mitch, have you seen Buried? How much water is there in Link's winning this award? Harvey asked in a deep voice. Mitch Rocks said, original poster, Buried is really good. It's more than 90 minutes of play, and Link performed alone. There was no boring moment throughout, and every second was gripping. The show I watched had more than 1,000 people in the cinema. The audience watched it very seriously, and no one left in the middle. After the screening, the applause was very enthusiastic. The German film critics also gave a good evaluation of the play. Link won the Best Actor award, and there was not much water. Harvey's face became even uglier when he heard this. What he wanted to hear was Link's punishment evaluation, not to hear people praise how great Link was. He had seen too many such words in the newspapers, and he wanted to vomit. Humph. Who is Link? A boxer and singer. How much time does he have to practice acting every day? I've also seen a few of his movies. His acting is average. I don't believe he will suddenly have an acting explosion in this movie. Have you seen Caesar Must Die and A Royal Affair? Are you sure Link's actions are better than the other 4 winners? Is there a clear gap? Harvey asked without giving up. Mickey Rocks hesitated. It's hard to say that Link's acting skills are much better than others. The reason why Link won the award instead of others is because he is the only one in the whole play. He can support a movie of more than 90 minutes, and there is no boring part in the whole process. His acting skills are also very close. Few actors can do this. In general, Link is qualified to win the award, and the other 4 awards are also available, but Link is luckier and can get the favor of the judges. Boss, Buried will be released next week. Why don't you watch it and see? Mickey Rocks said. Harvey snorted coldly and thought that this would be fine. Buried is good. Even if Link is lucky, if Buried is rubbish and Link's acting is average, the media will criticize Link severely, saying that he used US dollars to publicize the award and was the best actor who was the least worthy of this trophy in the history of the Berlin Film Festival. In early February, the list of nominees for the 54th Grammy Awards was announced one after another. Link received 5 nominations for his album Love Is Gone, including the annual production, Album of the Year, Song of the Year, Best Pop Singer, and Best Pop Album. And his new album has sold 5.54 million copies in the United States since August, including digital albums, and it was also the best-selling album in the United States last year. The second name is Adele's 21, with a total of 5.04 million copies in the United States, and the name is Justin Bieber's Christmas album, which is currently the third in the United States with a total of 2.75 million copies. Link Music introduced 3 singers whose albums also sold more than 1 million copies. Among them, Bruno Mars's Doo-Wops and Hooligans sold 1.47 million copies in the United States and 6.35 million copies worldwide. Lana Del Rey's Born to Die sold 1.24 million copies in North America and about 1,650 copies worldwide. Wiz Khalifa's new album Rolling Papers was released at the end of the year. Currently, it has sold 830,000 copies in the United States. It is only a matter of time before it exceeds 1 million copies. Link Music's debut singers include Justin Bieber, who has 3 singers in the top 10 of the annual album list and 5 singers in the top 20, which has also become a big news that has shaken the music industry. This has also led to the market value of Link Music reaching $1.4 billion US dollars. Among them, Link Music itself is valued at more than 800 million shares. Link Music holds 16.8% of Spotify shares, which is about 400 million shares. The current market value of Spotify is about $2.8 billion, which has increased nearly 3 times since the beginning of the year. In addition, Link Music holds 38% of SB Project Entertainment shares, which is worth about 120 million concepts. At present, Link Music has become the 6th largest music company in the music industry after Universal Music, Warner Music, Sony Music, Bertelsmann Music, and EMI, and is also the independent label with the highest market value in the world. Since last year, Link Music has also begun to focus on expanding international distribution channels for albums, and its album publicity and distribution capabilities have been greatly improved. With the help of the company's channels in the promotion of Universal Music, the total overseas sales of Love Is Gone have reached 38 million copies, becoming one of the best-selling English albums in the past decade. His album has reached a high again, and the evaluation is also very good, which also made the National Academy of Recording and Science of the United States nominate several of the most prestigious awards. He is not the singer with the most nominations this year. The most is Kanye West, who received 7 nominations for his personal album My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy and the album Watch the Throne in collaboration with Jay-Z. Adele, Bruno Mars, and the Foo Fighters each received 6 nominations. Lil Wayne and Skrillex's Sonny John Moore received 5 nominations each, and Lana Del Rey received 3 nominations. Taylor released a 6-song children's album in December last year, and was nominated for the Best Children's Music Album. The album has currently sold 420,000 copies in the United States and more than 3.8 million copies worldwide, making it one of the world's best-selling children's albums. Taylor also relied on this album. This year's Grammy Award ceremony was held at the Puss Center in Taiwan on February 12. The day before the ceremony, Whitney Houston, the pop music queen of America's Loudest, died unexpectedly at the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel due to a drug overdose, a heart attack, and then she slipped into the bathtub and drowned. She was only 48 years old. Whitney's unexpected death also made her peers and fans sad, and they held various ceremonies to mourn this pop star. A memorial ceremony was also temporarily added on the night of the Grammy Awards. This incident also had some impact on Link. I lost a favorite singer. Whitney's I Will Always Love You, Greatest Love of All, My Love Is Your Love, When You Believe, and other songs are all songs he often listens to. Second, some people took the opportunity to make trouble, saying that Whitney Houston was indirectly killed by her husband Bobby Brown because of her bad luck, so they contacted Link and Taylor. Taylor wanted to stay away from Link, saying that Link was a toxic man and there was no benefit in hanging out with him for a long time. Taylor's fans also think so, and people who often leave messages online encourage Taylor to find a new boyfriend and break up with Link. Link can only sigh helplessly when he sees such news and feels that the owner does not understand him. Chapter 487 Artists and Capitalists. Hey, Link, you are really amazing. First you are the world boxing champion, the pop king, and now you are the Berlin film emperor. You are so versatile. Link, what do you hope to reach the peak? That's amazing. It's amazing. He can even be a scumbag to the limit. At the Staples Center, at the Grammy Awards, Katy Perry, Miley Cyrus, Lady Gaga, and Kesha saw him and joked. Link shrugged helplessly. At the end of last year, he had corrected a lot in terms of men and women during this period. In addition to the original few female companions, he did not add other women. At least in Prague, Europe and the United States. But even if he wanted to correct it, he was still regarded as a scumbag, which made him speechless. Hey, everyone, it's been a while since we last met. Are you sure you want to tease me like this? Be careful, I'll call you a scumbag too. Link smiled softly, his eyes moving from Katy Perry and Ms. Gaga to Kesha and the others. Among these women, except for Miley Cyrus who is a little younger, each of them has a rich love history. Last year, Ms. Gaga publicly admitted in a personality interview program that she played Katy Perry. 2 years ago, she had a flash marriage with Russell Brand, a British comedian and host of the 2009 MTV Tape Awards. They announced their divorce in December last year and turned to Italian male model Baptiste for help. They broke up within a month of asking for help. Kesha is also a famous big player in the circle. Compared with them, Link felt that he was pretty. Okay, let's let you go first, Link. You came at the right time. We have something serious to discuss with you. Ms. Gaga and the others asked him to sit down and talked about their serious matters. The things they asked were related to Spotify. Now that Spotify has entered North America, many musicians have uploaded their songs to the platform for release. Spotify, including several singers such as Link, has also acquired the right to play tens of millions of songs through copyright acquisition. Currently, the Spotify platform has more than 30 million tracks, which is no less than the Amazon Music Store and iTunes Music Store. The difference is that Spotify is currently doing free music. Many songs that require money to listen to on other platforms can be listened to for free on Spotify, including new songs by popular singers, with small profits but quick turnover. Spotify provides both free and paid services. Free users will be inserted with certain advertisements when using Spotify services, while paid users will not have advertisements and have better sound quality at $9.99 per month. Free users cannot switch songs conveniently on mobile phones, nor can they play offline, but paid users can. Spotify mainly makes profits through traffic and advertising, as well as some paid users. After the singer uploads the song to the Spotify platform, he will get the album part switch. For each song played each time, the copyright holder of the song can get about $0.08 remote control. Assuming that all the copyrights of a song are under the name of the singer will get all $0.08. But in fact, except for independent singers, most song copyrights are registered with record companies. From this aspect, the income of singers will be getting less and less. This is also the reason why few people are unwilling to put Katy Perry's songs on the Spotify platform. But the record companies have a positive attitude towards this matter, because in addition to linking music, the other 5 major record companies also own a large number of shares. In this form, record companies can not only get Song Snapshot Rescue, but also get Spotify Profit Rescue. This situation has led to conflicts between record companies and singers who appear in record companies. For Lady Gaga, Katy Perry and other strong singers said that when the company puts their songs on the Spotify platform, they will discuss with them and upload them after they agree. For musicians who don't have much copyright, it is the first thing for songs to go through streaming channels. For example, Kesha, the copyright of her songs is on the company's prescription. Lady Gaga and several others came to him to discuss and asked him if it was cost effective for new songs to go through free channels. Link did not say whether it was cost effective, but just told them that it is now the internet age, and it is a trend for songs to be released through streaming channels. In 2009, the total revenue of the music market was $14 billion, and streaming media was only $600 million, while the total revenue of the music market was $16.4 billion US. The global digital music sales were $4.8 billion US, accounting for 30% of the total sales, an increase of nearly $800 million over 2009. Previously, many musicians appeared online streaming music, and digital music was killing music, but from the current situation, streaming media is also saving the music market, among which iTunes, Spotify, online streaming, radio and other platforms play a significant role. Will putting songs on free platforms make our music cheaper? Katy Perry asked. Several others nodded. Musicians are artists, and songs are works of art. No one wants Link to smile lightly and say that doing so can indeed make songs cheaper, but it is also important. In the internet age, the information explosion has increased the number of entertainment methods that can replace music, such as movies, music, online games, novels, news, etc. In the past, watching movies and listening to music was a luxury that ordinary people could not afford. Now, through mobile phones and computers, they can consume anytime and anywhere. In addition, things are valuable because they are scarce. In the past, when communication was not well developed, you could not hear a new song for several months. Now there are tens of millions of songs on the internet. There are too many songs, which eventually makes songs cheap. Not only songs, but also movies, games, novels, etc. are being streamlined. If you still treat music as a work of art at this time and dare not lower your posture, you will inevitably be eliminated. Link, from what you said, you are becoming more and more like a capitalist. You think about problems from the perspective of capital, not a singer. Carrie Underwood pointed at him and joked, and bumped into Taylor Swift next to him. Link shook his head, glanced at Taylor and said, the purpose of music charts is entertainment. It is more valuable when more people hear it. Before the internet, it was difficult for local singer songs to spread around the world. Our fans are already in Europe and the United States. The same is true for movies. In the past, only relatively wealthy people were willing to spend money to buy albums and watch movies. With the free platform, poor people can also enjoy wonderful pop music. Isn't this a kind of human rights equality? Hearing him say this, no one could refute it. He said too much about free music, and those who wanted to make money through music had a bit of vulgarity in their vision. Only Taylor wrinkled his nose and disdained his statement. If everyone listens to free songs, musicians cannot realize their own value and will not get the respect they deserve. They will lose their passion and motivation for creation, which will lead to a large-scale and serious decline in music works. There is already this trend on the internet, and there are more and more bad songs. Do you think this will be better? Taylor is right. Everyone composed music one after another and stood on Taylor's side. Link smiled lightly, not necessarily. Here's a number. Currently, Spotify has 32 million registered users worldwide. After my new album was launched on Spotify, it only took 1 month for about 22 million users to listen to all the songs in my album, including 4 million paying users. The physical income on the free platform has now reached 25% of the physical record income. In the future, this number will grow, and the profit will not be less. That's because you are a shareholder of Spotify. Others can't enjoy so many special treatments. Katy Perry said, "No, the promotion resource allocation of the Spotify platform mainly depends on the quality of the songs. It is allocated based on big data. The singers with higher song quality will get more promotion resources. I think it's not bad for competitive singers, such as you guys, to use Spotify as a promotion channel. If you can eat up most of the promotion resources, the profit will not be less than selling physical records. If you are interested, you can try it with a few songs," Link suggested. Katy Perry and others nodded. Among them, Link wanted to persuade them to join Link Music. Link Music is a major shareholder of Spotify. After joining Link Music, they can get corresponding shares. For example, Mars and Lana Del Rey hold more than 1% of Link Music's shares, with a market value of more than 10 million, while Wiz Khalifa holds less than 1%. This will increase in the future, and even if they stop being singers, they can slowly reach large-scale lightning and company profit lightning every year. With Link Music's shares, singers can not only get a summer vacation at Spotify, but also get a profitable summer vacation at Spotify, killing two birds with one stone. If you just pull people in public, capital will treat them as home and think that you want to exploit them. Link took a break and decided to leave these things to the agents under the immigrants. After chatting for a few words, the Grammy Award ceremony began. Several new singers who debuted last year were invited to perform on stage, including Ariana Grande and Charlie Puth. Ariana Grande sang her original new song Put Your Hearts Up, and Charlie Puth and Selena collaborated to sing We Don't Talk More. Seeing Selena twisting and turning on the stage in a sexy dress and mature makeup, Link wanted to laugh. He felt that she seemed to have grown up, but not too old. She still had the feeling of stealing adult clothes. Turning back, he noticed that Taylor glanced at him, and he retracted his eyes. "When will the new album be released?" asked this. Taylor looked at the performance at the front desk and moved his lips slightly. "You will be busy releasing the album and will not have time to look after the children at home. During that time, I can temporarily take care of Alexander and Cynthia," Link said. "No, based on your previous performance, I don't think you can take care of them well," Taylor said lightly. "From the past? I didn't take them to participate in any dangerous things. Well, even if there is, I will correct it and make sure they eat happily and have fun, like happy little angels. How about it?" Link whispered to Taylor. Taylor didn't answer him and continued to watch the performance on the stage. After the opening party, Neil Burton, the chairman of the awards ceremony, came on stage to recall Whitney Houston. When Whitney Houston debuted at the age of 19, she had a big hair, a beautiful face, and a beautiful smooth voice. After the remembrance, the awards began to be presented on the stage. This year's Grammy Awards have a large range of activities, from 109 awards last year to 78. Qatar's Best Pop, Best R&B, and Country Singing are no longer classified as the Best Pop Album of the Year. In terms of singer gender, it no longer distinguishes between male and female singers, limiting the next Best Pop Singer award. The reduction in awards has also led to more intense competition. That night, Adele became the biggest winner of this year's Grammy Awards, winning 5 out of 6 nominations and several of the most valuable awards, including the Record of the Year Award, Album of the Year Award, Song of the Year Award, Best Pop Singer Award, and Best Short Video Award. The Firefighters won 4 out of 6 nominations, and won the 4 most important rock awards for Best Metal Performance, Best Heavy Metal Performance, Best Rock Song, and Best Rock Album with their new album Walk. Kanye West won 2 out of 7 nominations, and won Best Rap Album and Best Rap Song. Taylor successfully won Best Children's Music Album. Bruno Mars won 1 out of 6 nominations, and won Best Pop Vocal Album. Justin Vernon, a famous American folk singer, became the biggest dark horse of the Grammy Awards this year, winning the Best New Artist and Best Other Music Album awards. Link announced in advance that he would not take the award, so he only served as the award presenter. Overall, this year's Grammy Awards had some surprises, but the overall performance was not bad. Without Link's participation, Taylor and Katy Perry did not release official albums last year, and the new albums of Ms. Gaga and Beyoncé received mediocre responses, which also led to Adele's success this year, and her new album does have this. After the Grammy Awards, Taylor and her two children moved from Nashville to Los Angeles. Link arranged a special plane to pick them up and stayed in Taylor's new mansion to play with the children for 2 days. In mid-February, Buried was about to be released in North America, and the boxing match was not far away, so he had to start over and finish it. Chapter 488 Buried Alive. It's so hot here that I can't breathe. Please, come and save me. I'm in Iraq. Yes, I told you. Somewhere in Iraq. Damn, I don't know the exact location. Please come and save me, please. In the closed wooden box, Link was wearing a dirty bodysuit and making a call on his mobile phone. His handsome cheeks turned pale, his forehead and neck were covered with fine beads of sweat, and his bodysuit stuck to his body because of the sweat. He used his strong upper limbs. In the cinema, the audience watched Link trapped in the box and kept asking for help. In the end, sand slowly poured into the box from the queue. The rescuers on the phone said that they were looking for the wrong place and the rescue failed. The audience's hearts were also tightened. When the movie ended, the big screen dimmed and the lights in the cinema illuminated the auditorium. The audience gradually woke up and stood up to give everyone applause. On Friday, February 17th, after more than 10 days of publicity and hype, Buried was released on a small scale in 244 theaters in North America. In the first 3 days of the premiere, it reached 12.88 million plots, and the average daily revenue of a single theater was as high as $18,000. After being reported by the media, this number caused quite a stir. Although the single theater box office of last year's Harry Potter 7 and Twilight 4 premiered at this number, Buried is an art film, and February is the off-season for movies. The average revenue of a single theater can reach this number, which can be called very outstanding. In addition, the production cost of this film was only $3 million, and it was released in 3 days on the weekend $12.88 million. This result is too eye-catching. There is no doubt that Link has made another very successful movie. The success of this film is not only in the box office, but also in word of mouth. The media comprehensive review is 83 points, and more than 20 media gave a score of more than 90 points. The Rotten Tomatoes freshness is 79%. 42 people support, 15 people oppose, and Yahoo audience rating is A when commenting on the film. Newspapers such as The Times, The Hollywood Reporter, and The Washington Post all believed that Link had made a breakthrough in his performance and performed the monologue very well, not inferior to James Franco's 127 hours. They believed that Link had great potential in acting and had the strength to impact the Oscar for Best Actor. When analyzing the reasons for the film's success at the box office, newspapers and magazines such as the New York Post, Variety, and the San Francisco Chronicle summarized 3 points. First, Link's acting skills are good, his reputation is great, and his box office appeal is strong. Second, the popularity brought by the Berlin Film Emperor made the audience very curious about the film. The last point, which was also considered a key point by the New York Post, was that Link's appearance was very impressive. He performed in a wooden box for more than 90 minutes, and the audience stared at him for more than 90 minutes without feeling bored at all. Few actors can do this, but Link can. There is another data that supports the third point. The movie occupancy monitoring company Rintrack said that among the audience who watched Buried in the past 3 days, 68% were female audiences, which is obviously higher than other movies. On social media platforms, female fans did not hide their love for the film when discussing it. They thought it was a good deal to spend more than $12 to watch Link perform alone. They could not only enjoy the plot of the film, but also see Link's handsome looks and strong and sexy body. It was a film worth collecting. Because of this, there were many comments in the media that criticized Buried and Link, saying that Link's biggest role in the film was to imitate a vase, and his performance came second. They also believed that Link should not have won the Best Actor award at the Berlin Film Festival. Several tabloids also quoted a French report that there were 4 women on the jury of the Berlin Film Festival not long ago, among which British actress Charlotte Gainsbourg had publicly stated that she was a fan of Link and liked Link's fan songs and his singing of Midnight in Paris. According to this method, Link only needs to win the support of one more male jury member to win the Best Actor award, such as American actor Jake Gyllenhaal, which is not fair to other awards. Although the analysis of these tabloids makes some sense, the Berlin Film Festival has closed. The reputation of Buried has been good after its release, and Link's performance has also been positively evaluated by the majority of film critics, so these bad critics will not affect the ownership of Buried, or the fact that Link has become the Berlin Film Emperor. Buried was released in its second week, and the projection theaters in the second week were 1,565, and the weekly share was 24.75 million. The average single theater share was still above $8,000. The North American share is expected to be over 60 million. The overseas share has now reached a total of 18 million. Lionsgate Film Distribution Department predicts that the global distribution of the film has a great hope of breaking through 100 million yuan. Compared with the production cost of 3 million, the threefold profit ratio, Buried has undoubtedly won a dark horse, and is also the first dark horse movie in the 2012 North American film market. This situation made the hostile Link, don't be too happy too soon. At the Oscars, I will make you look humiliated, Harvey said bitterly while looking at Link's photo in the newspaper. In the villa halfway up the mountain, Link finished his training, stood by the swimming pool, and swung his arms, then jumped lightly, and jumped into the large swimming pool. The blue water suddenly rippled and splashed. After swimming a few laps in the pool, Link grabbed the handrail and came ashore. He saw Evoca coming over with her belly. She was wearing a popular long skirt, flat shoes, and had long blonde hair. She had a light but delicate makeup. She was tall, but because the curve of her pregnant belly was not big, it was eye-catching. She was still tall and sexy, with a graceful temperament. At the same time, she had more graceful and gentle temperament than before. Her smile was warmer than before, and she looked more sexy and charming. "Honey, do you want to swim? I can heat up the water." Link took a walk with a towel on his back. "No, I don't want to touch the water now." Evoca walked over with her waist supported. Link was worried that she would slip, so he wiped the water stains on his hands and went over to help her sit under the awning. The sun in Los Angeles just passed over the Santa Monica Mountains, and the mist lingering in the mountains was gradually blown away and scattered on the countless mansions among the lush trees. From east to west, there was nearly one luxurious and solemn style, a wide hallway and a magnificent corridor, stone pillars, round arched windows and stone corners, sparse and luxurious. "Do you feel uncomfortable today?" Link stroked Eva's round and plump belly. "No, I feel good." Eva raised her lips, shook her head lightly, her rosy and beautiful cheeks, and her complexion was delicate and good. Link breathed a sigh of relief. He was in a good mood last night. The two of them secretly did something bad. Although the book said that milliliters after 4 months of pregnancy is good for the health of pregnant women, it is inevitable to worry after doing it. They talked about some of the work of Lionsgate. There are new arrangements for the new year. With the completion of films such as The Hunger Games and Inception, new film projects have also entered the preparation stage. Under his influence, Lionsgate has obtained several good film projects this year, including Matthew McConaughey's Dallas Buyers Club, Leonardo DiCaprio's The Wolf of Wall Street, South Korean director Bong Joon-ho's Snowpiercer, and Now You See Me, recommended by Lionsgate's production department. In addition to The Conjuring, Mother, Insidious 2, Embedded Terran, The Vow, the Black Widow series, etc., which are still being filmed, Lionsgate's production department has more than a dozen projects to be completed. 14 films were produced, which is a little less than last year's 22, but the investment in several projects is relatively large. If there are more, the company's capital chain will become tight. The Oscars are coming soon. Judging from the current media evaluation, The Artist, The Iron Lady, and My Week with Marilyn are all popular projects released by Weinstein Pictures, and they have a high chance of winning multiple awards. Although The Help, Bridesmaids, and Silver Linings Playbook may also win awards, they are still not as good as Weinstein Pictures in terms of Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actress. Evoca leaned on the chair, and her voice became gentle and calm. "It doesn't matter. I took the initiative to provoke Harvey. First, I don't like him very much. Second, I want to find a rival for Lionsgate and promote several movies. Therefore, if I can't win an award, I don't need to care too much. Lionsgate is the largest independent studio in Hollywood. With us, there will be more and more good movies. Even if I can't win an award this time, I will definitely win it next time. Link stroked her smooth shoulders and said softly. Evika nodded slightly, leaned against him more beautifully, and tilted her cheek. Her long eyelashes blinked like a fan, and her rose-like lips were like strawberries, as if they were smeared with a faint fragrance. Link smiled softly, and lowered his head to hold her lips, savoring them carefully. Chapter 489 Best Actress. This year's Oscars ceremony was also held at the Kodak Theater at the Hollywood Highland Center. More than 1,000 actors and crew members were invited to participate, including the producer, director, and heroine of the Mr. Tree crew. It was a movie released by Lionsgate, and the crew members' schedule was also coordinated and arranged by the staff of Lionsgate. Link heard that Jia Zhang, the producer of Mr. Tree, was also there, so he took the time to meet him and saw Stan Wang, who was grinning and full of white teeth. Stan means strong in Chinese, so when promoting this movie, Wang Baoqiang was given this English name. Stan Wang was wearing a Zongshan suit and had short hair. He looked very energetic. After seeing him, Stan Wang hurriedly came forward to say hello in English, which was surprisingly very good. Link also chatted with the other party and asked him if he liked boxing and fighting, and if there was a chance to shoot a movie in the future and Lionsgate could invest. Stan Wang said yes again and again. Link had too many things to do, so he said goodbye after a few words. This is Link, so handsome. Stan Wang looked at Link's back and praised him with his big white teeth. He is really handsome, and it's rare that he is also a genius. Jia Zhang nodded. How did he do it? Olympic champion, world boxing champion, pop king, Berlin film emperor, billionaire, and Liu Xiangxin's lover. It must be great to live like him. Director Han Ji exclaimed. Stan Wang was so envious when he saw Link getting into a luxury car, followed by 2 bodyguards, a female companion, and a beautiful woman. The 84th Academy Awards ceremony opened at 5 p.m. Link entered with the crew of Midnight in Paris. His companions included director Woody Allen and Marion Cotillard, who was recently in Prague filming the post-recording of The Dark Knight Rises. After filming Batman, Rust and Bone will also start filming. Link needs to make time to go to France to film in March and April. However, when walking on the red carpet, he and Marion talked very little, not because they had nothing to talk about, and director Allen was chattering beside them. Link, some time ago, the media said that the Academy of Oscars likes to flatter British films. Many old guys have not yet taken off the shackles of British colonization. They worship the British royal family from their souls, so they also like all movies related to British celebrities and despise all American movies. Did you release this news from Lionsgate? Director Woody Allen asked. How is that possible? Lionsgate has never made such comments through any media. Link said firmly. This is not a cover-up, but a fact. Lionsgate's initial arrangement was just to say that the Oscar Academy judges prefer British films, especially celebrity biographies. Every time such a film is released in the United States, it will definitely be taken care of by the Oscar Academy and given a few golden men as an encouragement. In comparison, in addition to the British, French and Italians who look down on American films and think that American films are not artistic enough and too commercial, even American professionals have the same idea. This also leads to the fact that American art films always fail when facing British films. Some examples are also given. Lionsgate is just talking about the matter and did not say that the Oscar Academy judges like to flatter the British, and did not say anything afterwards. Saying such words will undoubtedly anger the Oscar Academy and may be equivalent to a counter effect, and Lionsgate will naturally not do so. As for why these arguments appear in the media, it is a conclusion drawn by netizens after investigation and research. Blockbusters are invincible all over the world, and there is almost no country whose film industry has not been impacted by Hollywood blockbusters. But in art films, the United States is not doing well enough. At present, most of the directors who shoot superb art films come from foreign countries, including British directors. French directors, and Italian directors. There are only Clint Eastwood, the Coen brothers, Steven Soderbergh, Quentin Tarantino, David Fincher and others in the United States. This also led to French filmmakers mocking American directors for being uncultured, Italian directors mocking American directors for not understanding art, and the British believing that American films are overly commercialized. Most American filmmakers also have this idea, so when watching art films, they often watch them. But the fact is that in recent years, the quality of American art films has been getting higher and higher, and the overall quality is not worse than similar foreign films. There are also these, because netizens criticized the Academy of Oscars for being unwilling to recognize the value of American art films and blindly belittling American art films, which has become an obstacle to the development of American films. They suggested that the Academy of Oscars reform and absorb more young judges. Because this kind of news was quite popular some time ago, the mainstream media also reprinted and reported on it, which still led to a greater impact of this kind of news. Link didn't know that these arguments were spontaneously discussed by netizens, and some people took the opportunity to make trouble and use this method to throw dirty water on Lionsgate. But now even director Alan mistakenly thinks it is a press release issued by Lionsgate. Link is also speechless. You'd better not do this. Doing so will only anger the Oscar judges. At that time, you will never think of winning an Oscar. Lionsgate's films have also been targeted, which is not good for you. Wu Link nodded. I suspect that this was done by Harvey. He wanted to make a big deal out of this, so he came to irritate the Oscar judges, saying that he came to harm me, and that he could also help the movie named after Weinstein Pictures win the award. Harvey did it? How can this help his movie win the award? Director Alan frowned. Simple. He made such comments to irritate the Oscar judges. The Oscar judges are very persistent. After being irritated, they are more fond of British movies, which shows that they will not be affected by public opinion. From the specifications, this is a bit of flesh, forced to belittle himself to win the trick. It can be predicted that the Oscars will be Harvey's stage again. Although this person has problems, he is really good at publicizing the Oscars. Link sighed. Director Alan rolled his eyes at him. This is not the Oscars, not a battlefield. You don't want to see this last trick. You finally won the Oscar, so just make movies honestly, and don't waste your energy on public relations all day. This is missing the point. I understand. What do you think of my performance in Buried? Link smiled. Generally speaking, it's still decades away from winning an Oscar, so you still need to keep working hard. Director Alan waved his hand and left. Link and Marion Cotillard looked at each other and laughed softly. Walking into the Kodak Theater, Link, director Woody Allen, Marion Cotillard and others were sitting in the front row. On the left was the crew of Hugo. Director Allen met director Scomatines and chatted happily. Link also chatted with Jude Law from the crew. On the right was the crew of The Artist. Harvey was wearing black and sitting in the middle, chatting with a large group of actors and directors. He was very popular. Harvey saw him coming, glanced at him, and uttered a light snort. Link ignored him and sat down to wait for the awards ceremony. However, he was approached by Emma Stone, Brad Pitt and his wife, Kristen Wiig, Christian Bale and others to chat. At 5 o'clock, the Oscar ceremony officially began in the afternoon. The first awards were for several technical categories. Hugo won 5 Best Awards, including Photography, half Best Art Direction, and Best Sound Editing. The Help only won the Best Costume Design. The Artist won the Best Original Score. The Iron Lady won the Best Makeup. The Best Foreign Language Film was won by the Iranian director A Separation. When it came to the key stage of the awards ceremony, Midnight in Paris first won the Best Original Award. Alan D. Allen went on stage to receive the award. Wu said a lot and finally mocked Link on the stage that he would never win an actor award. He advised him to write a script. Maybe he could win an award, which caused laughter at the scene. The Best Supporting Actor was directed by veteran actor Christopher Plummer, who is 83 years old this year. He has starred in films such as The Thornbirds, The Insider, and Beginners, and is also one of the gold medal supporting actors in the film industry. The award was won by Octavia Spencer, who plays a black man in The Help. Among the 5 people who entered the Best Supporting Actress category, one is from The Help, one is from Bridesmaids, and the other is Marion Cotillard from Midnight in Paris. This is a melee among the same people. The Best Director was won by Michelle Hazanavicius, director of The Artist. The Best Actor was won by Jane Dujardin from The Artist. When Natalie Portman announced Jane Dujardin's award on stage, Brad Pitt and George Clooney could not hide their disappointment. Harvey Weinstein, however, touched his chin stubble, smiled and nodded, with a look of relief on his face. The Best Actress was won by Jennifer Lawrence, the actress of Silver Linings Playbook. When last year's Oscar winner Colin Firth read out the name Jennifer Lawrence, there were bursts of exclamations from the audience, and everyone looked at Jennifer Lawrence in the middle in a red dress in disbelief. The Oscar winner was only 22 years old, or 21 years, and 121 days old to be exact, which was more than 100 days younger than the previous youngest winner Marlee Matlin, when she won the award. This is a new record. The audiences at the scene, and in front of the TV, were all amazed that Jennifer won the award, especially that she defeated veteran actress Meryl Streep to win the award, which was a surprise, even more so than Link's previous winners, the Berlin Film Festival Best Actor. This time the performance of the Oscar Academy judges was impressive. Fuck. When Harvey Weinstein heard that the winner was Jennifer Lawrence, he cursed directly. His fat face quickly became gloomy, his eyes narrowed, and the corners of his eyes trembled constantly. He suddenly turned his head to look at Link, only to see Jennifer Lawrence throwing herself into Link's arms without hesitation, and hugging him tightly. Harvey clenched his back teeth tightly, and fought with murderous eyes until the people next to him reminded the people gathered in front. His expression barely eased, and he grabbed Jennifer Lawrence, who walked up to the podium. It was not known whether Jennifer was too excited or his eyes had an effect. When Jennifer Lawrence walked up the stairs, she accidentally fell. Fell again. Link shook his head helplessly. In the original Time and Space, Jennifer Lawrence fell when she went on stage to receive the award. This time she was wearing a more high-end short skirt evening dress. Link had reminded her before to be careful and not to get too excited, but unfortunately she still fell. Jennifer was also very excited when she gave her acceptance speech on the stage. She publicly and loudly thanked Link for helping her defeat all the opponents and let her win the award. Finally, she loudly said to Link, "I love you, forever." There was an uproar at the scene. Link was a married man, but Jennifer openly expressed her love. This was very courageous. Link covered his forehead and felt a little embarrassed. "Your girlfriend is very cute," Marion Cotillard joked softly. Jennifer on the stage probably knew that what she said was too hot, and later she specially thanked director David Russell, Bradley Cooper, Catherine, Ms. Mandy, Cousin Clausen, and Evica, saying that Evica was the most perfect woman in the world. "Nonsense, you are here?" Director Woody Allen said with a dark face. Jennifer was too excited, and her words were a little incoherent. "She'll be fine next time." Secondly, Humph. I don't know how you got her to be the leading actress, but she's a little girl under 22 who beat Meryl Streep to win the award, and she openly expressed her love to you, a scumbag, on the stage. I promise that the media will criticize both of you to death tomorrow, and Jennifer will never get an award again. The aforementioned director Woody Allen curled his lips. Link was not worried about being criticized by the media, because he was used to it. As for Jennifer's chance to win an Oscar in the future, there was no need to care too much. For an actor, one little golden man or two doesn't make much difference. Besides, Jennifer Lawrence became an idol star after starring in The Hunger Games, and it would be easy for her to win an Oscar in a short time. After Jennifer stepped down, the award ceremony continued. Tom Cruise announced that the Oscar for Best Picture was won by The Artist. The Artist was also very happy to become the biggest winner of the Oscars with Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Original Score. But Harvey Weinstein was not there. After the award ceremony, he faced Link gloomily, walked up to Link, and said coldly, "Don't worry, this matter is not over yet." "Oh, what else?" Link said puzzledly. "You wait and see." Harvey glared at him and walked away with a surge of popularity. Link shook his head and said, "This man really thinks he is the king of Hollywood. Everything should be done according to what he says. Such a self-righteous person does not need to pay much attention to Boss, I'm also a little golden man. Emma Stone, if you want to win an Oscar, practice more actions, at least 3 in the future. Does it require actions? Emma Stone blinked and smiled, but I just heard that I only need to sleep with you to get the little golden man. Is it true? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I will put you in cold storage. Link pointed at her and walked out of the audience. Emma Stone looked at his back, smiled lightly, and chased after him. Chapter 490 Link and Harvey's double win strategy. The 84th Academy Awards came to a successful conclusion, but the aftermath of this year's Oscars could not be calmed down for a long time after the awards ceremony. The most controversial event was undoubtedly the 22-year-old Jennifer Lawrence's upset victory over the 63-year-old veteran actress Meryl Streep in the Best Actress award. Before the awards ceremony, 90% of the media predicted that Meryl would win the Best Actress award again. One reason was that she performed very well in The Iron Lady. Considering her nominations in the previous 10 Oscars, she should win it again this time. On the other hand, the person who helped her publicize the award was Oscar winner producer Harvey Weinstein. The two of them joined forces and there was almost no possibility of failure. Even before the Oscar ceremony began, many entertainment reporters had already written a press release about Meryl's winning the Oscar for Best Actress again after 29 years, and they would publish it immediately after the announcement on the stage to gain more readers. But the result was beyond everyone's expectation. Meryl failed, and Jennifer Lawrence, who was less than 22 years old, became the Oscar winner, and the youngest winner in the history of the Oscars. After the news came out, the entire entertainment industry was shocked. Although Jennifer Lawrence is a talented actress, her acting skills are very good, and she has the strength to win the Oscar for Best Actress. She is too young and her competitor Meryl is too strong. She has almost no chance of winning the award. But she won the award. The stars in the entertainment industry did not dare to publicly express any unfriendly behavior because they were worried about Link behind Jennifer Lawrence. But the media did not care about Link before the award ceremony was over. Almost all media made questioning comments about Jennifer Lawrence defeating Meryl. The questioning voices were even louder and hotter than the voices of Gwyneth Paltrow winning the award in 1999. There are 4 key issues questioned by the media. First, is Jennifer qualified for this award? The official website of the Los Angeles Times launched a voting campaign, with 78% of netizens supporting Meryl, 19% supporting Jennifer Lawrence, and the rest of the netizens holding a neutral attitude. Before the award ceremony, netizens supporting Jennifer Lawrence held a neutral attitude, reaching 35%, only 8 levels lower than Meryl. Second, why did the Academy of Oscars give this award to Jennifer Lawrence? After the award ceremony, Nielsen officially announced the ratings data. The average ratings of this year's Oscars reached 1,350 people, 280 more than last year. When Jennifer Lawrence won the award, the ratings reached 2,200 people, which was also the highest ratings of the night. The Hollywood Reporter questioned why the Academy of Oscars broke the rules and unexpectedly awarded the Best Actress award to Jennifer Lawrence, and also wanted to create a hot spot and save the sluggish ratings, while giving it to Meryl, the owner, would not increase the ratings. But if the Academy of Oscars gives the award to Jennifer Lawrence because of the ratings, it will be very unfair to Meryl, and it will also affect the century-old classic of the Oscars. Third, how much influence does Oscar public relations have on the award process? It is understood that every year during the Oscar selection process, each nominated film will spend at least more than 100,000 yuan on public relations for the corresponding awards, and some even spend millions. The purpose is to put the Oscar label on the film and obtain the Oscars golden label. Whether in the domestic and overseas sales market, the DVD market, or qualified broadcasting rights, it will obtain the Oscar founder. According to CNBC, the winners of the Oscar Best Picture from 2000 to 2010 increased their average income by 22.2% to about $20.3 million after being nominated for the Best Picture. After winning the award, the average income will continue to grow by 15.3%, about $14 million. Take the 2011 Oscar winner The King's Speech as an example. After being nominated for the Best Picture, The sales revenue increased by 42% and continued to increase by 16% after winning the award, with a total profit of more than 80 million. High investment returns are also the reason why film companies are willing to spend money on public relations. During the preliminary Oscar selection process, Lionsgate is said to have invested millions of dollars in public relations for various awards, and there are even rumors that it is as much as tens of millions, most of which was used to publicize the Best Actress award. Mainstream media represented by the New York Times believe that Jennifer Lawrence's unexpected award was entirely the result of Lionsgate or Link's public relations. Fourth, is the entire selection process fair and just, and was it interfered with by the children? After the awards ceremony, many media questioned when Link's vote buying, and there may be illegal and irregular issues such as vote buying and fraud, and asked the police to intervene in the investigation. In response, Stephen Biggs, president of Lionsgate, said in an interview with the media that this was absolutely not the case. He also said that everything in the public relations process was carried out in accordance with normal procedures. There was absolutely no violation of regulations, and he was willing to face all doubts and investigations. The third-party agency responsible for counting Oscar votes, accounting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers, said that all statistical work was carried out in accordance with the rules, and the votes from the judges were counted before being received, and the results were finally announced to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the organizer of the Academy Awards. The entire process ensured fairness and justice, and there was no external interference. John Bailey, president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, also said that this was the result of thousands of judges' votes. Although the results were controversial, the judges' voting rights would be respected. Since PricewaterhouseCoopers has maintained a good reputation in the past few years of cooperation, and the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences also awarded the awards according to the voting results, there was no fact of fraud. The problem now is the group of judges who voted. The media began to discuss why the Oscar jury voted for Jennifer Lawrence instead of the popular figure Meryl Streep. The New York Post believed that this result was related to the hype of Lionsgate before the awards ceremony. In the second round of voting, there were many media reports that the Academy Awards praised British films and looked down on American films. This year's Oscars, the Best Picture/Best Director/Best Actor awards and the French film The Artist won the Best Screenplay award. Midnight in Paris, which is set in Paris, won 5 technical awards. France is the background of Hugo. If the British film The Iron Lady wins the Actress Award again, all the important awards at this year's Oscars were won by foreign films or films set in foreign cities, and American films were completely wiped out. Netizens questioned. Perhaps considering this, many American judges were influenced when voting, and voted for Jennifer Lawrence. Although the New York Post statement has some truth, it has too many loopholes. If the American Judging Committee really considers this, it can make different choices for the 3 awards of Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor. For example, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Descendants, and The Help, which were nominated for Best Picture at the same time, are all movies of good quality. George Clooney and Brad Pitt, who were nominated for Best Actor, are also in the competition of the queue. There is no need to make a big upset in the Best Actress award. The media has been arguing about this, and there is no unified conclusion. Some netizens even listed Jennifer's victory over Meryl to win the Oscar for Best Actress as one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in Hollywood. It was not until a report from The Hollywood Reporter that a corner of this mystery was revealed. According to the report, after the Oscar ceremony, they secretly visited hundreds of judges and asked them about their votes. 58 people said they would vote for Jennifer, 32 people voted for Meryl, and the rest voted for other nominees. Among the 58 judges who voted for Jennifer, how many people voted during the selection process? They were influenced by Lionsgate and Weinstein Pictures, and the company's public relations department also hoped that they would vote for Jennifer Lawrence. It is believed that doing so will not only allow Jennifer to win the award, but also allow Meryl to gain widespread recognition from the public, paving the way for a successful award in the next session. A win-win choice. The Hollywood Reporter believes that this is probably why Jennifer will win the award. After this article was published, Colleagues in the entertainment industry and ordinary people were stunned by this answer, speechless and in admiration. Since December last year, Lionsgate and Weinstein Films have been fighting overtly and secretly for the Oscars, throwing water at each other. Some media exposed that Harvey was involved in sexual harassment cases in the past, and some media said that Link was ready to spend tens of millions of people worshipping Little and Jennifer Lawrence to get to the top, using the Oscars as a means of hunting for beauties. People who watched the fight between the two sides also thought that the relationship between Lionsgate and Weinstein Films was extremely bad and had reached the point of no return. But the result was that the company was playing a double act. The scenes of fighting back and forth were all for foreigners to see, and their goal was to sweep the Oscars this year. As a result, the film company also did it. This year, Lionsgate and Weinstein Films jointly won the Best Picture / Best Director / Best Actor / Best Supporting Actress / Costume Design / Best Original Score / Best Film, which accounted for almost half of all the awards. In addition, after Jennifer won the award, the sales of Silver Linings Playbook will continue to grow, and Lionsgate and Weinstein Films will also be the beneficiaries. After Lil lost the Best Actress award, she did get the recognition of belonging, and her reputation continued to rise. It can be said that she will definitely win the Best Actress Oscar in the next session. This is not only a win-win situation, but also a win-win situation. At the beginning, many people did not believe it, claiming that Link and Harvey did not have a good relationship. On the night of the Oscars, Harvey looked very bad, but some people retorted that, if the relationship was not good, would they jointly invest in Silver Linings Playbook in The Master? It was not seen just now, because Link and Harvey's acting skills were great, and the standards were too high, and everyone was deceived. Even if the media made the answer public, there were still people who did not believe that they were deceived, which only showed that the cunning of each other was too strong. Some people even mentioned Link's struggle with the East Coast rap group, and the result was often a win-win situation. Not only did Link gain a lot of benefits in the struggle, but as a loser, East Coast rap also benefited a lot. Only the singers who released records with them suffered losses. The conflict between Link and Harvey is just a replay of the past. The entertainment industry peers were stunned, and many questions popped up in their minds. Question mark? Was the rumor that Harvey and Link were not in harmony true? Harvey's clamor to ban Link also a fake? Will the company join forces to fight against the Big Six and compete with other independent production companies? Judging from the company's performance last week, one ranked 7th and the other ranked 8th, and the total revenue added up was more than that of 20th Century Fox, which ranks 6th. From this point of view, the company's trick did succeed. When the senior executives of the 6 major Hollywood studios and other independent production companies saw this news, they had to admire that the business war level of Link and Harvey was too high as several flaws. It's no wonder that the company's movies can sell well. First of all, in terms of competitive strategy, everyone is more obviously different from Lionsgate and Weinstein. Even Ryan Kavanaugh of Relativity Pictures specially convened a senior company meeting to discuss the possibility of a business war model between Lionsgate and Weinstein. Those who responded to Harvey's call last year and prepared to join hands with Manhattan Link were secretly cursing. Link and Harvey's move was too insidious. They thought they could please Harvey, but the result was that they were both inside and outside. Harvey, is this true? Matt Damon walked into Harvey's office with a dark face and asked. Harvey was holding a newspaper in his hand. His face was worse than his eyes were twitching countless times, and there was a raging anger in his eyes. Hearing Matt Damon's questioning, Harvey gritted his teeth and said with all his strength, "It's fake. It was made up by the Hollywood Reporter. How could I cooperate with that damn bastard Link on this matter? This scene may never be possible." Matt Damon saw Harvey's expression and secretly sighed that this guy's acting skills are so good, it's a pity not to be an actor. Harvey, if it was true, why did you co-produce Silver Linings Playbook with Link and then gave the release rights to Lionsgate? If so, why did you continue to co-produce The Master with Palm Beach? As for this Oscar, I have asked several familiar judges, and indeed someone from your company's public relations department sent them an email, hoping that they would support Jennifer Lawrence to win the award and pave the way for the next Meryl winner. How do you explain this? Matt Damon asked. Harvey had a gloomy face and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain it. The reason why he cooperated with Link on Silver Linings Playbook was because he was threatened by Link last year. This matter cannot be said openly. Later, he cooperated with Tidal Flats to invest in the Master because it was the movies invested by Tidal Flats that made money. This was Bob's idea. At the end of the year, he replaced Lionsgate to distribute Silver Linings Playbook and also wanted to trick Link at the Oscars. In the end, he didn't trick Link, but tricked himself instead. These things are too embarrassing to say the same thing to Matt Damon. Harvey took a deep breath and said excitedly, Matt, the previous cooperation with Link was when we were on Link, and this time at the Oscars, we definitely did not cooperate with Link. There must be some misunderstanding here. Wait, I'm investigating this matter of yours, and will tell you the result. In short, I will never, and will not cooperate with that damn bastard Link. Chapter 491 What is the truth? Matt Damon saw Harvey's expression, and was not sure whether what he said was true or not. For the sake of his career, he decided not to pay attention to the conflict between Link and Harvey in the future. Harvey, I found out. As they were chatting, Bob Weinstein and the head of the public relations department, John Gordon, walked in. What's the situation? Harvey asked hurriedly with his belly puffed out. Bob greeted Matt Damon and then talked about the reason for the incident. The problem was with the two public relations personnel sent by Weinstein Pictures. During the public relations process, they used the name and email address of Weinstein Pictures to send emails to many judging committees, persuading them to support Jennifer to win the award and to build momentum for Meryl, and also introduced many small gifts. Those judges did not know the truth and thought that Harvey had changed his mind and voted for Jennifer Lawrence. So that's what's going on. Harvey was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly flew into a rage, slamming the table and shouting, "Where are those two PR people? Damn it, how could they do this? This is business fraud. I'm going to sue them and Link. I'm going to put them in jail." Harvey, calm down. This isn't business fraud. Those two staff members were arranged by us to assist Lionsgate with the public relations for the Oscars. They were doing their job and didn't make any mistakes. Bob advised. Why not? They use the company's name to send messages to the jury without authorization to help Jennifer Lawrence win the award. This is a business scam. Harvey shouted. Harvey, don't forget that we are also the producer of Silver Linings Playbook. Jennifer Lawrence's award is also good for us. Also, their PR staff's job is to help Silver Linings Playbook with PR. They are doing things according to the rules, so it is not a mistake. In addition, this matter has become a fact. Even if many judges were deceived and cast the wrong votes, there is no possibility of change now. If we insist on making a big deal about this matter, wouldn't we be stupid? It will also introduce our influence among the judges and our ability to decide who will win the award. This kind of contempt is very disadvantageous to us, Bob said. Harvey wanted to refute, but found that it was indeed the case. After all, Oscar PR is an unspoken rule and an unfair rule. If it is revealed at this time that they have the ability to influence the choices of some judges, it will be very disadvantageous for their future Oscar PR. Another point is that after Jennifer won the Upset Award, Meryl will get the sympathy and support of many judges. The next time we do PR for the Oscars, we don't need to spend much money to help Meryl win the Best Actress award. If we make a big deal about this matter, the public and the judges will change their views on Meryl, Bob said. So, let's just pretend that nothing happened? Link won the Best Actress award for nothing? A lost face at the Oscars? Harvey held the table and shouted with gritted teeth. Harvey, our movie won 7 awards, including 3 of the most valuable awards. We suspect that we are the big winner of this year's Oscars. The media still calls you the silver medal pusher of the Oscars. You didn't lose any face, Bob said. Nonsense. My goal is to win the Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actress awards, and the Best Actress award is the key award we compete with Link. Now that the bastard Link has taken the award away with despicable means, he is punished here. This is a failure, the biggest failure. I accept failure. Harvey shouted that it was okay. Then how are you going to deal with him? Bob asked with his hands spread. Harvey was immediately poured with cold water when he heard this question, and he calmed down instantly. He opposed countless ways to interstellar link, and he also used many ways to interstellar link, but in the end, none of them worked. There were several times when he even thought about hiring a killer to kill Link, but he thought that if the operation failed and the police started to investigate, everything he had now would be gone. He had accumulated many years of supplementing the other characters of the collapse. If he succeeded, Link's family would be investigating, which would cause great trouble. This is a way to kill both parties, which is expensive and not cost effective. But if he doesn't use this method, how can he get Link, who is rich and shameless in Manhattan? How can he get Link out of Hollywood? Harvey had no choice but to think that Link might be having a party to celebrate the movie winners at this time, and he would be chased and licked by the women in the circle who wanted to win the award, and his heart was broken. Harvey, many people now think that we are cooperating with Lionsgate. Why don't we put aside our prejudices and old grudges and truly cooperate with Lionsgate? Lionsgate is the 7th largest, and we are the 8th largest. It is good for both parties to join forces. Bob continued to persuade. Shut up. Do you think I've always thought about this problem? Do you think Link is the kind of person who would sincerely cooperate with us? No, Link has completely devoured us, dominated Hollywood, and even surpassed me to become the most powerful person in the entertainment industry. Bob was helpless and wiped the saliva from his face. Harvey asked what he was going to do, how to fight back. No matter what, he would fight. Harvey calmed down again and thought about it. He asked Bob and John Gordon to continue to hype the relationship between Link and Jennifer Lawrence and hype Jennifer's speech on the podium to let the owner know that the Oscar trophy is just Link's way to pick up girls. The next time he encounters Lionsgate, those judges will have doubts about the movie, especially in the Best Actress and Supporting Actress awards. Although Link won this time, he was left with a lot of weight. Link is too impatient. He is killing himself with the Oscar. Harvey slammed his fist on the table and said with a sneer. Bob nodded, thinking that this was a good idea, and then took John Gordon into action. Harvey looked at Matt Damon, who was reading a newspaper on the sofa opposite, wiped the greasy sweat from his face and said, Matt, you heard it too. This matter was done by my subordinates on their own initiative. I was completely unaware of it. Matt Damon didn't know whether he should believe Harvey or not. Judging from the conversation between Harvey and Bob just now, the relationship between Harvey and Link was still very bad, and Jennifer Lawrence's award was indeed not Harvey's business. But he didn't quite believe that the two staff members alone could change the judges' minds. He felt that there were some problems that were not clear. Considering this situation, he decided not to do things with Harvey and Link in the future. Maybe he could have a chance to cooperate with Lionsgate like Ben Affleck. Ding dong. In the corridor of the Weinstein Films office area, the mobile phone in Bob's trouser pocket rang. He quickly took it out to see that it was the news of the Swiss bank remittance. There was an extra 1.2 million euros in the Swiss bank account. Then he put away the phone, as if nothing had happened, and continued to discuss with John Gordon how to hype the scandal between Link and Jennifer Lawrence. In the office, after Harvey sent Matt Damon away, he cursed Link a few dirty words, then picked up the phone and called Ivan Iwo, the major shareholder of Weinstein Films. Ivan Iwo is an Israeli American. He is the largest private investor of Goldman Sachs and the largest individual shareholder of Time Warner. He also holds shares in News Corporation, eBay, Microsoft and Viacom. He is the godfather of Murdoch's eldest son and is considered a magician in the media industry. He is also Zhang Ziyi's ex-boyfriend and the male protagonist of the beach photo. After Harvey left Walt Disney in 2007, with the support of Ivan Iwo also became the largest individual shareholder of Weinstein Pictures, holding about 32% of the shares, while Harvey and Bob have 25% of the shares. Harvey called Ivy and told him about being cheated out of the Best Actress award by Link, because forward of Iwo specifically called to ask about the case. He knew about it, but didn't comment too much. Harvey said that Lionsgate, which was headed by Link, had affected the development of Weinstein Films, and Ivy couldn't be asked to help deal with Link. Ivy was very low-key in the rich circle, and his assets were very secretive. Forbes could not determine how much he was worth, and the estimated value was about 5 billion, but his circle was very large, and he had close relationships with Bill Gates, Murdoch, Jerry Yang, and the presidents of the 6 major media groups. He was a person with a strong network of people. If he was willing to help suppress Link, it would definitely cause some trouble for Link. Avniwo said no, he was just an investor, and would not affect the development of the company under his name. In addition, his philosophy of doing things was to make more friends, not to create enemies for himself, not to mention Link, who was very capable. Harvey had no choice but to give up. He put down the phone and saw a missed call from Cunis Jr. Harvey frowned. In fact, he didn't want to communicate with someone like Cunis Jr. who didn't have much ability, but was always looking for trouble. However, the Cunis Jr. family had a great influence in New Jersey and New York. Knowing such a person, ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Before he could call, Cunis Jr. called again. Harvey listened patiently. As expected, Cunis Jr. was asking about the relationship between Lionsgate and Weinstein Pictures. He asked if the news in the newspaper that the companies were obviously fighting each other on the surface, but working closely together in secret was not true. Harvey said no, and at the same time thought that Cunis Jr. was very naive. Even if it was true, how could he get the truth by asking so directly? Little Cunis didn't believe it, saying that if it wasn't true, why did Lionsgate and Weinstein continue to cooperate in producing the Master After Silver Linings playbook? He also said that without the help of Weinstein, Link's movie would never win the Best Actress award. Harvey patiently explained and talked about being cheated by Link. Little Cunis still didn't believe it. Harvey didn't say anything else, just hung up the phone after a few perfunctory words, but when he saw the photo of Link and Jennifer Lawrence, his anger rose again. This time he would never let Link go easily. In New York, Little Cunis hung up the phone and cursed angrily. He didn't believe a word of Harvey's explanation. It was not just the news in the newspaper that Lionsgate and Weinstein jointly hit the Oscars, but also that he had found Harvey many times in the past and asked Harvey to arrange a few female stars to plot against Link. With Harvey's status and connections in Hollywood, it wouldn't be too difficult to do such a thing. But Harvey didn't agree, thinking that this method would not work on Link. He asked Harvey how he was going to deal with Manhattan Link. Harvey had no idea. Since then, he felt that Harvey was not a suitable partner. Now that the media broke the news that Link and Harvey were teaming up for the Oscar, he believed in his previous judgment even more. Little Cunis was very disappointed about this matter. He thought that, since they were all Jewish, they would unite with Manhattan Link and definitely ruin Link's reputation. But more than a year has passed, and Link is still firmly entrenched in the entertainment industry, with increasing value and influence. And Evika, she is pregnant, and even her pregnant belly is obvious. In addition, seeing the photos of Evika stroking her belly and looking happy on the face, posted on social media, he almost hated Link to death. If it weren't for Link, all this should have been his. But Link, this bastard, was not satisfied with Evika, and he also entangled with female stars such as Jennifer Lawrence and Dario. What's even more annoying is that Evika doesn't care about these things at all. The media has repeatedly reported that Evika took the initiative to invite Dario and Jennifer Lawrence to visit her villa in the hillside. This made him even more angry. Why is Evika so kind and tolerant to Link? It's not worth it for her to do this. Little Cunis angrily grabbed the photo on the computer screen and picked up the phone to discuss with Little Apple, Stan Puff Daddy, and Jay-Z. This time, they must discuss a good way for Manhattan Link. Chapter 492 Becoming a Hot Toy. After the Oscars, the most watched news was not only Jennifer's surprise award, but also her performance at the awards ceremony. After winning the award, she embraced Link without hesitation in front of the stars of ABC TV station, and made intimate gestures with Link. After going on stage, she also claimed to thank Link for helping her KO all opponents, and showed her love to Link in a high-profile manner. These behaviors were too exposed, and she didn't care about rumors at all. After the awards ceremony, the mainstream media also criticized Jennifer's behavior. Although her relationship with Link is no secret in the entertainment industry, she is a public figure and should respect her own words and deeds in public. showing love to a husband is not in line with the independent and self-loving qualities that modern women should have, and it will have a bad impact. Some media also criticized the relationship between Link and Jennifer, believing that Link is a world-class idol and should maintain a good public image after marriage to set a good example for fans. Some media also complained that Link spent a lot of money to help his lover win the Oscar trophy and use the supreme honor of the Oscar statuette as a means of flirting, which damaged the image of the Academy Awards. In the future, when selecting the Best Actor and Actress awards, we should pay attention to the reputation of the onlookers to prevent people from using the public relations Oscar as a way to pick up girls. These mediators accused Link of spending money to support women, which has affected the public image of Link and Jennifer Lawrence, as well as the interests of Lionsgate and the Bay Area Company. For this reason, Palestine Beach Company and Lionsgate each held a press conference to refute all the above intimidation. It is said that Link and Jennifer are good friends. The two met on the set of Midnight in Paris and have maintained a good relationship since then. Later, under Link's recommendation, Jennifer joined Palestine Bay and the company and became a colleague. There is no messy relationship. Ms. Mandy also emphasized that some media bias has affected Jennifer and Link's satire, causing a bad influence in society. The company hopes that these media will stop targeting and not be friendly media. The company's legal department will take legal means. Lionsgate Cloud COO and news portal Goldsmith told the media, Jennifer Lawrence is the heroine of the company's new movie The Hunger Games, helping Jennifer win the Oscar for Best Actresses, that she performed very well in Silver Linings Playbook and has a strong project to win an award. On the other hand, it is to promote The Hunger Games. In addition, when filming The Hunger Games, Jennifer Lawrence maintained a good personal relationship with the chairman and his wife. This is a normal social activity. Please don't speculate too much. For those media that make random rumors and damage the public image of Lionsgate, the company's legal department will pursue the corresponding legal responsibilities. After the press conference, the media hype about Link and Jennifer's relationship gradually decreased, and the discussion about Jennifer's ineligibility for the Oscar for Best Actress also became less and less. There are many news reports about Jennifer Lawrence's enthusiasm for charity in the media, including promotional pictures of Jennifer Lawrence's Africa tour, and news that she donated 200,000 graphics to the American Red Cross to help children from poor families, and donated 100,000 graphics to the American Red Cross Women's Rights Protection Organization to oppose domestic violence. Lionsgate has also started the promotion work before the release of The Hunger Games. The film was completed at the end of last year, and the promotion work began in February. It is expected to be released in North America on March 23rd. After the Oscars, Lionsgate can promote the latest work of Oscar-winning Best Actress Jennifer Lawrence when promoting this film, which also has a positive effect on the promotion of the film. Other film companies saw that Lionsgate launched her new film The Hunger Games with a budget of up to $78 million right after Jennifer won the Oscar for Best Actress, and they had to sigh that Link is very good at doing business. Helping Jennifer win the award not only helped him pick up girls, but also promoted the new movie. At the same time, the global sales of Silver Linings Playbook, which was released in December last year, soared by more than 30 million copies after the Oscars, and the global sales increased by 240 million to 280 million compared with February. There is no doubt that Link made a lot of money again. In addition, Jennifer won the award against all odds, and also severely hit the prestige of his competitor Harvey Weinstein, which made Link's influence in Hollywood even higher. There are too many benefits, and Link's reputation as the master of the arena has spread from the music industry to the film industry. But there are also many people waiting to see the good show, wanting to see the sales performance of the blockbuster The Hunger Games that Link and Lionsgate have carefully planned to launch. If the performance is too bad, and the box office revenue of the movie is not good, Link's previous planning will become empty talk. Brother, how many female stars' phone numbers do you have in your phone? In the villa halfway up the mountain, Selena held a magazine in her hand and blinked her bright eyes at him. Ask this? Link was looking at the line of sight. I heard from others that you are the most popular man in Hollywood now. Those female stars who want to win an Oscar will throw themselves at you. I also heard from others that you have more than 100 girlfriends now. Is that true? Of course it's not true. I'm not that promiscuous. Link shook his head and replied. Selena snorted and smacked her lips and said, I think it's true. You are so fickle. Besides, so many women are willing to devote themselves to you. Will you refuse? Link curled his lips and turned his head. Of course, the women I can accept are those who truly love me. Those women who come for my wallet, resources, reputation, and my body. I will be fine. I dare not trust them and will not give them the opportunity to take advantage of me. Take advantage of you? You are so shameless. Selena rolled her eyes cutely. Not as thick as yours. Look at this little face. You are fat again. Link extended a series of small round faces, rosy cheeks, and full of collagen. Hateful. Selena kicked him with her foot. Feeling unsatisfied, she picked up a macadamia nut and threw it at him. Stop it. Let Link take a look. Catherine pressed the little round face's shoulders and sat on the sofa. Selena snorted and shook her legs and said, Catherine, you said before that Link would be more restrained after marriage and would not be unfaithful anymore. Now he is engaged and has several children. Why is he still unfaithful? It has nothing to do with Link. He is too outstanding and is very popular with girls. He is soft-hearted and can't bear to reject those girls who like him. So in your opinion, he is a little unfaithful? Catherine asked. Can unfaithfulness be explained in this way? Selena looked at Catherine in shock, her big eyes trembling. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask Jennifer, Alexandra, Emma Watson and others to see if they are willing to leave Link. From the relationship between them and Link, they need Link more, not Link needs them more. Catherine poured a cup of tea for Link and Selena. Selena blinked and wanted to refute Catherine's words, but she felt that Catherine was right. Link was so powerful, and now there were countless women who wanted to throw themselves on him and be his lovers willingly. Link was rather picky about women, which resulted in many women not having the chance to get close to him. The more you can't get something, the more you want it. In this case, even if Link was a poison apple, many women would scramble to eat it. No matter if it was poisonous or not, you wouldn't die after eating it. As long as you could defeat others, eating the poison apple Link was a victory. Link, you're so bad. All girls should stay away from you. Selena glared at Link and said. Link stretched out his hand to pinch her face, but Selena dodged flexibly. Seeing Eva K coming over, she ran over quickly and held Eva K's arm attentively, but she was too petite. Standing next to Eva K, she looked like a little girl. Link smiled lightly and picked up a script called August, Osage County. It was adapted from the play of the same name and is a female-themed movie. It tells the story of the heroine who, after her husband's death, called her 3 daughters and her cousin and cousin-in-law to help. The family was arguing over the cleaning of the table after the funeral. Through conflicts, the countless contradictions hidden in this family and the truths that were deliberately concealed became more and more obvious. This script is good. Meryl Streep can play the leading female role, and Jennifer Lawrence can play the role of the third daughter. Let the two of them act on the same stage, and there must be a lot to watch. Link smiled. Catherine couldn't help laughing. Are you serious? Meryl should be very hostile to us at this time, and will not agree to cooperate with us, let alone play opposite Jennifer. Give it a try. This script is very good, the acting is very good, and several characters have the opportunity to impact Oscars. Maybe she will agree. He remembered that the heroine of August, Osage County was Meryl Streep, and she was nominated for the Best Actress Oscar for this role. If Meryl can put aside her prejudice and agree to participate after the movie is released, Link will not mind her being an Oscar statuette. Moreover, Meryl's cooperation with Lionsgate and acting on the same stage with Jennifer is also a good story. Okay, I will talk to Meryl first. What do you think of the remaining prospects? You decide the rest. It's a low budget movie. You can make it casually and you won't lose much money. This year, Palestine Beach Pictures has tentatively scheduled 3 projects. The first project is Zero Dark 30, a collaboration with Megan Ellison's and Aperna Pictures. The film was approved in November last year and has now entered the shooting period. The second is The Hottest Cop, a new work by Paul Feig, the director of Bridesmaids, a comedy film starring Sandra Bullock and Bridesmaids supporting actress Melissa McCarthy. The production cost is $43 million, and it is co-produced with Lion Films and Annapurna Pictures. The casting has been completed, and filming is about to begin. Together with August, Osage County, there are a total of 3 film projects. With the cash flow of Atlanta Beach Pictures, it can also make another low-budget movie of 30 to 40 million. Catherine can be in charge of this. Catherine has been working in the film industry for more than 3 years, and is now a mature producer. Have you guys agreed? It's time to eat, Selena shouted. Come on, little fat girl. Link and Catherine got up and went to the restaurant for lunch. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Tokyo Competition. In the third week of its release, the North American sales of Buried reached 16.46 million, the cumulative sales reached 54.07 million, and the overseas sales reached 28 million. As the popularity of the movie declined, other new movies were released, and the cumulative sales were serious. At present, the cumulative sales in 3 weeks have reached 28 million. The result of more than 80 million is beyond Link's expectation. After all, the global collection of this movie is only more than 20 million. After he starred in it, the global collection has the hope of breaking 100 million, which also shows that he has great sales appeal all over the world. After finishing the movie, Link was busy rushing to Tokyo to participate in the championship with IBF boxing champion Chad Dawson. The game started to be promoted after he and Hopkins finished fighting in October last year. There was a rumor that Chad Dawson was injured and ready to give up the game. Later, under the starting of both companies, Chad Dawson announced that he would continue the game. Because Chad Dawson's record was 33 fights and 1 loss, he was only 30 years old and was considered to be a stronger boxer than Bernard Hopkins. Similar games have also attracted the attention of many people. The match was held in the Champions of Tokyo Dome, attracting 48,000 spectators. Before the match, paparazzi photographed Shinkai Yui living in the Baker Villa in Tokyo's Minato ward. There have been many gossips about Link, saying that Link not only has an abnormal relationship with the former national goddess Nozomi Sasaki, but now even the national daughter-in-law New Love Yui has moved into his private residence, and that the relationship between the three is very abnormal. After the news broke, it encountered fierce confrontation from Japanese male compatriots. Many of Yui's male fans launched a signature campaign on the website, asking the new raccoon Yui to leave the Playboy Link as soon as possible, otherwise they will no longer support any of her works in the future, and even take more drastic measures to express their attitude. In just one day, 438,000 fans signed. Yui's partner company Johnny's office said at a press conference that Yui and Link are friends, and Nozomi Sasaki is a close friend, and they have a deep relationship. This time, Yui went to Baker Villa to visit Link, mainly to ask him to give advice on the songs for the new album, and the two sides have cooperated on songs before. Dynasty Promotions said in a promotional event that Link has been training and preparing for the game recently. Except for resting at Baker Villa at night, he has been working hard in the training field. A video of Link was also posted on Link's Facebook account. After 2 explanations from the company, the fans of Zinhu and Yui got angry and did not do anything radical. Because of this incident, Link's boxing match in Tokyo has become more eye-catching. Many people want to see if Link, who was surrounded by people before the game, will be weak in the boxing ring and lose like Tyson. In particular, the fans of Yui and Sasaki hope that Link will fail and be beaten by his opponent Chad Dawson. Therefore, before the game, there were no fewer people cheering for Chad Dawson than for Link. The cheers from both sides were almost evenly matched, which also led to a very lively audience waiting for the game. Haha, Link, did you hear that? Many people hope you will be defeated. It seems that you are very unpopular in Japan, De La Hoya said with a smirk. Link glanced at him, feeling somewhat helpless about this man. This match had nothing to do with De La Hoya, but he also wanted to come to Tokyo to see. That's because I'm handsome and cute, and I've seduced their goddess. They have such thoughts. I understand them, so I won't blame them. Link saw Nozomi Sasaki and Yui standing together in the VIP area in the front row, and waved his fist at them. Nozomi and Yui responded to him sincerely by waving their hands. They were both pure and beautiful ladies, standing together, very pleasing to the eye. After a while, he almost envied Link, this lucky guy. In the United States, this guy has not only Miss Eva Cap, a wealthy lady, but also a great talent like Taylor Swift, a queen-level talent, and the newly crowned Oscar-winning actress Jennifer Lawrence, Hollywood's #1 busty Dario, and sexy beauties like the French Rosemarie Cotillard in Europe, and the most popular actress girlfriend Emma Watson in the UK. Now in Japan, he has kidnapped their national goddess in the Japanese entertainment industry. This bastard is very popular with women. Link, I bet you will be weak-legged. De La Hoya shouted unhappily. Link waved his fist and walked onto the ring amid the cheers of the fans. His opponent was Chad Dawson. He is 185 centimeters tall, with an arm length of 194 and a weight of 175 pounds. He is a black boxer from Carolina who has won the bronze medal in the World Youth Boxing Championship. He entered the professional boxing arena in 2001 and defeated famous boxers such as Glenn Johnson and Antonio Tarr. His only defeat was in August 2010 when he lost to Jane Pascal of Wall, who was promoted from the super middleweight. He is currently the world champion of the two major organizations IBF and IBO. Because of his bad temper and clever fighting style, he likes to use some tricks in the egg match, so he is nicknamed Bad. After the game started, Chad Dawson did not live up to his nickname. His fighting style was very tricky, and he used many tricks. It is likely that, as long as Link approaches to attack the opponent will not suspect, and will impose a foul sanction, hug him with both arms, and imitate Holyfield to hurt his face with his forehead. After Link suffered a small loss, he no longer gave his opponent a chance to use the hugging tactics, and immediately launched a violent attack, hitting him and his opponent with heavy punches one after another. In the first round, he punched 165 times, knocked down his opponent twice and a half, and the last time caused his opponent to fall to the ground for 8 seconds before he staggered to get up. In the second round, he did not give his opponent a chance to recover and continued to hit Chad Dawson's defense and head with heavy punches. At 12 seconds in the second round, he broke through the opponent's speech with a straight punch, hit the opponent's face steadily, and knocked Chad Dawson to the ground. This punch was relatively strong, weighing more than 1,400 pounds. Chad Dawson struggled for a few seconds, but could not stand firm, so he simply gave up the game. Link also successfully won the game, and became the champion of the three major organizations WBA, WBC, IBF, and was one step away from the peak of the Grand Slam again, and the WBO gold champion. This guy won again. No one can stop him from dominating the lightweight class. De La Hoya sighed as he looked at Link, who raised his arms high in the ring. Not only the light heavyweight class, but all the classes. Link will not only dominate the super middleweight and light class, but also the welterweight and heavyweight classes, and become the boxer with the most weight in boxing history. Frank waved his fist and shouted excitedly, "Ha, you are too happy too early." He won in the first round almost every week in the super middleweight class. In the light heavyweight class, sometimes it takes 2 rounds, sometimes 3 rounds. This shows that the higher his punches are, the more he needs to fight in the light heavyweight class. It takes 7 or 8 rounds in the heavyweight class, or 12 rounds. It is almost impossible for him to win against opponents who are taller than him, and have much longer arms than him. Frank, I think you should do some ideological work for Link in advance, and ask him to be prepared for failure, so as not to be defeated, and unable to recover. De La Hoya smiled. No, Link doesn't need to prepare for failure, because he will keep winning, forever. Frank shook his head, and took people to greet Link who was stepping down. Hoya saw the excited Frank, and curled his lips unhappily. Now Frank and Link are a bit alike, becoming more and more arrogant and insolent. After the game, Link did some activities on the scene, signed autographs for several enthusiastic fans, and took Nozomi Sasaki back to Bakeville to rest. In the evening, Yui-chan also quietly came to the villa in Kurama's car. The three of them took another hot spring bath at night. Now Yui-chan is also his companion. The incident happened when he was promoting the new album last time. Nozomi told him to come back. Yui-chan liked him very much. After China, Yui-chan broke up with her boyfriend, but she didn't persuade her boyfriend. Nozomi also said that Taharayasu's mission to settle Yui-chan has not yet ended. She hopes Yui-chan will get pregnant with his child, but Yui-chan likes him and feels that it is despicable to approach him in this way. Now there is no action. Nozomi said that he hopes Yui-chan needs to take the initiative. Yui-chan is too timid and dare not take the initiative to confess to him. Link didn't know whether what Z-chan said was true, so he tried to test Yui-chan while taking a hot spring bath. Yui-chan didn't reject him. Afterwards, she cried in his arms, kept saying that she was very happy, and took the initiative to tell him about Taharayasu, saying that she would not have children and didn't want to be regarded as a bad girl by him. After collecting Yui-chan's cherry blossom handkerchief, he also bought an apartment for Yui-chan in Tokyo and helped her solve her brother's work. Yui-chan was therefore more lovely to him and obeyed him. No matter what excessive demands he made, Yui-chan would accept them with a blushing face, just like a little woman who was submissive. Retire from the entertainment industry? On the tatami, Yui-chan looked up at him and asked, "Don't you like being an actor?" Link asked, leaning his arm on the low table and touching her hair. Yui-chan blinked her big eyes and thought for a while, "Will Dana mind me being an artist? If Dana doesn't like it or mind, I can change my job or start a business like Z-chan. Don't mind. If you like being an artist, just keep doing it. I will support you. If you no longer like this profession and want to change jobs or start a business, I will also support you," Link said. Yui looked at him in response, hugged his arms tightly, and called her husband's Japanese nickname Dana, like a well-behaved wife. "Dana, Yui, it's time for the midnight snack. You can eat now." Nozomi Sasaki opened the sliding door of the room, wearing a pink kimono, and came in with a tray. There were yakitori, fruit salad, takoyaki, vegetable rolls, and 3 bottles of beer. It looked very rich. "It's your turn." Yui got up and kissed Nozomi a few times. "Yui, stop it. If you make trouble again, I'll spank you. Come on, I'm not afraid." The two started to play on the tatami. Link watched it interestingly while eating barbecue and watching each other tearing clothes. Chapter 494 Forbes list. After the match, Link stayed in Tokyo for 4 days, did some promotional work for the boxing match, filmed 3 commercials, and then led the team back to the United States. The PPV of this boxing match sold 3.64 million copies worldwide, and the surrounding income from tickets, hotels, advertising sponsorships, etc. for the online live broadcast was nearly 180 million yuan, setting a record for the surrounding income of boxing matches in the past 20 years, higher than the surrounding income of Tyson vs Douglas in 1990. Link's income from this match was 75 million yuan, plus several new advertising endorsements. The total income from this trip to Tokyo was about 120 million US dollars. Link was once again called a money printing machine by the media. In the past 3 or 4 years, Forbes magazine has listed various income rankings, and Link has been at the top of many lists. The first is Forbes' latest 2011 sports athlete income ranking. Link won the annual income championship with an income of 620 million, including advertising income. In second place is his peer Floyd Mayweather, with an annual total income of 85 million US dollars. Last September, Mayweather defeated boxing champion Victor Ortiz and participated in the WBC welterweight championship. He received $4,000 including a 25 million US dollar appearance fee, and the rest was advertising income. The third place is boxing champion Pacquiao, who earned 62 million US dollars last year. Last year, Pacquiao had 2 boxing matches against Shane Morris and Juan Marquez, and the income from both matches was more than 20 million. Golf superstar Tiger Woods, who ranked 4th, earned $59.4 million last year, nearly half of his income in 10 years. He is believed to have been affected by negative news, and his commercial value has been greatly reduced. 5th place is NBA superstar James, with $53 million. 6th place is tennis player Federer, with $52.7 million. 7th place is Kobe Bryant, with $52.3 million. According to Forbes statistics, the total income of athletes from the 2nd to 16th place on the list is $625 million, which is exactly the same as Link's annual income. Link's income last year was equal to the income of 15 sports superstars. This data is very exaggerated. Forbes also explained that Link's income is so much, 48% comes from the prize money of 5 boxing matches, and 52% comes from commercial and advertising income, including Nike, CK, Mercedes-Benz, Dyer, Pacific Insurance, etc., which is the bulk. The second list is the income list of singers in the music industry. Link won the first place in the singer list with $180 million in the name. Last year, his new album Love Is Gone sold more than 20 million copies worldwide, and the first 3 albums also sold millions of copies. This picture alone has more than 100 million copies, plus concert tickets, a total of 180 million. The first is Paul McCartney, a former friend of the Beatles, with an annual income of $67 million. The third is Taylor Swift, with an annual income of $48 million, mainly from the third music work Last Kiss and children's album Lighting and Sound, as well as concert tickets. Jay-Z ranked 4th with $37 million income. In addition to records, he also invested in business. The 5th is Rihanna with 29 million voices. The 6th is the band Antebellum with 20 million voices. The 7th is Adele with 18 million voices. And the 8th is Kanye West with 17 million voices. Link Music singers Justin Bieber, Bruno Mars, Lana Del Rey, and Wiz Khalifa ranked 12th, 13th, 16th, and 23rd with 12 million, 11 million, 8.5 million, and 6 million voices respectively. The third list is Hollywood's highest paid male stars in 2011, and Link ranked 3rd with 45 million voices. The champion is Leonardo DiCaprio, who earned $77 million last year, and the second is Johnny Depp, with $50 million. In the ranking of female stars with the highest income last year, Kristen Stewart ranked 1st with $34.5 million, and Emma Stone ranked 8th with 11.5 million voices, praising the new generation of Hollywood sweethearts. Jennifer Lawrence was not yet famous last year, and her salary was not high when she took on Silver Linings Playbook and The Hunger Games. She ranked 28th with 4.5 million. In addition to the above 3, Link also entered the Celebrity Charity List, Most Appealing List, Highest Male Actor List, Top 10 Internet Hot Events List in 2011 and other classified rankings. In the main list of 2012 Forbes Global Rich List, Link ranked 232nd with a total net worth of $4.5 billion. His main assets include diversified investments, entertainment, sports, etc. This year, the world's richest man is Mexican billionaire Carlos Slim, who ranks 2nd with a net worth of $69 billion. Bill Gates ranks 2nd with $61 billion, and Buffett ranks 3rd with $44 billion. Larry Ellison ranks 6th with $36 billion. The old father-in-law ranks 401st with a population of 2.9 billion. Murdoch ranks 192nd with a population of 5.2 billion. The population of the Forbes Global Billionaires list is $1 billion. This year, there are 1,226 people on the list, 420 of whom are from the United States. Link also ranks 107th on the US 400 rich list and 2nd on the rich list under 30. The waste is Zuckerberg, who is only 27 years old, with a net worth of $17.5 billion. In March, there was another good news. After a 6-month investigation by the CIA, the main members of the hacker organization SwagSec were arrested, and 5 people involved in the case were sentenced to 3 months to 5 years in prison. In addition, according to the confession of the people involved in the case, they did not steal the audio source of Link's new album for no reason, but received a bounty task on the dark web. Someone offered a reward of 10,000 bitcoins, and hired a hacker organization to commit the crime. The character modeling of the bounty just released is relatively secretive, and the CIA did not find any useful clues based on the confessions of SWAGSEC members. This can only be left unresolved. Could it be done by several competitors? In the villa halfway up the mountain it's possible. Link nodded. Perhaps he was inspired by the Beyonce album audio source leak incident and used this trick to deal with him and hit his album sales. However, the CIA technicians investigated and could not track down the person who issued the bounty task. He had no choice but to guess. According to the speculation of competitors, there are many people with motives to commit the crime, such as Jay-Z, P. Diddy, Lil Nas, Kanye West, etc. There are also singers who released albums at the same time, and even the 5 major record companies are also highly suspected. Link is the pillar of Link Music. The sales of his new album directly affect the market value and influence of Link Music. Using this method to hit his album sales is also an effective means of competition. In addition, Link himself is also suspected. The influence of the hacking incident last year was relatively large. His new album was stolen and reported by the global media. The hacker organization also praised the album songs on Britney Spears' Twitter. This is also a disguised publicity and promotion, and it is even better than his own publicity on Twitter. Therefore, it is impossible to make an accurate guess about this matter without evidence. In addition, since the end of last year, hacker organizations around the world were too rampant, frequently creating popular online events and undermining public security. Since the end of last year, various places have strengthened the control of the media and cracked down on illegal hacker organizations. Several hacker organizations have been cracked by the authorities. The hacker organizations have become more restrained in their actions, and they have not caused trouble since this year. In this case, Link does not need to worry too much about similar incidents. Our Link Music is too good and is pursued by many people. We should be more careful when releasing albums in the future, and we don't need to worry too much about other things. Link said, holding Evika's round waist. Evika nodded and brushed the golden hair hanging by her ears. I heard that Taylor will release a new album next week. She will be very busy next time, and will not have time to take care of Alexander and Cynthia. Do you want us to take the 2 little guys over? We are not busy in the future. Point, are you serious? It's not easy to take care of children. Of course I'm serious. Can I still joke about this? Evika smiled at him lightly. Link smiled softly. He wanted to do this, but he was worried that Evika had other ideas that would affect her pregnancy, so he didn't know how to say it. Now that Evika took the initiative to bring it up, he didn't have to worry too much. He picked up his phone and called Taylor, saying that he wanted to take the 2 children to their residence in the villa halfway up the mountain, and asked Taylor what he thought. Taylor refused, saying that he didn't know how to take care of the children, and that she was also worried when he was working. Link was helpless. He was the biological father of the children. How could he harm them? If I hadn't told Taylor. Evika couldn't help laughing when she saw his helpless look. Taylor said that Eva wanted to talk to her, so she handed the phone to Evika. Evika took the phone and chatted with Taylor for a while, asking about the release of Taylor's album, saying that their place had a special baby room and that they had professional tendencies and would take good care of the children. She also said that Link had been too idle recently and wanted to find something for him to do. Taylor agreed and asked him to pick up the children tomorrow. Link had no choice but to give up and wait until the children grow up before teaching them. He's such a jerk. He's only 1 year old and he's learning boxing. Doesn't boxing hurt? Taylor complained as he looked at Link accompanying the 2 little statues on the lawn of the villa halfway up the mountain. Evika stroked her belly and smiled gently. Link is also a big boy. Taylor frowned and said disdainfully, I hope the children won't be like him when they grow up. He's so annoying. Evika smiled slightly and pulled Taylor to ask about pregnancy and fitness. Chapter 495, Poaching Operation. Taylor is about to release a new album, and time often comes to chase the children, so Link is less stressed when taking care of the children, and does not have to worry about the white eyes that attack Taylor. While taking care of the children, Link also did some work, such as going forward to persuade Meryl Streep to play in August, Osage County. Previously, Catherine contacted Meryl and invited her to play the heroine Violet. Meryl declined after reading the script. For Link's senior management, they contacted Meryl Streep and said they wanted to talk to each other. Meryl expressed doubts and agreed. Although the role of Violet can be played in a swap, Meryl is the best choice. When there is a chance to persuade the other party, it is not cost effective to give up this candidate with the highest limit. After the meeting, the old lady Meryl saw that his expression was very complicated and asked him if the news that he was close to Harvey in the media was not released by Lionsgate. Link did not deny it and told the truth. Meryl Streep suddenly gasped and said with a serious face that she and Harvey were partners and had no other messy relationship. Link said that he didn't say that she and Harvey had any close relationship, but it was also true that they had a good relationship. Meryl glared at him angrily and asked why he wanted to cooperate with her, since he knew that she had a good relationship with Harvey. Before he could say anything more, Meryl said she would not cooperate with him. Link was not angry either and asked her if she didn't know that Harvey had sexual relations with some workers and had been killed. Meryl frowned and said she had heard of it. Link asked her what she thought about it. Meryl said that this kind of thing is very common in the entertainment industry and it is unavoidable. So, Ms. Meryl, you think this is normal and there is no need to investigate further? Even if you knew that Harvey's behavior often happens, including sexual harassment and even rape of women, you would not change your opinion of him and insist on working with him? Meryl frowned, adjusted her reading glasses, and looked at him. Rape? Is it that serious? Ms. Meryl, you are in the industry. You should know what it means to reconcile afterwards. It turns out that such a thing happened, but it was settled by Harvey, so what I said is true. What does it have to do with inviting me to play a role in a new movie? Meryl asked. Link nodded and said seriously, when I work with people, I look at their character first, and then their performance. If you know that Harvey has done a lot of bad things to the actresses' families, you must work with him, so excuse me for bothering you. Meryl was stunned for a moment and shouted, don't leave. She looked at him with a dark face. Do you mean that I have a bad character and am not worthy of working with you? She was very angry. She thought Link came here to discuss things with her and apologize for what happened at the beginning. Since her explanation was good, she would cooperate. But after meeting, Link did not show any apology at all. Instead, he hinted that she was a bad person. It was so infuriating. If she was not old and could not beat Link, she would have scratched his face until it bled. Link shrugged. Ms. Meryl, I have no intention of offending you, but everyone knows what kind of reputation Harvey has in the circle. Not only do you not do that to this kind of person, you are also willing to maintain a good personal relationship with him. A lot of things are summarized. Meryl was furious. What does it have to do with me to consider Harvey's character? I'm an actor. My job is to act, not to be a detective. If I have to investigate the products of the film company owners, major shareholders, presidents, and producers when I take a role, how can I work? Harvey needs to be investigated. Link took out a few newspapers and knocked on the table. Meryl, I'm your fan. I want to cooperate with you and help you. Harvey has done too many bad things and doesn't know how to restrain himself. You have a tense relationship with him. If these things are exposed one day in the future, even if you say you didn't know, do you think others will believe it? The media won't regard you as Harvey's accomplice at the time. I don't know if you have the opportunity to become one of the top 100 actors in Hollywood, on par with Katharine Hepburn, Bette Davis and others, but you are stigmatized because of this incident. It's a pity. Meryl frowned as she looked at the newspaper. Are these all true? True or false? You have been in the circle for decades. You should be able to make more accurate judgments than me. So you come to me to cooperate with me to help me? My refusal to cooperate with Jiang means that I'm rejecting your kindness? That's what I think. Link nodded. Meryl glanced at him and felt that this grandson was too thick-skinned. It's no wonder that such a person would become famous at a young age. Even if you are right, Harvey has a big problem and we can't work with him. And you, a world-class playboy, your reputation in the circle is not much better than Harvey. Is it appropriate to work with you? Meryl, of course. First of all, I'm a world-class idol. Except for my philandering, there is no problem in other aspects. Secondly, our age difference is the best match. Even if I help you win the Oscar for Best Actress, no one will misunderstand our relationship. Link said seriously. Meryl was stunned for a moment. It seems to be like this. She is 62 years old and Link is 23 years old. Even if she works with Link, there will be no misunderstanding. It's just that she feels awkward to talk about the topic of male and female relationships with a young person like Link. Meryl helplessly glanced at these thick-skinned people. I need to think about it again. If you are willing to act, the second female lead of this play is tentatively Julia Roberts and the third female lead Jennifer Lawrence. With 3 Oscar winners co-starring, I think this play will definitely become a classic. After saying that, Link stood up and said goodbye and left the cafe. The next day, Meryl called and expressed her willingness to cooperate. Link didn't have time to deal with this matter, so he asked Catherine to talk to Meryl about the contract. The news that Meryl was going to cooperate with Beach Pictures was also exposed by the media. It was said that Meryl would star in the same movie as Jennifer Lawrence. As soon as this news was revealed, it attracted a lot of attention and even caused quite a shock in the circle. At the Oscars in February, Jennifer Lawrence teamed up with Link to snatch Meryl's Best Actress award. This matter is still often talked about now. What happened? Meryl, Link and Jennifer Lawrence were supposed to be such mortal enemies, but now it was revealed that they were going to cooperate in filming. This plot and movie are more exciting than many movies, and the inside story contained in it has also caused a lot of discussion. Many people want to know why Meryl agreed to cooperate with Link. Some speculated that the pay from Qatar Beach Pictures was enough, and some said that this was Link's third collaboration with Weinstein Pictures. From last year's conflict between Link and Harvey to this year's Oscars, it was all acting, and the onlookers were fooled. This time, Meryl Exchange held a small-scale press conference. A reporter asked about the pay. Meryl said that the new movie is an art film, and she only takes the basic pay, which is about $5 million. The reporter asked Meryl why she agreed to star in the movie of Palestinian Beach Pictures. Meryl said that the key point is that the role is good, the role is suitable, the tentative cast is also good, and it will be a pleasure to cooperate with, and Link is a good lobbyist. The reporter asked that the third female role in this play is Jennifer Lawrence. What Meryl thinks of Jennifer? Meryl praised Jennifer's superb acting skills, saying that she is a very talented actor and a worthy actor to cooperate with. When the reporters heard her say this, they secretly admired Meryl for being so generous, and she deserved to be an evergreen in the film industry. After these news were reported, the public also felt that Meryl was an actress with excellent acting skills, superb acting skills, and a generous person. She also supported younger female stars with conflicts. She was really a role model for actors. Through this incident, Meryl's reputation among the public was raised to a higher level, and Link and Cambodia Beach Pictures also found a good partner. Jennifer's recognition after the award ceremony was also reduced. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The only person who was angry about this incident was now in the hospital. Harvey knew about Meryl's plan to work with Link before the media. At that time, he thought it was a rumor. After receiving the unexpected news, he hurriedly called Meryl to ask about the details. The role is very suitable, so he took the role. Harvey asked if he could withdraw, and the heroine of a new movie by Weinstein Pictures was very suitable for her. Meryl said that she had already accepted it and could not turn it down. After Harvey hung up the phone, his anger level exploded. Since the 1990s, he has collaborated with Meryl in many movies, including The Strings, The Hours, The Iron Lady, etc., and the two sides have a very good relationship. But at this time, Meryl suddenly stopped cooperating with him and went to work with his nemesis Link. In other words, the next time Meryl won the Oscar for Best Actress, it had nothing to do with him, but became Link's achievement. This is equivalent to him running around, but in the end all the benefits belonged to Link, making wedding clothes for Link. It's really damn it. The more Harvey thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Before he could smash the office, his eyes went black and he fainted. Fortunately, his subordinates found it in time, otherwise his life would be in danger. But after waking up, he panicked when he thought of that incident, and immediately jumped a nurse who was measuring his blood pressure at the bedside to the ground. It took a long time for him to calm down. He asked the nurse for a phone call and called Meryl, hoping that she would think more about it and not cooperate with people like Link. Harvey also said that he must do a good project this year to ensure that she can win an award at the next Oscars 100% of the time. Merrill said that winning the award is not important. The main thing is that the current prospect is very good and she does not want to give up. Harvey wanted to scold, but Merrill was not his subordinate, nor was she his woman. Scolding would only have a counterproductive effect. So Harvey played the emotional card, saying that they had worked together so many times, and every time was very pleasant, and that he felt that Merrill was closer than his wife, sister, and family. Merrill was startled and hurriedly said that she only regarded him as an ordinary friend and colleague, and there was no other relationship, and hoped that he would not misunderstand. After saying that, she said that she had something else to do, and quickly hung up the phone. A busy voice came from Harvey's microphone, and his expression became ferocious. He used to hang up the phone, and no one dared to hang up on him. Now that he was not dead, Merrill hung up without hesitation. Harvey ignited a torrent of anger, and cursed Merrill as a disciple, and cursed Link as a bastard who had betrayed, and died 10,000 times, and threatened to kill Link. The people in the ward saw that his expression was ferocious and his weight was so heavy that no one dared to persuade him. It was Link. Harvey gasped and held back his anger when he heard this. Bob wanted him to rest and recuperate, be discharged from the hospital early, and strive to make a movie with both good reputation and good reputation, so that Link would be jealous and resentful. He patted the quilt angrily. This time he would definitely not let Link go, nor Merrill, nor any of those who betrayed him and joined Link. He wanted to have a meeting, and called Divinovo, hoping to strengthen cooperation with Warner Brothers Pictures through him. Last year, due to the stolen purchase incident, Warner Pictures' image in the circle was greatly affected, and its performance was also obviously affected. In addition, at the beginning of the year, 3 people were dismissed by the board of directors, and the culprits of all these crimes were Link and Lionsgate. Harvey expressed his hope to strengthen cooperation with Warner Pictures and divide Lionsgate together in the future. Ivanova promised to introduce Warner's senior executives to him. Whether the cooperation can be achieved depends on his performance. Harvey smiled coldly and said it was no problem. Chapter 496, The Hunger Games released. After convincing Merrill, Link no longer cared about this matter, mainly because he had no time. The last time he left Merrill's house, he received a call from Chris Liu, saying that Jennifer Shue was about to give birth. She flew to Hong Kong Island for him and stayed with Jennifer Shue for 2 days in a private hospital in Repulse Bay. She gave birth to another son, a very beautiful mixed-race baby who weighed 8 pounds and 60 pence at birth. In order to reward Jennifer Shue, he transferred the 2 properties under his name to her name and gave her and the child 500,000 yuan in monthly expenses. Apart from that, he could not do anything else. After Fu gave birth to the child, he stayed in Hong Kong Island for 3 days and returned to the United States to accompany Eva Cao and the 2 children. At this time, Taylor was busy with the signing event for his new album. If he left the child at home, Taylor would probably not let him take care of the child in the future. Taylor's 4th work Begin Again was released in mid-March, with sales of 1.027 million copies in the United States in the first week. Although the first week sales were less than 500,000 copies than the 3rd work Last Kiss, the first week sales exceeded 1 million, which is still a very good result for Taylor, a singer who encountered a huge victory last year. In addition, 6 songs in this album entered the Billboard Top 10, and all 12 songs entered the Top 100, and won the Singles Chart Championship. The results are very good. What makes Link strange is that there are 5 songs in Begin Again that he has never heard before, and they are also very good. Because of the good box office in the first week, Taylor put down the big stone in his heart and felt much more relaxed. By the end of March, The Hunger Games was released in 4,137 theaters in North America. The first day box office profited a total of $70.25 million, exceeding Twilight Eclipse $68.5 million, The Dark Knight $67.17 million, and ranked second in the North American highest first day transaction record, ahead of the Twilight Saga, New Moon $72.7 million. The 3-day weekend grossed $164 million, setting the highest first-day sales for a non-sequel film, the highest weekend sales for a non-sequel film, the highest sales for a March opening, and the highest opening sales for Lionsgate. The Hunger Games swept North American theaters with a strong attitude, achieving an amazing first-run sales record, which also amazed the media. The film cost 78 million yuan to produce, with a publicity budget of 30 million yuan. It was able to pay back the cost in 3 days, and the word of mouth was very good. The media variety show rating was as high as 88 points, and more than half of the media rated more than 90 points. Lionsgate produced a very good movie. Link and Lionsgate also made a lot of money with the film, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. When Link acquired Lionsgate last year, many people were not optimistic about the deal, believing that Lionsgate would eventually go bankrupt in his hands, and some media predicted that Lionsgate would go bankrupt in about 3 to 5 years. Unfortunately, things did not go as the media predicted. Lionsgate made a profit in the first year after being acquired by Link. Now that they have produced a series of movies like The Hunger Games with impressive box office data, Lionsgate will surely have a better and better development momentum in the next few years. Therefore, after the acquisition of The Hunger Games sold well, many media lamented that Link had picked up a big bargain. When Lionsgate changed hands in March and April last year, the film had already been approved. Link didn't do anything, but he picked up a popular series of movies. He was so lucky. And the shareholders of Lionsgate seem to have lost money in the business. In the first week of the film's release, North America's share exceeded 200 million, reaching 212 million. The cooperation with the contradictions of the Half-Blood Prince was $236 million. Spider-Man 3 was $230.5 million, and Pirates of the Caribbean 3, South of the World was $216 million, becoming one of the fastest movies to break 200 million. In North America, The Hunger Games also won the weekly box office championship with 212 million, and there were also several more competitive movies. There were Men in Black 3 released by Sony Pictures, which was released on the 25th, and held 83.35 million in the first week. Wrath of the Titans, released by Warner Bros., was released on March 30th, with 43.88 million in its first week. 22 Jump Street, which was released last week, reached 27.5 million this week. Although these movies have good box office results, The Hunger Games is far behind. Also because the profitability of The Hunger Games is too enviable, there were many negative comments in the media during the week of the movie's release. Many comments did not comment on the quality of the movie, but directed the criticism at the heroine Jennifer Lawrence, believing that Jennifer and Link had an ambiguous relationship, and relied on Link a lot in her career, while the heroine of The Hunger Games is an independent and self-reliant woman with a very strong inner strength. In this regard, Jennifer is not as good as the heroine Katniss. Some film critics ignored the facts, and said that Link's investment in this movie was to attract audiences. The quality of the movie is average, and it depends entirely on publicity and hype, and the audience should not pay for it. Lionsgate and Panama also responded to these unfriendly comments. First, they sent lawyers' letters to many media and film critics, asking them to apologize publicly, and continued to promote Jennifer Lawrence's positive news. Under Lionsgate's vigorous promotion, the sales of The Hunger Games were not greatly affected. The weekly sales in North America reached 96.3 million, a drop of 56%. For a second popular movie, this number is very good, which also shows that overseas, The Hunger Games has accumulated 180 million box office in 31 countries and regions including the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Germany, Japan, and South Korea. After 15 days of the movie's release, the global total sales exceeded 500 million, and it also became the first movie in the world to sell more than 500 million in 2012. The media expects the global box office of the film to be between 700 million and 800 million, which is better than the first film in the Twilight series. In other words, this movie has the hope of becoming another movie adapted from a best-selling novel that has sold well all over the world after Harry Potter and Twilight. According to this situation, Lionsgate is expected to make more than $2 billion from this series. This time, the owner began to envy Link. Last year, he used Twitter shares to exchange for Lionsgate, which was a somewhat uneconomical deal. But Twitter shares only have a high market value, poor operating conditions, and little profit each year. Last year, the dividends from shares were also very small, less than 300 million yuan, which is equivalent to a golden chicken that does not lay eggs. Lionsgate's dividends last year were as high as more than 100 million, 80% of which belonged to Link. This year's dividends will be more, even more than Twitter, which has a market value of 10 billion, which is equivalent to a chicken that lays golden eggs. With these golden eggs, Link can use them to invest in other projects and make more money than Twitter shares. A special article was written for the Wall Street Journal praising Link as an amazingly shrewd and visionary entrepreneur. At the same time, the newspaper also commented on Link's current entertainment industry, saying that Lionsgate plus Palm Beach Pictures plus Netflix will grow into a subdivision of the film and television industry in the future, and Link Music Company plus SB Project Entertainment plus Spotify platform also have great hope to complete the formation of Music Party and stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 major record companies. The Wall Street Journal once again lamented that Link was amazing. Inadvertently, with his layout in the entertainment industry, Link will inevitably become a leader who influences the direction of the world's entertainment industry in the future. Honey, are you so amazing? Evika flipped through the newspaper and looked at him in surprise. What? Link was squatting on the opposite side to accompany the statues of Alexander and Cynthia. Alexander was relatively quiet. If he was given a solid piece of wood, he could sit on the ground and play quietly for 2 or 3 hours. Cynthia was more lively. After playing with toys for a while, she would climb on him, step on his legs, and climb onto his neck. Her hands and feet were very flexible. The news said that you will be the overlord of the entertainment industry. Evika read the comments of the Wall Street Journal about him over and over again. The newspaper praised his layout in Hollywood and the music industry, saying that he had become a small giant walking on fat legs and had the opportunity to evolve into Warner, Universal, and Sony. Honey, are these all the layouts you want to make in the future? Evika asked about the acquisition of Spotify and Netflix shares. If you add music and Lionsgate, Link's entertainment industry is just average. Add this entertainment technology company with good prospects, and the industry under his name has undergone a qualitative change and has great potential. Link smiled lightly, almost. I'm optimistic about the internet industry, internet platform plus music, internet plus film and television, which are the development trends of these 2 industries in the future. So after entering the music and film industry, I began to look for internet companies that are closely integrated with these 2 industries. Spotify and Netflix are 2 of them. From now on, this combination is not bad. Yes, very good, honey, you are great. Evika smiled and looked at him, her eyes full of admiration and worship. Although she is also an excellent entrepreneur, her strengths are in management and operation, which lacks originality. If she is asked to plan the development of the company, she will not invest heavily in Spotify and Netflix, but will hold a relatively long-term decision. Hey, Cynthia, did you climb on my neck just to bite off my ears? The elf in Link's arms wiped the ears that were covered with saliva from the little guy. Just now, the little guy climbed on his shoulders and bit off his ears. The little guy just grew 6 milk teeth, and it didn't hurt to bite. Is Cynthia hungry? Evika asked. No, she is just naughty. Link picked up the cute little girl and kissed her little face. The little girl blinked her big bright eyes, giggled, and stretched out her little fingers like jade seeds to grab his face. Ring. The mother of the 2 little guys called on time and asked where Alexander and Cynthia were. Link talked about being bitten on the ear by Cynthia. Taylor said he deserved it. Link and the 2 little ones went to the computer to video chat with Taylor. Alexander and Cynthia looked at Taylor on the computer and called her mommy. Taylor's eyes were full of the 2 little ones, and on the surface, they were obviously not there. Link asked her how her album was selling. Taylor was very proud. She signed more than 5,000 records in London today. Link asked her to take it easy and not to be too tired. Taylor told him to hurry up and leave it alone, then took a batch of toys to tease the 2 little ones online and asked them which one they liked. Alexander and Cynthia grabbed the screen and kept babbling. Link asked Taylor when she would leave London. The crew of the Hunger Games would go to the UK for a roadshow tomorrow. Taylor said that they had notified him immediately and he didn't need to worry about it. Link didn't say anything more. The theme song Safe and Sound and the interlude Eyes Open of the Hunger Games were written and sung by Taylor, so when she was promoting her new album, she would occasionally participate in movie promotion activities. Link chatted with the two little girls and Taylor for half an hour on video. Taylor had to go to work, and he continued on the stage with the two little girls. In the afternoon, Selena brought little Annie over to eat. The two older ones pushed two little ones around the house, followed by several cats and dogs. The villa was almost in chaos. After all, Link could barely handle the two little ones by himself. With the little round face and the restructured little Annie, he was completely overwhelmed. He could only keep an eye on the older and younger ones to prevent them from doing anything dangerous. Chapter 497. The crew filmed a scene. In the third week of the release of The Hunger Games, Buried starring Link continued to be screened in major theaters. The reason for the entire screening period was that the sales performance of the property was not ideal, from more than 20 million per week at the beginning to tens of thousands per week now. The summer season is coming, and blockbusters are gathering. It is not cost effective to continue to screen Buried. This film has been released in North America for more than a month, with cumulative sales reaching 68.55 million, and overseas sales of 43.7 million, a total of 113 million scenes. Compared with the production cost of 2 million, the box office revenue is as high as 50 times, and it is also listed as the first dark horse of the year by The Hollywood Reporter. In April, in addition to The Hunger Games, Lionsgate Films also released two movies, The Cabin in the Woods and The Complete Guide to Pregnancy. In addition, The Evil Spirit Invasion, Safe for Now, The Witness Protection Program of the Black Madwoman and Lawless and other movies were released during the summer season, with an average of 1 to 2 movies released per month. During this period, in addition to taking care of the children, Link was also studying the role of Rust and Bone. This movie tells the story of boxer Ali, who had to put aside his self-esteem and fight in the underworld to support his family after breaking his hand bone. He also worked as a bartender. In fact, he met Stephanie, a whale trainer at the aquarium, by chance. Stephanie had her legs amputated due to an accident. The two marginalized people gradually fell in love with each other during their contact. In the movie, Ali is a big boy with strong limbs, but immature and irresponsible, while Stephanie is a woman with a disabled limb, but a strong heart. Stephanie needs Ali after becoming disabled, and Ali also needs a mature woman. The meaning of Rust and Bone is the transformation of two people with defects. This defect is equivalent to rust. After falling in love, both parties wash off their rusty essence and become supported on each other's bones. Rust can also be understood as the taste of blood. Ali and Stephanie become the taste of blood after encountering the blows of life and finally repair each other and become strong and unyielding bones. It is a very detailed and profound movie. Link likes Stephanie's role and feels that he is very similar to Ali, so he chose to buy the adaptation rights of this movie. In early April, Link flew to Nice, a small city in southern France, to shoot Rust and Bone. Nice is about to face the Mediterranean Sea. It is the capital of the Mediterranean Coast Province and the Mediterranean Sea of Marseille on the Mediterranean coast of France. Judges are located on the southwest side of Nice, about 33 kilometers away. It is also a famous tourist and holiday resort in France. It is the second beach on the Mediterranean coast and the sunshine is very good. There are also historical monuments, museums, art galleries, and playgrounds in the square, such as the Cathedral of St. Reparat, the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum, and the Matisse Museum. It is a place with beautiful scenery. It is also one of the more famous photography bases in France. Magic Moonlight, directed by Woody Allen, was also filmed here. When he was in Nice, Marion Cotillard arrived first, bringing little Castle with him. The little guy is 10 months old, with dark golden hair, sparkling eyes, and a perky little nose. He is also a very cute little guy. He must be a handsome guy when he grows up. It's me. Link panted and the little guy smiled. Guillaume often says that. Marion Cotillard leaned against him and smiled. He's delusional. Link kissed Marion. Guillaume's pupils were light green and his hair was brown and black, which was obviously not the same as Castle's. In addition, He used Castle's hair for DNA testing, and the genetic similarity was 99.99%. In addition to Castle, there is also Chris from Amy Adams' family. After testing, it was also his child. Counting the one in Eva Kaz's belly, he now has 6 children. In addition, Nozomi Sasaki sent a message yesterday saying that her period had not come and she hoped she was pregnant. If confirmed, there are already 7. It's not too much. In the future, the global fertility rate will decline, and having more children can also promote human reproduction and alleviate the population crisis. It's also a good thing. With little Castle, Link and Marion didn't stay in a hotel. The two rented a holiday villa by the sea. They shot 6 or 7 hours of scenes on the crew every day and spent the rest of the time at home with their children, living a 3-person world. There were a few times when Guillaume Canet wanted to come over, but Link stopped him, asking him to concentrate on filming the movie on the crew and not to come and make trouble. Last year, 2 films invested by Link through Paris Rose Films were confirmed to be released at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. Among them, New Button War starring Guillaume Canet earned €18.2 million in Europe, basically breaking even. Another Intouchables was released in December last year. The total number of viewers in France reached 19.44 million, and it has been the sales champion for 10 consecutive weeks. As of now, it has reached $150 million in sales, which is also the annual sales champion in France. The sales performance in the United Kingdom, Italy, Germany, Spain, South Korea, Japan, the Netherlands, Australia and other regions has reached more than 10 million. In North America, it has been resisted by black organizations due to racial issues and has not yet been released. The global total has reached 380 million, which is undoubtedly a big selling movie compared to the production cost of 12 million. Paris Rose Films also earned nearly 180 million operating systems from this movie, making a lot of money. After making money, Guillaume Canet said he wanted to make a movie, and he also made a score called Blood Ties for Link to see. Link saw that the investment was not much, only €3 million, so he didn't ask much. Now Guillaume Canet is filming in Paris. In addition to the time that interferes with him, Marion and Castle's concern, he can have 6 and act with Marion in Prague. Action. In the crew, on the beach by the sea, Link sat on a bench and chatted with Marion. When I was a trainer before, I enjoyed the way people looked at me. I enjoyed the feeling of making the audience excited. Marion Cotillard sat in a wheelchair, with her hair loose, her face without makeup, and a little pale. What about now? Link looked at her. Nothing. Marion said. Link looked dull, as if he couldn't understand the other person's emotions. He stood up and looked at the blue sea, regardless of the fact that the other person was an old man with 2 legs broken, and asked, "Do you want to swim?" Marion looked at him abnormally, stunned for a moment, and agreed. TSK. Repeat again. Link, you need to be more outgoing, especially in your tone. You can be more casual. Director Jack Sordiad instructed from the side. Link nodded and discussed with Marion. The crew of Rust and Bone concentrated on filming for 2 days in Nice, France, and refilmed for 3 days in Bern, Switzerland. The filming was completed in early May, and Link returned to the United States immediately. The Hunger Games was released for a month, and it has earned $415 million box office in North America and $320 million overseas. It is still being screened in many countries, and the global box office is expected to exceed $800 million. Jennifer Lawrence also soared to the sky with this movie, becoming a popular Hollywood actor and youth idol. In terms of fame, she is even more famous than the 4 little beauties selected by Vanity Fair, and has become a special existence in the entertainment industry. Due to the very good box office of The Hunger Games 1, the company began to prepare for the second sequel, which is expected to be released next year. In this play, Jennifer Lawrence's salary is $12 million, and she is also one of the highest paid actors in the circle. Taylor's new album Begin Again has been released for more than a month, and the cumulative sales in the United States have reached 285 copies. It is expected to exceed 3 million copies next week, and the global sales are about 13.5 million copies. Because Taylor is busy, Link still brought Alexander and Cynthia with him, after returning to the United States to accompany Eva Kazan and prepare for the boxing match. This year's boxing championship is expected to have 4 venues, namely the WBA, WBC, and IBF Boxing Championship defense. In the WBO lightweight category, the former boxing champion Nathan Cleverly was injured in training not long ago and could not participate in the boxing championship, so he announced that he would give up the organization's World Boxing Championship. Link needs to participate in one more WBO boxing championship to achieve the light heavyweight championship Grand Slam. Chapter 498 Avengers Alliance. Bang, bang, bang. In the beach training ground, Link, wearing a palm bandage, hit the sandbag of the race with his fists alternately, making a dull sound, which was equivalent to bursting the sandbag with each punch 12 years. In these 4 years, Link insisted on training every day, and his strength, speed, endurance, reaction ability, and other physical qualities have been greatly improved. Some have doubled from the original basis, some have tripled or quadrupled, and the recovery ability after physical fatigue or recovery is also getting stronger and stronger. Continuing to train, Link feels that he may become a little Superman. Link, why did you come to the club to train today? Hoa walked in wearing a bodysuit and shorts, with a white towel around his neck. I have time today. Link put away his fist and said, really? Don't have to take care of the children today? I saw the news that you have been a nanny at home recently. Hoyer joked. While he was talking, Bernard Hopkins also walked in, glaring at Link with a dark face. Although it had been nearly half a year since that match, and Hopkins' injuries in the match had doubled, every time he saw Link, his face would regress and become darker, as if the trauma caused by Link was still there. Hey, Bernard, I heard that you participated in the WBC Boxing Championship qualifiers. I hope you can become the boxing champion challenger. Link greeted. Humph, Link, don't be complacent. In the next match, I will definitely defeat you and take my things back from you, Hopkins said with clenched fists. Link nodded, thinking that this guy had good psychological quality. He was beaten so badly last time, but he dared to be so arrogant. He was a tough guy. After greeting, Link continued to train. Hopkins glared at him fiercely and prepared to train in the area next to him. De La Hoya looked at him and asked curiously, Bernard, next time you meet that pervert, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Hopkins said unhappily, Link is too good. His boxing skills are better than his. Even in his prime, he probably can't beat him. Grinning, aren't you afraid of being beaten up by him next time you meet him? De La Hoya asked. Hopkins' eyes twitched, and he touched the bridge of his nose that had grown back. Although the injury was healed, the pain was still fresh in his memory. He couldn't help but stare at Link not far away and said with all his strength, I'm not afraid. Next time I meet him, I will feel that my nose is crooked. That's right, Bernard. Now all lightweight boxers are afraid of Link except you. I hope you can create a miracle and beat him hard. De La Hoya encouraged. Defeat Link? Hopkins didn't have much interest, but facing De La Hoya as his boss, he didn't refute. After wrapping his hand with a bandage, he also started to fight in front of the sandbag. After practicing for half an hour, he was ready to take a break, but he found that Link was still practicing, and he had never stopped from beginning to end. He curled his lips in dissatisfaction, took a deep breath, and continued to punch. 20 minutes later, Hopkins was sweating all over, gasping for breath with his mouth open. His arms were cut and trembling constantly, and his physical strength was only 1/10 of what it was. He looked at Link next door and found that the guy was still banging on the sandbag, and he had never stopped from beginning to end. His punches were powerful, his steps were still very flexible, and he didn't sweat much, and he suddenly stopped breathing. Hopkins was very angry. Is this guy a pervert? He didn't want to be outdone by Link, so he gritted his teeth and continued to punch the sandbag. After more than 20 minutes, he felt that the blood vessels in his arms were about to burst, but Link over there still had no intention of stopping. Hopkins roared angrily and punched the sandbag. Then a fierce pain came from his wrist. He hissed and quickly held his right wrist. The right wrist joint suddenly swelled up, sparse and red. The swelling, the forearm was pulled away, and there were also waves of pain. Fuck. Hopkins cursed and hurriedly ran to the medical center with his right arm. Hey, Bernard, what's wrong with you? De La Hoya was instructing the boxers training and asked in surprise when he saw Hopkins' wrist. Hopkins was sweating profusely in pain and had no reason to pay attention to him. He shouted "Doctor" and entered the drill room. De La Hoya was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at the place where Hopkins was training, and Link, who was still insisting on training next to him, shook his head helplessly. "This pervert is really a disaster. Your exclusive training ground for training? Practice boxing. The atmosphere is better." Link stopped training and said, "But it's very dangerous here. It's easy for others to get hurt." Because of Link's existence, several new boxers under his command were reimbursed before they even went on stage to compete, and several veteran boxers were injured because of training with him and had to end their careers early. Link is a dangerous element, and no one can pin down his boxers. This guy is the enemy of Golden Boy Promotions. Link shrugged, took the water cup and towel, and returned to the exclusive training ground to continue. Compared with the public training ground, the breathing here is a little worse. There is no sound of fists hitting sandbags, no shouting one after another, and it feels almost the same as training in the training ground of the villa halfway up the mountain. After practicing for a while, Emma Roberts came to train in a vest and hot pants, carrying a sports backpack. She has practiced with Link more than 10 times in the training ground. Now she has a certain level in boxing. She has also filmed 2 action movies, in which the girl who can box beat up most of her ex-boyfriend who played her. But her figure is still petite and exquisite, less than 160 centimeters, with chopstick legs, a small waist, and pink cheeks, which is equivalent to a little lolly in a boxing club. As usual, Link gave her some pointers, taught her some techniques of beating, and then continued. After the afternoon training, he went into the locker room to change clothes. Emma Roberts came over with a red face, took a bottle of essential oil, and asked him if he wanted anything. Her expression was very shy, and her bright face and eyes were full of expectations. Link did not refuse her kindness. After venting on Emma, Link felt that all the previous training had disappeared. Afterwards, he kindly sent Emma home, because it was inconvenient for her to drive. After all, I thought that after this incident, Emma would be like Scarlett. Emma would rest for a few days and then return to the training ground to accompany him. During training, she would help him dissect and relax his body. This also made him do an interesting show every time after training. In May, Avengers is about to be released. In addition to taking care of the children, training, and asking about the affairs of several companies, Link will also participate in some movie promotion activities every day. On May 4th, The Avengers was released in 4,349 theaters in North America, with sales of $80.81 million on the first day, setting a new first-day sales record. It reached $207 million in North America over the 3 days of the weekend, becoming the fastest to break $200 million in 42 countries and regions. To be released overseas simultaneously, with a total box office of $317 million in 3 days. The production cost of The Avengers was $220 million, and it paid back in 3 days, which shocked industry insiders. In the past few years, the box office performance of several Marvel movies, except for the Iron Man series and Captain America, has been relatively average, such as The Invincible Hulk and Thor, which can only be rewarded for being popular. This movie directly broke the box office revenue record of the North American film market, which surprised countless people and made Walt Disney, the distributor of the film, envious. The Avengers is very suitable for being a series of movies. As long as Disney Pictures makes it carefully, it can make a lot of money with this series, just like Lionsgate's The Hunger Games. In the summer, The Hunger Games still has more than 400 theaters to continue showing, with weekly sales of millions, ranking in the top 20 movies in the same period. At present, the cumulative sales of The Hunger Games in North America have reached 462 million, and the cumulative sales have reached 346 million yuan, and the cumulative sales have exceeded 800 million yuan worldwide. In terms of overseas revenue, The Hunger Games is more profitable than The Avengers, and is more envied by its peers. In April and May, Lionsgate also released 2 movies, The Cabin in the Woods and Pregnancy Guide. The first one is one of Lionsgate's main thriller movies this year, which was released in mid-April. The cumulative sales in North America reached 40.81 million, and the overseas sales reached 35.57 million. The production cost of the film was 35 million, and the profit on sales was expected to be about 2,000. The income from videotapes, Netflix channels, financing, etc. is not less than 20 million. The Second Pregnancy Guide, starring Cameron Diaz, Jennifer Lopez, Elizabeth Banks, Amy Adams and other older actresses, tells the story of 5 families facing the budget generated by pregnancy and children. The film was initially eliminated due to investment, but later Ivaka was pregnant and felt that the score was interesting, so she restarted the project. The production cost was 40 million, and it reached 36.4 million in the North American film market. Overseas sales also exceeded 30 million. It is expected to break even in sales and earn tens of millions in other aspects, as well as films such as Silver Linings Playbook and The Help, which will be released at the end of the year. Lionsgate's film sales this year have a total revenue of 660 million yuan in North America, which is higher than 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures. In the first quarter, it ranked 5th among Hollywood film companies. This achievement also made the media praise Lionsgate. The Big Six are all old film companies with a history of hundreds of years, while Lionsgate was founded in 1997 and has been in business for 15 years. Compared with the Big Six, it is just a teenager. However, in terms of film sales, Lionsgate was able to surpass the top 5 film companies and enter the top 5. This has never happened before. The Los Angeles Times and other media said that Lionsgate has created a sales miracle and were amazed at the way Link and Ivaka run the company. Those who were hostile to Link were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and cursed Link for being unlucky, hoping that he would be unlucky soon. In response to this, Link asked everyone not to be proud during a company meeting, saying that a temporary victory was nothing, and that being able to stay in the top 5 for a long time was the real victory, and the owners should continue to work hard to achieve this goal. At the same time, in order to motivate the company's employees, he also proposed a series of reward measures, about thousands of dividends, to make the working atmosphere within the company more uplifting. Chapter 499, Suicide Squad Shooting. Honey, I heard an interesting rumor in the company today. After returning home, Link said to Ivaka, who was walking in the garden. What rumor? Do you know why John is selling Lionsgate? John Ferrer is the largest shareholder and chairman of Lionsgate. After selling his shares in April last year, he returned to Lionsgate. Link arranged him to work in the production department. Because he loves movies? Ivaka smiled and responded when she saw that he was in a good mood. No, I heard that he was worried about handing the company over to me, so he came back to watch. After I messed up Lionsgate, I bought it back at a lower price and made a lot of money in the meantime. Now his plan is going to fail. Link laughed. I'm afraid it's not just him. Many people's hopes will be dashed. But it is precisely because of this that we have to be more careful and invest carefully to avoid being laughed at by our opponents. Ivaka said with her long eyelashes blinking. You're right. This year, after the success of movies such as The Hunger Games and Buried, Lionsgate's market value was raised to about $1.2 billion by Moody's, a Wall Street investment institution. The market value of Lionsgate does not include Netflix's shares. The number is almost twice that of last year when Link took over. Also because of the good box office performance of several movies, some investment institutions proposed financing plans and prepared to acquire shares in Lionsgate. Link has no plans to raise funds for the time being. He plans to increase the market value of Lionsgate to more than $2 billion by next year and then raise funds and sell some stocks to obtain more funds for investment. Sharing risks can prevent Lionsgate from making losses in the film market in the next few years. It can't sell them, even if it wants to. After all, he knows a limited number of good movies and is not sure that the company will make a profit every year. How do you feel today? Link stroked her round belly. Very good. The little guy kicked me a few more times just now, and it seems to be anxious to come out. Ivaka smiled slightly as she looked at her abdomen. Yes, anyone who stays in one place and can't move the embryo will get angry. Link chuckled. Link, come here quickly. Cynthia is eating my lipstick. She'll cry if I don't give it to her. Selena shouted from a distance. Who told you to take out the lipstick? Cosmetics are not safe. Don't you understand to stay away from the little ones? Link shook his head and walked back with Evoca in his arms, leaving the little classmates in Selena's care. In less than 3 minutes, there will be trouble. When he and Evoca were in a hurry, Cynthia had already been smeared into a harlequin cat by Selena, and even Alexander did not escape. Cynthia didn't know what happened. She was still holding her little mouth and giggling at him, stretching out her little hands for a hug. Link knocked Selena and took out his camera to take a few photos as a souvenir. Avengers was released on the 8th day, with sales of 299 million in North America, and it also became the fastest sales to break 300 million in North America. The movie starring Link and Robert Downey Jr. also became a global hit. Link is the world's most famous singer, boxer, and now the world's most famous movie star. The combination of fame brought by his transparent career has made him extremely popular around the world. Last week, his number of fans on Twitter officially exceeded 100 million, making him the only celebrity with more than 100 million fans on all internet social platforms. His number of fans on Facebook and Weibo also exceeded 50 million. This also led to the continued sales of his 4 albums. The first album, The Warrior, has a total sales of more than 5 million copies in the United States and more than 25 million copies worldwide. The second album, Go Forward, has a total sales of more than 3 million copies in the United States and more than 30 million copies worldwide. The sales of Love in the United States officially exceeded 10 million copies last week. It is also his first album to achieve the diamond record achievement in his home country. Due to the strict control of piracy in the United States, the album sales data is strictly monitored by RIAA, Recording Association of America website, and the Federal Tax Bureau eyes. It is difficult for a businessman to sell 10 million copies. At present, only more than 10 singers have achieved this, including Elvis, MJ, Shania Twain, Lionel Richie, Lindsay Dion, Mariah Carey, and the Beatles. The fourth work has sold 9.05 million copies in the United States. It is expected that the second diamond record will be completed by August. The global sales will also exceed 50 million copies. 10 years later, there is hope to exceed 100 million. Relying on these albums and not doing short term, Link does nothing every year, and his income is more than 100 million. By mid-May, in a section of the promotional advertisement for Avengers, Link joined the crew of the Expendables 2 as the second male, a handsome, good fighting, and some philandering second-generation mercenaries. In this movie, his role gradually matured. After the boss Barney, played by Stallone, was injured, he took over the command of the Expendables and went deep behind enemy lines. Not only did he avenge his companions, but he also successfully destroyed the enemy's conspiracy to steal weapons and raw materials, and once again defended justice in the way of the Expendables. The film was jointly produced by Lionsgate, Millennium Films, where Stallone is, and Wanda Pictures, with a cost of 120 million yuan, of which Link's salary was 25 million local people. Part of the film was shot in Hong Kong Island, so a female partner who dares to die, Alice Lee, was added. In addition to Jet Li, there are 2 Chinese faces in the main actors. His official CP in the film is Scarlett Johansson, who plays Schwarzenegger's daughter in the play, a female mercenary with beautiful appearance and high fighting skills. There is only a 2-minute plot, and the main film is still too paid. It is not clear whether he is ready to play this role with Jennifer Lawrence, but considering that his relationship with Jennifer is more complicated in reality, fans may not necessarily buy it if he shows his affection in the movie, so he is replaced by Scarlett Johansson. If The Expendables 2 performs well, and fans are interested in each other's CP, he will have the opportunity to take the lead in The Expendables 3 and become the leading actor of the series. While filming in Hong Kong Island, he also had time to go to the villa in Repulse Bay to accompany Shu Chang's newly born baby. Shu Chang's father named the baby Shunan, and his English name is Schubert. During the period in Hong Kong Island, Chrisella Yu also came to vacation. She filmed 3 movies and 2 TV series in a row last year. She was busy all the time. With the release of the recent movies, she is expected to take a break. Chris Liu said that there are only 2 dramas this year and she is going to take a break for the next one, so she wants to take advantage of this time to have a baby. Link also satisfied her. Chris Liu has a higher income than Xu Chang, and she doesn't have to worry about having a child. In addition to filming and having children, he also transferred more than $400 million from several companies in the United States, France, and South Korea, plus the dividends and profits of several Huaxia companies last year, plus a loan of $200 million to buy stocks such as Maute, JD.com, Bide, and Ali Investment. At present, Hong Kong Jinbek Investment has 11.6% of Wanda Pictures, 4.2% of Bide Auto, 3.4% of JD.com, 0.35% of Maute, 0.22% of Alibaba Investment, as well as several film and television companies and real estate management companies. It is expected that the market value will reach $20 billion in 10 years. After the crew finished filming in Hong Kong, they moved to Bulgaria, Europe for filming. Due to the local rainy season, the situation was not smooth. There was a prop explosion on the set, which caused the death of a stuntman and the same injury. Stuntman Link was less than 100 meters away from the explosion site and was almost affected. Because of this incident, the crew had to stop filming for a week. Link's scenes, which lasted for more than 10 days, were delayed for nearly a month. Because of this accident, Evoca did not allow him to take more exercise action movies. Taylor also called to mock him for wanting money but not life, especially vulgarity, and asked Alexander and Cynthia not to learn from him when they grow up. Chris Liu, Nozomi Sasaki, Tien, and Adaria also persuaded him not to take action movies anymore. With his current wealth and fame, he didn't need to work so hard. In order to take care of Evoca, Taylor, and others, he had to agree and promised to shoot fewer action movies in the future. Even if there were action movies, he would use a surrogate, cherish life, and stay away from danger. After filming The Expendables 2, his filming tasks this year have been basically completed, and there are only a few small cameo roles left, which will not take a few days. But he can't rest for the time being. First, the WBA Boxing Champion Challenge is coming soon, and Evoca is about to give birth. In addition, there are less than 2 months to the Summer Olympics. He needs to focus on training his swimming skills and strive to win more gold medals in the upcoming Olympics. Chapter 500 The Birth of a Little Princess. In June, when Evoca's due date was approaching, Link took time out to attend a boxing match in Las Vegas against WBA champion challenger Jane Pascal. Jane Pascal became his old rival, and he had competed with him for the WBA in 2009. Compared with 2 years ago, Pascal's strength has improved a bit, but Link is still far behind. The two sides fought for 2 rounds, and Link successfully KO'd his opponent for the 22nd time in the second. Professional match record: 27 wins and 27 KOs in 27 games. Due to the obvious gap in strength between the two sides, the match received less attention, and PPV sales were also less than the previous one. 1.84 million copies were sold in North America, and other income was also higher than Link's prize money for this game was 64 million, at least 10 million more than the previous game. Link, have you ever paid attention to the NBA Clippers? Recently, Clippers owner Sterling is preparing to sell prescription shares, about 58.8%. for $550 million. It seems that we plan to take over the Clippers. What do you think? After the game, Frank Duva talked about work in the car. In order to solve the problem of Dynasty Sports' single income, Frank and the team have done some work this year, including signing professional athletes from other sports, buying shares of small ESPN TV stations and American Showtime, and establishing long-term cooperative relationships with sports brands such as Nike and Under Armour. The development in the past 2 years is not bad. At present, the total market value of Dynasty Sports is more than $600 million. In the field of boxing, it has taken the peak promotion and major event promotion, which is even stronger than Golden Boy promotion. The key to such rapid development is still Link. With such a top boxer who creates profits for the company stably, the company's development is not enough to lack funds, which also leads people to want to invest in Dynasty Sports. After 2 rounds of financing, The company has grown from tens of millions in 2008 to more than 600 million now. Also because Link is crucial to the development of the company and is the source of profit for the establishment of the company, he still holds 30% of the shares, which has risen from 10% to 20%. Frank's shares have been raised after 2 rounds of financing, and now the upper limit is 26.4%. Link has become the largest shareholder of Dynasty Sports. Hearing Frank's words, Link asked curiously, does the company have more than 500 million? No, we are preparing for the 3rd round of financing, and we will raise another part of the financing, which is almost enough. If everything goes well, we plan to list Dynasty on Nasdaq in 2 or 3 years. Yes, this is the development plan designed by the company. Frank Stein said with a smile. Link thought about it, and thought it was not bad. The current market value of the Clippers is about $1.2 billion, ranking in the top 10 in market value and the top 3 in commercial value among NBA teams. It seems that the market value will exceed $2 billion in the future. If it is managed properly, it will also be a good investment project. In fact, Frank didn't say it, Link also planned to buy teams, not only NBA teams, but also NFL teams and European football clubs. The purpose of acquiring a team is not only to make money. Just like Lionsgate, a good team can make shareholders create lucrative profits every year, which is equivalent to a golden hen laying eggs. In addition, the team can also increase its influence in the sports field and social and political fields. There are many benefits. In addition to the team, Link also wants to acquire a TV station from the HBO type, on the one hand, to promote his boxing matches, and on the other hand, to cooperate with the TV department of Lionsgate Films to produce more TV series every year. TV series such as Mad Men produced by Lionsgate Films, the 5th season of each episode profit is about $3 million, including subscription fees and advertising income, part-time broadcasting, videotape union and other income, while the top hit series Game of Thrones has a profit of more than 20 to 30 million per episode. If Lionsgate Films has a TV station, its influence in the film and television industry will be greater, and it will be closer to the 6 majors. However, there is no good acquisition target at present, so it can only wait and see for the time being. It will not be too late to make a move when the shares in hand are valuable in the future. Ding-ling-ling. While chatting, his mobile phone suddenly rang. It was Selena calling, saying that Ivanka was about to give birth, and asked him to come back quickly. When Link heard about the good news, he did not dare to delay, and drove to the private nursing home near the Ukla Medical Center. 1 week before the due date, Link and Ivanka moved here. The sanatorium has the most advanced equipment, a birth and guidance team, and the most professional nursing staff, so he was not worried when Selena said Ivanka was giving birth. When he arrived at the sanatorium, Catherine, Ms. Mandy, Tiffany and others arrived first, and were waiting outside the delivery room. Link, why are you here just now? Ivanka is about to give birth, and you are still running around. What do you mean by running around? Don't you know that I'm playing a game in Las Vegas today? Link didn't argue with her. He changed into a sterile surgical gown, and entered the delivery room to practice with Ivanka. Because Ivanka was in good health and in a good mood during this period, she took good care of herself, and the whole delivery process was also smooth. It took less than 2 hours from start to delivery. It was a beautiful little princess. She weighed 8 pounds and 50 pence and was 48 centimeter tall when she was born. She was very healthy and cried loudly. Dear, you have worked hard. Link kissed Ivanka's sweaty hair before he opened his eyes. Ivanka smiled slightly, reached out and touched the little girl's face, which was filled with a gentle smile. Before the discussion, the little girl's name was Margarita, which also means princess in Spanish. The day after the little girl was born, the old father-in-law flew over from New York with his family. Taylor, Paris Hilton, Jennifer Lawrence and others also came to the hospital to visit Ivanka and the little girl. The American media also reported the news of Ivanka giving birth to a daughter, and Link also received many congratulations over the phone. Is that Daddario? In the hospital, Taylor looked at the car leaving. Yes, she has seen Eva, and they have a good relationship. Link shrugged. Taylor snorted lightly, and his arm was ready to say, now that you have a child, do you still want to fool around with those women? Do you care about what you do? Lifelong scumbag? Don't say it so harshly. We have a normal attitude, just like good friends. And we already have children, don't we? Humph. Alexander and Cynthia have become wild children after being treated by you for 2 months. Taylor was surprised. She used to be very careful when taking care of the children. She would not let them run around, stay outside for too long, and follow the diet plan of the nutritionist. When Link was taking care of the 2 little guys, he treated them as toys, taught the 1-year-old to swim, let them run around, and also developed a hobby of eating with the 2 little guys. One of the little guys was led astray by him. After she took the little guy back, she tried to correct it for a long time, but it didn't work. What made her even more unhappy was that Alexander and Cynthia also called Diva Camom. She was almost mad. What do you mean by world tour? Link asked. Together? Next time you go on tour, I will take them over and join them together, plus Margarita, the 3 little guys together. Haha, it will be very interesting at that time. Link laughed. Impossible. I will keep the children away from you in the future, so as not to be led astray by you. Taylor waved her hand and walked away with her ponytail. With a simple bodysuit and close-fitting clothes, her back was still as youthful and beautiful as before. Hey, beauty, Link shouted. What's wrong? Taylor stopped and looked back at him. Still, when we have time, how about we have a few more little ones? Get lost. Taylor glared at him in shame and anger and wanted to say something, but couldn't think of it, so he walked away with long legs. Link smiled lightly and returned to the inpatient department to continue to greet other people. When the old father-in-law saw him coming back, he talked to him about political matters, saying that he wanted to run for election, and asked him what he thought. He would try his best to support him if he had money. After all, they were all family. The old father-in-law was very satisfied with his attitude and started the lawn mowing thing again, saying that Evaka now had a child and could relatively live in the manor. The environment next to it was better than Los Angeles, the climate was more suitable for children, and it was more convenient to play golf. Link nodded. It was indeed better than Los Angeles, the scenery was picturesque, and the air was drier. He said that after the Olympics, he would consider living in New York. When the old father-in-law heard him mention the Olympics, he said that he would go to London to support him when he had time. After sending off the old father-in-law and the young mother-in-law, Link returned to the room to accompany Evaka and help her drive Selena and Tiffany out of the ward. 3 days after Margarita was born, she was doing well, and Evaka was also recovering well. Link drove them back to the villa halfway up the mountain, and there was a little person worth remembering in the family. In June, more than a month after the release of The Avengers, the large-scale screening ended, and the number of theaters showing it dropped to less than 1,000. The total ownership in North America reached 650 million tons, and the total ownership in the world currently reached 805 million tons, with a total ownership of more than 1.4 billion tons, becoming the best-selling movie in film history after Avatar and Titanic. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.